Information, Please, by Stanley Whiteside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Information, Please, by Stanley Whiteside. Read by Quartertone. This is a story of how Joe Squeeb lost his job and got a better one, all because he threw a monkey wrench into the greatest scientific marvel of the 21st century. I know the story because I used to break news on the teletype for the BJ News Agency. The BJ News Agency has no ear for euphony, however, so I had to leave them, and I'm writing these memoirs while I wait for old BJ to apologize. The first release that touched on Joe Squeeb's case was ticked off by me on the master sender. I still got a copy, as follows. Sassoon seizes solver. Professor Connor claims in court that confiscation of brain machine is illegal. I remember I paused a couple of minutes for dramatic effect before I sent out the rest of it. Scientific circles seek solace in safe silence. Odds 10-1 on Sassoon. AP. The AP stands for me, Alfred Pennyweather, and the BJ News Agency always quotes odds for its customers, so they'll know how to write up the stuff in their papers. A little while after I sent out the release, old BJ himself prodded me in the ribs. BJ is a beetle-browed person with gruff voice and a red face which can wear a very unpleasant expression. He also has pale blue eyes like chilled marbles. Pennyfeather, he says, cut the comic headlines. Let our customers think up their own. You just give them the story. Yes, sir, I agree, but I don't like that crack about comic headlines. And get some dope on the solver, he growls as he stamps out. Make it brief. Well, our files had plenty on the solver since it was a hot news item. They claimed it could answer anything. It was a machine that covered an acre of floor and stood about 30 feet high, all full of wires and relays and counters. Also, there were tanks of stuff that the inventor called the biochemical conceptors. These tanks were hooked up with 1 million fine wires from one tank to the next, and all tied in with electronic tubes. It was a sort of super brain. The solver was invented because the human brain is limited to a few concepts at one time. Science needed a brain that could juggle a whole bunch of ideas simultaneously. And since the solver was fed only facts, its multi-brain wasn't cluttered with useless junk. It had taken months to build it, and a lot of dough. So the scientists weren't anxious to have it snitched from them by any politician like Sassoon. I called up Professor Connor, the inventor, and told him who I was. I have no comments for the press, he says tartly. In the visiplate, his beard was thrust forward so pugnaciously that it was all out of focus, and I had to peer through the brush in order to see his face. Take it easy, Professor, I smiled suavely. The press is your best friend. If you're getting a dirty deal, we will tell the whole world about it. Are you going to appeal the court decision? Yes, he says after a pause. I am. He strokes his beard so that it clears from the visiplate, and I can see a fairly benign-looking old geezer. I was only defeated on a technicality today. As inventor and owner of the solver, my rights are patent. How come Sassoon grabbed your gadget, Professor? The solver is not a gadget, he snaps. It's a delicate machine and dangerous. The man who controls it can solve any riddle given time. Therefore, it should remain under scientific control. It belongs rightfully to the science department. Yeah, but how about Sassoon? The professor's snort rattled the receiver. Sassoon is already head of geopolitics. The other departments of government won't last long if geopolitics controls the solver. Sassoon is an unscrupulous bandit. And the professor snapped off his set. Maybe he was right. In the newsroom, it was no secret that Sassoon was going to be the big shot or bust. In fact, I had a dilly of a headline all cooked up for the day Sassoon seized the scepter. The following morning, however, the news wasn't so funny. Professor Connor was going to see his lawyer that day. Here's the teletype copy. Professor Connor killed in crash. Car collides with cab at corner of 5th and Grand. Connor's corpse consigned to crematory. Odds 50-1 on Sassoon. AP. Old BJ raised holy Cain over that one. "Connor's corpse consigned to crematory," he yowled. "One more crack like that, and you, Pennyweight, are fired." "Pennyfeather," I corrected BJ. "Featherweight, Pennyweather, Periwinkle," he foams. "What's the odds, you featherbrain?" Before I can answer, he's gone, slamming the door and blowing papers off my desk. Well, a couple of days later, Sassoon announces that the solver will be unveiled to the public with due ceremony come Wednesday. The science department is invited to attend at the Solver building, which is very magnanimous considering that the science department paid for the building and the solver too. "Jellyfeather," says old BJ, "you go down and cover this unveiling." That's how I came to witness the Joe Squeeb incident. I had a seat in the hall right down in front, just behind the disgruntled-looking scientists. Maybe they had a right to feel that way, but they knew better than to ignore Sassoon's invitation. Sassoon was very sensitive about such things as being snubbed. So they were all there, sitting like a row of hungry blackbirds. Upon the platform, the chairman opened the proceedings with a nice little speech which safely said nothing. Then he handed over the meeting to Sassoon. Sassoon was a big, fat man with slick black hair and eyes that reminded me of old BJ's fishy. Sassoon, however, put on the jolly act, big smile and breezy manner, the "we're all one big family" touch. Most of the people fell for it and gave him a laugh when he sprung his warming-up joke, but the boys with the brains in front of me just gloomed. I saw Sassoon give them a quick once-over before he went on to describe the wonders of the solver. He gave a pretty good speech, too, if you didn't know what was behind it. "Mankind," he finally ended, "will look back on this day as the dawn of a new era. Posterity will bathe in the flow of new wisdom that has come from our hands." Then he pulled a cord that opened a huge curtain behind him, and the solver was unveiled. Appropriate ohs and ahs followed. It did look impressive at that, like a gigantic calculating machine. In front of it, there was a wide platform with several desks. These were occupied by attendants ready to feed data, which the solver might require. Each desk had a microphone for that purpose, and there was one gilded microphone near Sassoon. This one was for stating the question. A large loudspeaker was suspended high up to deliver the solver's answers. I once read that the ancient Greeks had a similar setup called the Delphic Oracle, only some fellow got the wrong answer once and blew the whole works away. "And now," Sassoon beamed on his audience, "we will demonstrate the solver in action. Perhaps we should allow our scientific friends the honor of asking it the first riddle. After all, we owe science a great deal." But none of the savants made a move. Maybe they felt balky. However, Sassoon was too smart to allow any awkward pauses. "But then perhaps the honor should go to some less illustrious person." His cold eyes had spotted the figure of a little man in overalls, standing in a half-open doorway. The little man leaned on a broom. I found out later that he was Joe Squeeb, the janitor of Solver Hall. "Since we must always remember our democratic traditions," Sassoon's voice was slick and warm as margarine, "I think our humblest worker should have the great honor of asking the solver its first public question. Come here, you!" The janitor dropped his broom and turned to flee, but Sassoon's voice, with just a slight grate to it, pinned him in his tracks like a mesmerized rabbit. Come, you with the broom, step up here." Joe Squeeb moved as if pulled by invisible chains. On the stage with Sassoon, he blinked nervously at the audience. Then he suddenly grinned, showing snaggy teeth, like a man who feels he's a goner. Sassoon towered over him as they talked together for a moment before Sassoon turned to face the audience again. "This, gentleman is Joe Squeeb, our janitor. He has agreed to try and stump the solver." Sassoon's great hand smacked Squeeb on the back and nearly sent the little man sprawling into the row of stony-faced scientists. "And now, Mr. Squeeb, ask your question." Sassoon pushed him to the gilded microphone. Squeeb's Adam's apple bobbed. He shuffled his feet and twisted his scrawny neck. I heard his panicky whisper to Sassoon. "What'll I ask it?" Come, Sassoon frowned heavily.
Don't jump around like that. Ask it some question in arithmetic, or maybe you know all the answers. Ha ha.
Squeeb rolled his eyes. I guess he wasn't used to thinking, because he acted as if he was in pain. Then, suddenly, his face lighted up.
I got it, he said triumphantly. I remember a problem that stuck all of us.
Evidently, he had dredged the depths of his mind for some long-forgotten problem of high school days.
All right.
Sassoon switched on the control.
Ask it, man, and get it over.
Squeeb gulped, gave his waiting audience a last hopeless grin, and cleared his throat.
Exactly what is the area of a circle, he asked brightly, with a radius of 1 inch?
Bertrand, the great mathematician sitting just in front of me, gave a sort of gasp. Then the raspy notes of the solver squawked a reply.
The area of a circle with radius of 1 inch is exactly 3.141592.6.
Bertrand, the mathematician, had a notebook and pen out, scribbling as the solver announced the figures in a plodding monotone. He covered one line and started on the next. The audience began to stir impatiently. This was not very entertaining. Sassoon frowned, quickly smiled again.
How long does this go on?
He asked jocularly. One of the desk attendants moved forward.
It'll be quite a long time, he said. The answer has never been completed. 6, 9, 5,
the solver intoned persistently.
Switch the blasted thing off,
Sassoon ordered irritably. The solver gurgled to silence.
Now,
Sassoon cleared his throat.
We will ask it another question.
The same attendant coughed discreetly.
Just a minute, Mr. Sassoon,
he said apologetically as the boss of geopolitics swung around to face him.
The solver is not purely mechanical, you know. The actual work is done by the biomechanical cells, and these cannot be reset to 0 without discharging their concept energy.
Huh?
Sassoon frowned at the interruption.
Well, discharge them.
That's the trouble, sir. A solver cell is like a human brain cell. It must complete its function in order to relapse into inactivity. Shutting off the solver merely holds its processes in abeyance. When we switch on the power again, the cells will continue where they left off till their task is completed.
Sassoon thought that one over.
Then switch it back on again. Let's get this over,
he snapped, and turned to look for Joe Squeeb. But the janitor had discreetly faded. His broom leaned, deserted, in the doorway. Squeeb wasn't so dumb as he looked.
9, 6, 4...
The solver was slowing down a little as the calculations became more involved with unwieldy quotients, but there was grim resolve in the metallic tone. I tapped Bertrand on the shoulder.
How long will this take? I asked.
Couldn't say,
he smiled thinly.
We once wore out several machines on that problem. Imagine a Joe Squeeb saving us from...
He stopped abruptly. Can't you tell the solver some way that the present answer is close enough? Bertrand shook his head.
As you may recall, Joe Squeeb definitely asked for an exact answer. The solver will give it, regardless.
8, 1, 2...
The solver was beginning to sound labored. Inside the great machine, relays were madly racing. I guess Joe Squeeb just lost a job, I murmured.
He has another job waiting for him, Bertrand almost grinned. We need someone to dust our equipment, someone who knows enough not to monkey with things. It'll really be a pension job.
I looked at Sassoon. He appeared very unhappy. Not only had he made a chump of himself, but it looked as if he'd spiked his own guns by gumming up the solver. He couldn't use the machine for his own ends, and he'd have no excuse for stealing the next one to be built. When I left Solver Hall, the machine was gurgling a number about every 20 seconds and slowing down all the time. Sassoon had asked Bertrand to get busy and shut it up some way, and Bertrand was gently explaining to him that it was a mere matter of time, lots of time, before the solver would stop, unless Sassoon wanted it torn apart. I sent out the teletype release to the waiting world. It read,
Sassoon summons scientists for solution as solver strangles on squaring of circle. Sassoon swears to silence solver. Odds 1,000,000 to 1 on solver. AP.
10 seconds after the release, old BJ was at my desk, red-eyed.
"Pinfeather,"
He roars.
"you're fired."
It's Pennyfeather, I retort, and I quit 2 seconds before you spoke.
All right, bunny weather then.
He clutches the edge of my desk.
Only get out of my sight, quick.
And that is Joe Squeeb's story. Right now he's working for swell wages at Science Hall. They all call him Joe and ask him all the time how is his family and how is his arthritis. He's even putting on a little weight. As for old BJ, I figure he'll come around to me, apologizing someday, unless apoplexy gets him first. I'm just waiting while I write these memoirs. End of Information Please by Stanley Whiteside.
Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. He knew the city was organized for his individual defense, for it had been that way since he was born. But who was his enemy? Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfus. In 1849, the mist that sometimes rolls through the Golden Gate was known as fog. In 2149, it had become far more frequent and was known as smog. By 2349, it was fog again. But tonight, there was smoke mixed with the fog. Roddy could smell it. Somewhere in the forested ruins, fire was burning. He wasn't worried. The small blaze that smoldered behind him on the cracked concrete floor had consumed everything burnable within blocks. What remained of the gutted concrete office building from which he peered was fireproof. But Roddy was himself aflame with anger. As always, when the invaders broke in from the north, he'd been left behind with his nurse, Molly, while the soldiers went out to fight. And nowadays, Molly's presence wasn't the comfort it used to be. He felt almost ready to jump out of his skin, the way she rocked and knitted in the grating ruined chair, saying over and over again, "The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't." "I'm not a little boy," Roddy suddenly shouted. "I'm full grown, and I've never even seen an invader. Why won't you let me go and fight?" Fiercely, he crossed the bare, gritty floor and shook Molly's shoulder. She rattled under his jarring hand and abruptly changed the subject. "A is for atom, B is for bomb, C is for corpse," she chanted. Roddy reached into her shapeless dress and pinched. Lately, that had helped her over these spells. But this time, though it stopped the kindergarten song, the treatment only started something worse. "Was 'em hungry?" Molly cooed, still rocking. Utterly disgusted, Roddy ripped her head off her neck. It was a completely futile gesture. The complicated mind that was caring for him and taught him speech and the alphabet hadn't made him a mechanic, and his only tool was a broken-handled screwdriver. He was still tinkering when the soldiers came in. While they lined up along the wall, he put Molly's head back on her neck. She gaped coyly at the new arrivals. "Hello, boys," she simpered. "Looking for a good time?" Roddy slapped her to silence, reflecting briefly that there were many things he didn't know about Molly. But there was work to be done. Carefully, he framed the ritual words she'd taught him. "Soldiers, come to attention and report." There were 11 of them, 6 feet tall, with 4 limbs and 8 extremities. They stood uniformly, the thumbs on each pair of hands touching along the center line of the legs, front feet turned out at an angle of 45 degrees, rear feet turned inward at 30 degrees. "Sir," they chorused, We have met the enemy and he is ours. He inspected them. All were scratched and dented, but one in particular seemed badly damaged. His left arm was almost severed at the shoulder. "Come here, fellow," Roddy said. "Let's see if I can fix that." The soldier took a step forward, lurched suddenly, stopped, and whipped out a bayonet. "Death to the invaders!" he yelled, and charged crazily. Molly stepped in front of him. "You aren't being very nice, my baby," she murmured, and thrust her knitting needles into his eyes. Roddy jumped behind him, knocked off his helmet, and pressed the soft spot on his conical skull. The soldier collapsed to the floor. Roddy salvaged and returned Molly's needles. Then he examined the patient, tearing him apart as a boy dismembers an alarm clock. It was lucky he did. The left arm's pair of hands suddenly writhed off the floor in an effort to choke him. But because the arm was detached at the shoulder, and therefore blind, he escaped the clutching onslaught, and could goad the reflexing hands into assaulting one another harmlessly. Meanwhile, the other soldiers left, except for one, apparently another casualty, who stumbled on his way out and fell into the fire. By the time Roddy had hauled him clear, damage was beyond repair. Roddy swore, then decided to try combining parts of this casualty with the pieces of the other to make a whole one. To get more light for the operation, he poked up the fire. Roddy was new at his work, and took it seriously. It alarmed him to watch the soldiers melt away, gradually succumbing to battle damage, shamed him to see the empty ruins burn section by section as the invaders repeatedly broke through and had to be burned out. Soon there would be nothing left on the private property Keep Out that, according to Molly's bedtime story, the owners had entrusted to them when driven away by radioactivity. Soon the soldiers themselves would be gone. None would remain to guard the city but a few strayed servants like Molly, and an occasional civil defender. And himself, Roddy reflected, spitting savagely into the fire. He might remain, but how he fitted into the picture he didn't know. And Molly, who claimed to have found him in the ruins after a fight with the invaders 20 years before, couldn't or wouldn't say. Well, for as long as it was possible, Roddy decided, he'd do his duty as the others did theirs, single-mindedly. Eventually, the soldiers might accept him as one of themselves. Meanwhile, this newly attempted first aid was useful to them. He gave the fire a final poke, then paused, wondering if, when heated, his screwdriver could make an unfastened end of a wire stick to the grayish spot where it seemed to belong. Stretching prone to blow the embers hot so he could try out his new idea, Roddy got too close to the flames. Instantly the room filled with the stench of singed hair. Roddy drew angrily back, beating out the sparks in his uncut blonde mane. As he stood slapping his head and muttering, a deranged civil defense firefighter popped into the doorway and covered him with carbon dioxide foam. Roddy fled. His lifelong friends were not merely wearing out, they were unbearably wearing. In the street, even before he'd wiped off the foam, he regretted his flight. The fire was back home, and here, in the cold of this fog-shrouded canyon, a mere trail between heaped-up piles of rubble, the diaper he wore felt inadequate against the pre-dawn cold. His cherished weapon, a magnetic tack hammer, was chill beneath the diaper's top, and the broken, radium-dialed wristwatch, suspended from a string around his neck, hung clammy against his chest. He stood irresolutely on numbing bare feet, and considered returning to the more familiar bedlam. But colder than cold was his shame at being cold. Molly never was, though she knew how to keep him warm, nor would the others. Hunger, thirst, pain, and coldness were sensations never experienced by his friends. Like the growth he'd been undergoing till recently, these things were of ignominy, and to be hidden as far as was possible from inquiring eyes. Cold as it was, he'd have to hide. Temporarily, the darkness concealed him, though it was not quite complete. From above the fog, the moon played vaguely deceptive light on the splinters of architecture looming toward it. Some distance off, an owl hooted, but here nocturnal rodents were free to squeak and rustle as they scampered. The world seemed ghostly, yet it wasn't dead. It merely lurked. And as an irrepressible yawn reminded Roddy of his absurd need for sleep, even in the midst of danger, he concluded for the 1000th time that the one who built him must have been an apprentice. For just such reasons he'd developed the hideout toward which he now walked. It had been the haven of his adolescence, when the discovery of how much he differed from his friends had been a shock, and the shock itself a difference to be hidden. His hiding place was a manhole, dead center in the dead street. A weathered bronze bar carefully placed in the cover's slotted rim was the levering key for opening its door. Everything was wrong tonight. He couldn't even find the bar. Of course, that spoiled things, because the bar was a roller on which to move the heavy cover from below, and a support which held it ajar for ventilation. But the example of his friends had taught him, above all else, to carry on every purpose. Molly was a nurse. She had raised him despite all obstacles. The soldiers were guards. They protected the ruins against everything larger than a rat. The firefighter had even put him out when he was aflame. Anyhow, the manhole cover had been loosened by his frequent handling. He lifted it aside by main strength, then flattened himself on the street and felt with his feet for the top rung. Halfway down the iron ladder, something made him pause. He looked, but saw only blackness. He listened, sniffed, found nothing. What could have entered through the iron cover? He sneered at his own timidity and jumped to the bottom. It was warm. The dry bottom of the hole had the temperature of body heat, as if a large animal had recently rested there. Quickly, Roddy drew the hammer from his waist. Then, with weapon ready for an instantaneous blow, he stretched his left hand through the darkness. He touched something warm, softish. Gingerly, he felt over the curving surface for identifying features. While Roddy investigated by touch, his long fingers were suddenly seized and bitten. At the same time, his right shin received a savage kick, and his own retaliatory blow was checked in mid-swing by an unexpected voice. "Get your filthy hands off me!" it whispered angrily. "Who do you think you are?" Startled, he dropped his hammer. "I'm Roddy," he said, squatting to fumble for it. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm Ida, naturally. Just how many girls are there in this raiding party?" His first invader, and he had dropped his weapon. Scrabbling fearfully in the dust for his hammer, Roddy paused suddenly. This girl, whatever that was, seemed to think him one of her own kind. There was a chance, not much, but worth taking, to turn delay to advantage. Maybe he could learn something of value before he killed her. That would make the soldiers accept him. He stalled, seeking a gambit. "How would I know how many girls there are?" Half expecting a blow, he got instead an apology. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I should have known. Never even heard your name before, either. Roddy. Whose boat did you come in, Roddy?" "Boat? What was a boat?" How would I know? He repeated, voice tight with fear of discovery. If she noticed the tension, she didn't show it. Certainly, her whisper was friendly enough. Oh, you're one of the fellows from Bodega, then. They shoved a boy into our boat at the last minute, too. Tough, isn't it? Getting separated in the fog and tide like that? If only we didn't have to use the boats. But, say, how are we going to get away from here? I wouldn't know, Roddy said, closing his fingers on the hammer and rising. How did you get in? Followed your footprints. It was sundown, and I saw human tracks in the dust, and they led me here. Where were you? Scouting around, Roddy said vaguely. How did you know I was a man when I came back? Because you didn't see me, silly. You know perfectly well those androids are heat-sensitive and can locate us in the dark. Indeed, he did know. Many times he'd felt ashamed that Molly could find him whenever she wanted to, even in the manhole. But perhaps the manhole would help him now to redeem himself. I'd like to get a look at you, he said. The girl laughed self-consciously. It's getting gray out. You'll see me soon enough. But she'd see him, Roddy realized. He had to talk fast. What'll we do when it is light? He asked. Well, I guess the boats have gone, Ida said. You could swim the gate, I guess. You seem tall and strong enough. But I couldn't. You'll think it's crazy, but I've given this some thought, and even looked at it from the other side. I expect to try the Golden Gate Bridge. Now he was getting somewhere. The bridge was ruined, impassable. Even her own people had crossed the strait by other means. But if there were a way over the bridge... It's broken, he said. How in the world can we cross it? Oh, you'll find out, if you take me up there. I don't want to be alone, Roddy. Will you go with me, now? Well, she could be made to point out the route before he killed her, if nothing happened when she saw him. Uneasy, Roddy hefted the hammer in his hand. A giggle broke the pause. It's nice of you to wait and let me go first up the ladder, the girl said. But where the heck is that rusty old thing? I'll go first, said Roddy. He might need the advantage. The ladder's right behind me. He climbed with hammer in teeth and stretched his left hand from the street level to grasp and neutralize the girl's right. Then, nervously fingering his weapon, he stared at her in the thin gray dawn. She was short and lean, except for roundnesses here and there. From her shapeless doe-skin dress stretched slender legs that tapered to feet that were bare, tiny, and, like her hands, only 2 in number. Roddy was pleased. They would be evenly matched as to members, and that would make things easy when the time came. He looked into her face. It smiled at him, tanned and ruddy, with a full mouth, and bright dark eyes that hid under long lashes when he looked too long. Startling, those wary eyes, concealing. For a moment he felt a rush of fear, but she gave his hand a squeeze before twisting loose, and burst into sudden laughter. Diapers, she chortled, struggling to keep her voice low. My big, strong, blonde, and blue-eyed hero goes into battle wearing diapers, and carrying only a hammer to fight with. You're the most unforgettable character I have ever known. He'd passed inspection then, so far. He expelled his withheld breath and said, I think you'll find me a little odd in some ways. Oh, no, not at all, she replied quickly. Different, yes, but I wouldn't say odd. When they started down the street, she was nervous, despite Roddy's assertion that he knew where the soldiers were posted. He wondered if she felt some of the doubt he'd tried to conceal, shared his vision of what the soldiers might do if they found him brazenly strolling with an invader. They might not believe he was only questioning a prisoner. Every day, his friends were becoming more unpredictable. For that very reason, because he didn't know what precautions would do any good, he took a chance and walked openly to the bridge by the most direct route. In time, this apparent assurance stilled Ida's fears, and she began to talk. Many of the things she said were beyond his experience and meaningless to him, but he did note with interest how effective the soldiers had been. "It's awful," she said. "So few young men are left, so many casualties." "But why do we keep up the fight?" Roddy asked. "I mean, the soldiers will never leave the city. Their purpose is to guard it, and they can't leave, so they won't attack. Let them alone, and there'll be plenty of young men." "Well," said Ida sharply, "you need indoctrination. Didn't they ever tell you that the city is our home, even if the stupid androids do keep us out? Don't you know how dependent we are on those raids for all our tools and things?" She sounded suspicious. Roddy shot her a furtive, startled glance. But she wasn't standing off to fight him. On the contrary, she was too close for both comfort and combat. She bumped him hip and shoulder every few steps, and if he edged away, she followed. He went on with his questioning. "Why are you here? I mean, sure, the others are after tools and things, but what's your purpose?" Ida shrugged. "I'll admit no girl has ever done it before," she said, "but I thought I could help with the wounded. That's why I have no weapon." She hesitated, glanced covertly up at him, and went on with the rush of words. "It's the lack of men, I guess. All the girls are kind of bored and hopeless, so I got this idea and stowed away on one of the boats when it was dark and the fog had settled down. Do you think I'm being silly?" "No, but you do seem a little purposeless." In silence, they trudged through the vast area of charred wood and concrete foundations on the northern end of the city. Thick fog over the water hid Alcatraz, but inshore visibility was better, and they could see the beginning of the bridge approach. A stone rattled nearby. It was a chunk of metal. Ida gasped and clung to Roddy's arm. "Behind me," he whispered urgently. "Get behind me and hold on." He felt Ida's arms encircle his waist, her chin dig into his back below the left shoulder. Facing them, 100 feet away, stood a soldier. He looked contemptuous, hostile. "It's all right," Roddy said, his voice breaking. There was a long, sullen, heart-stopping stare. Then the soldier turned and walked away. Ida's grip loosened, and he could feel her sag behind him. Roddy turned and held her. With eyes closed, she pressed cold blue lips to his. He grimaced and turned away his head. Ida's response was quick. "Forgive me," she breathed, and slipped from his arms. But she held herself erect. "I was so scared. And then we've had no sleep, no food, or water." Roddy was familiar with these signs of weakness, proud of appearing to deny his own humiliating needs. "I guess you're not as strong as me," he said smugly. "I'll take care of you. Of course, we can't sleep now, but I'll get food and water." Leaving her to follow, he turned left to the ruins of a supermarket he had previously visited, demonstrating his superior strength by setting a pace Ida couldn't match. By the time she caught up with him, he had grubbed out a few cans of the special size that Molly always chose. Picking two that were neither dented, swollen, nor rusted, he smashed an end of each with his hammer, and gave Ida her choice of strained spinach or squash. "Baby food," she muttered. "Maybe it's just what we need. But to eat baby food with a man wearing a diaper... Tell me, Roddy, how did you happen to know where to find it?" "Well, this is the northern end of the city," he answered, shrugging. "I've been here before." "Why did the soldier let us go?" "This watch," he said, touching the radium dial. "It's a talisman." But Ida's eyes had widened, and the color was gone from her face. She was silent, too, except when asking him to fill his fast-emptied can with rainwater. She didn't finish her own portion, but lay back in the rubble with feet higher than her head, obviously trying to renew her strength. When they resumed their walk, her sullen, fear-clouded face showed plainly that he'd given himself away. But to kill her now, before learning how she planned to cross the supposedly impassable bridge, seemed as purposeless and impulsive as Ida herself. Roddy didn't think, in any case, that her death would satisfy the soldiers. With new and useful information to offer, he might join them as an equal at last. But if his dalliance with this enemy seemed pointless, not even Molly's knitting needles could protect him. He was sure the soldiers must be tracking the mysterious emanations from his watch dial, and had trouble to keep from glancing over his shoulder at every step. But arrival at the bridge approach ended the need for this self-restraint. Here, difficult going demanded full attention. He'd never gone as far as the bridge before, not wanting to look as if he might be leaving the city. The approach was a jungle of concrete, with an underbrush of reinforcing steel that reached for the unwary with rusted spines. Frequently, they had to balance on cracked girders and inch over roadless spots high off the ground. Here Ida took the lead. When they got to where 3 approach roads made a cloverleaf, she led him down a side road and into a forest. Roddy stopped and seized her arm. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. "I'm taking you with me," Ida said firmly. "Taking you where you belong." "No," he blurted, drawing his hammer. "I can't go, nor let you go. I belong here." Ida gasped, twisted loose, and ran. Roddy ran after her. She wasn't so easily caught. Like a frightened doe, she dashed in and out among the trees, leaping to the bridge's underpinnings, where they thrust rustily from the cliff, and scrambled up the ramp. Roddy sighed and slowed down. The pavement ended just beyond the cable anchors. From there to the south tower, only an occasional dangling support wire showed where the actual bridge had been suspended. Ida was trapped. He could take his time, let the soldiers come up, as they undoubtedly would, to finish the job. But Ida didn't seem to realize she was trapped. Without hesitating, she dashed up the main left-hand suspension cable and ran along its curved steel surface. For a moment, Roddy thought of letting her go, letting her run up the ever-steepening catenary until, because there were no guard ropes or hand grips, she simply fell. That would solve his problem. Except it wouldn't be his solution. Her death wouldn't prove him to his friends. He set out quickly, before Ida was lost to sight in the thick fog that bellowed in straight from the ocean. At first he ran erect along the top of the yard-wide cylinder of twisted metal, but soon the curve steepened. He had to go on all fours, clinging palm and sole. Blood was on the cable where she'd passed. More blood stained it when he'd followed. But because his friends knew neither pain nor fatigue, Roddy would admit none either. Nor would he give in to the fear that dizzied him at every downward look. He scrambled on like an automaton, watching only his holds, until he rammed Ida's rear with his head. She had stopped, trembling and gasping. Roddy clung just below her and looked dazedly around. There was nothing in sight but fog, pierced by the rapier of rusted wire supporting them. Neither end of it was in sight. Upward lay success, if death were not nearer on the cable. No soldier had ever come this far, for soldiers, as he'd told Ida, never left the city, were not built to do so. But he was here. With luck, he could capitalize on the differences that had plagued him so long. "Go on," he ordered hoarsely. "Move!" There was neither answer nor result. He broke off an end of loosened wire and jabbed her rear. Ida gasped and crawled on. Up and up they went, chilled, wet, bleeding, pain-racked, exhausted. Never had Roddy felt so thoroughly the defects of his peculiar non-mechanical construction. Without realizing it, he acquired a new purpose, a duty as compelling as that of any soldier or fire watcher. He had to keep that trembling body of his alive, mount the tall rust tower overhead. He climbed, and he made Ida climb, until, at nightmare's end, the fog thinned, and they came into clear, wind-swept air, and clawed up the last 100 feet to sanctuary. They were completely spent. Without word or thought, they crept within the tower, huddled together for warmth on its dank steel deck, and slept for several hours. Roddy awoke as Ida finished struggling free of his unconscious grip. Limping, he joined her painful walk around the tower. From its openings, they looked out on a strange and isolated world. To the north, where Ida seemed drawn as though by instinct, Mount Tamalpais reared its bushy head, a looming island above the billowy white sea of fog. To the south were twin peaks, a pair of buttons on a cotton sheet. Eastward lay Mount Diablo, bald and brooding, the tallest of the peaks and most forbidding. But westward, over the ocean, lay the land of gold, of all the kinds of gold there are, from brightest yellow to deepest orange. Only a small portion of the setting sun glared above the fog bank. The rest seemed to have been broken off and smeared around by a child in love with its color. Fascinated, Roddy stared for minutes, but turned when Ida showed no interest. She was intent on the tower itself. Following her eyes, Roddy saw his duty made suddenly clear. Easy to make out even in the fading light was the route by which invaders could cross to the foot of this tower on the remaining ruins of the road, climb to where he stood now, and then descend the cable over the bridge's gap and catch the city unaware. Easy to estimate was the advantage of even this perilous route over things that scattered on the water and prevented a landing in strength. Easy to see was the need to kill Ida before she carried home this knowledge. Roddy took the hammer from his waist. "Don't! Oh, don't!" Ida screamed. She burst into tears and covered her face with scratched and bloodied hands. Surprised, Roddy withheld the blow. He had wept as a child, and, weeping, had for the first time learned that he differed from his friends. Ida's tears disturbed him, being unhappy memories. "Why should you cry?" he asked comfortingly. "You know your people will come back to avenge you, and will destroy my friends." "But my people are your people too," Ida wailed. "It's so senseless. Now, after all our struggle to escape. Don't you see? Your friends are only machines built by your ancestors. We are men, and the city is ours, not theirs. It can't be, Roddy objected. The city surely belongs to those who are superior, and my friends are superior to your people, even to me. Each of us has a purpose, though, while you invaders seem to be aimless. Each of us helps preserve the city. You only try to rob and end it by destroying it. My people must be the true men because they're so much more rational than yours, and it isn't rational to let you escape. Ida turned up her tear-streaked face and stared at him. Rational? What's rational about murdering a defenseless girl in cold blood? Don't you realize we're the same sort of being, we two? Don't you remember how we've been with each other all day? She paused. Roddy noticed that her eyes were dark and frightened, yet somehow soft over scarlet cheeks. He had to look away, but he said nothing. Never mind, Ida said viciously. You can't make me beg. Go ahead and kill. See if it proves you're superior. My people will take over the city regardless of you and me, and regardless of your jumping jack friends, too. Men can accomplish anything. Scornfully, she turned and looked toward the western twilight. It was Roddy's turn to stand and stare. Purpose, Ida flung at him over her shoulder. Logic. Women hear so much of that from men. You're a man, all right. Men always call it logic when they want to destroy. Loyalty to your own sort, kindness, affection, all emotional, aren't they? Not a bit of logic. Emotion is for creating, and it's so much more logical to destroy, isn't it? She whirled back toward him, advancing as if she wanted to sink her teeth into his throat. Go ahead, get it over with, if you have the courage. It was hard for Roddy to look away from that wrath-crimsoned face, but it was even harder to keep staring into the blaze of her eyes. He compromised by gazing out an opening at the gathering dusk. He thought for a long time before he decided to tuck his hammer away. It isn't reasonable to kill you now, he said. Too dark. You can't possibly get down that half-ruined manway tonight. So let's see how I feel in the morning. Ida began to weep again, and Roddy found it necessary to comfort her. And by morning, he knew he was a man. The end of Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfus.
The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. Even here, on the black terrace before the forgotten mountain retreat of Asti, it was possible to smell the dank stench of burning Memphir. To imagine that the dawn wind bore upward from the pillaged city the faint, tortured cries of those whom the barbarians of Clem hunted to their prolonged death. Indeed, it was time to leave. Varda, last of the virgin maidens of Asti, shivered. The scaled and wattled creature who crouched beside her thigh turned his reptilian head so that golden eyes met the aquamarine one set slantingly at a faintly provocative angle in her smooth, ivory face. "We go." She nodded in answer to that unvoiced question Lur had sent into her brain, and turned toward the dark cavern which was the mouth of Asti's last dwelling place. Once, more than 1,000 years before, when the walls of Memphir were young, Asti had lived among men below. But in the richness and softness which was trading Memphir, empire of empires, Asti found no place. So he, and those who served him, had withdrawn to this mountain outcrop. And she, Varda, was the last, the very last to bow knee at Asti's shrine and raise her voice in the dawn hymn. For Lur, as were all his race, was mute. Even the loot of Memphir would not sate the shaggy-headed warriors who had stormed her gates this day. The stairway to Asti's temple was plain enough to see, and there would be those to essay the steep climb, hoping to find a treasure which did not exist. For Asti was an austere god, delighting in plain walls and bare altars. His last priest had lain in the grave niches these 3 years. There would be none to hold that gate against intruders. Varda passed between tall, uncarved pillars, Lur padding beside her, his spine mane erect, the talons on his 4 feet clicking on the stone in steady rhythm. So they came into the innermost shrine of Asti, and there Varda made graceful obeisance to the great cowled and robed figure which sat enthroned, its hidden eyes focused upon its own outstretched hand. And above the flattened palm of that wide hand hung, suspended in space, the round, orange-red sunball, which was twin to the sun that lighted Erb. Around the miniature sun swung in their orbits the 4 worlds of the system, each obeying the laws of space, even as did the planets they represented. "Memphir has fallen." Varda's voice sounded rusty in her own ears. She had spoken so seldom during the last lonely months. "Evil has risen to overwhelm our world, even as it was prophesied in your revelations, O ruler of worlds and maker of destiny. Therefore, obeying the order given of old, I would depart from this, thy house. Suffer me now to fulfill the law." 3 times she prostrated her slim body on the stones at the foot of Asti's judgment chair. Then she arose, and, with the confidence of a child in its father, she laid her hand palm upward upon the outstretched hand of Asti. Beneath her flesh, the stone was not cold and hard, but seemed to have an inner heat, even as might a human hand. For a long moment she stood so, and then she raised her hand slowly, carefully, as if within its slight hollow she cupped something precious. And, as she drew her hand away from the grasp of Asti, the tiny sun and its planets followed, spinning now above her palm as they had above the statues. But out of the cowled figure some virtue had departed with the going of the miniature solar system. It was now but a carving of stone. And Varda did not look at it again as she passed behind its bulk to seek a certain place in the temple wall, known to her from much reading of the old records. Having found the stone she sought, she moved her hand in a certain pattern before it, so that the faint radiance streaming from the tiny sun gleamed of the greatness of the wall. There was a grating, as from metal long unused, and a block fell back, opening a narrow door to them. Before she stepped within, the priestess lifted her hand above her head, and when she withdrew it, the sun and planets remained to form a diadem just above the intricate braiding of her dull red hair. As she moved into the secret way, the 5 orbs swung with her, and in the darkness there the sun glowed richly, sending out a light to guide their feet. They were at the top of a stairway, and the hollow clang of the stone as it moved back into place behind them echoed through a gulf which seemed endless. But that, too, was as the chronicles had said, and Varda knew no fear. How long they journeyed down into the maw of the mountain, and, beyond that, into the womb of Erb itself, Varda never knew. But when feet were weary and she knew the bite of real hunger, they came into a passageway which ended in a room hollowed of solid rock. And there, preserved in the chest in which men born in the youth of Memphir had laid them, Varda found that which would keep her safe on the path she must take. She put aside the fine silks, the jeweled cincture, which had been the badge of Asti's service, and drew on over her naked body a suit of scaled skin, gemmed and glistening in the rays of the small sun. There was a hood to cover the entire head, taloned gloves for the hands, webbed, clawed coverings for the feet, as if the skin of a giant, man-like lizard had been tanned and fashioned into this suit. And Varda suspected that that might be so. The world of herb had not always been held by the humankind alone. There were supplies here, too, lying untouched in ageless containers within a lizard skin pouch. Varda touched her tongue without fear to a powdered restorative, sharing it with Lur, whose own mailed skin would protect him through the dangers to come. She folded the regalia she had stripped off and laid it in the chest, smoothing it regretfully before she dropped the lid upon its shimmering color. Never again would Asti's servant wear the soft stuff of his livery. But she was resolute enough when she picked up the food pouch and strode forward, passing out of the robing chamber into a narrow way which was a natural fault in the rock, unsmoothed by the tools of man. But when this rocky road ended upon the lip of a gorge, Varda hesitated. Plucking at the throat latch of her hood-like helmet, through the unclouded crystal of its eye-hole she could see the sprouts of yellow vapor which puffed from crannies in the rock wall down which she must climb. If the records of the temple spoke true, these curls of gas were death to all lunged creatures of the upper world. She could only trust that the cunning of the scaled hood would not fail her. The long talons fitted to the fingertips of the gloves, the claws of webbed foot coverings clamped fast to every hand and foothold. But the way down was long, and she caught a message of weariness from Lur before they reached the piled rocks at the foot of the cliff. The puffs of steamy gas had become a fog through which they groped their ways slowly, following a trace of path along their base of the cliff. Time did not exist in the underworld of herb. Varda did not know whether it was still today, or whether she had passed into tomorrow when they came to a crossroads. She felt Lur press against her, forcing her back against a rock. "There is a thing coming." His message was clear. And in a moment she too saw a dark hulk nosing through the vapor. It moved slowly, seeming to balance at each step as if travel was a painful act. But it bore steadily to the meeting of the two paths. It is no enemy. But she did not need that reassurance from Lur. Unearthly as the thing looked, it had no menace. With a last twist of ungainly body, the creature squatted on a rock and clawed the clumsy covering it wore about its bone-thin shoulders and domed skull head. The visage it revealed was long and gray, with dark pits for eyes and gaping, fang-studded, lipless mouth. "Who are you to dare to tread the forgotten ways and rouse from slumber the guardian of the chasms?" The question was a shrill whine in her brain. Her hands half arose to cover her ears. "I am Varda, maiden of Asti. Memphis has fallen to the barbarians of the outer lands, and now I go, as Asti once ordered." The guardian considered her answer gravely. In one skeleton claw, it fumbled a rod, and with this it now traced certain symbols in the dust before Varda's webbed feet. When it had done, the girl stooped and altered two of the lines with a swift stroke from one of her talons. The creature of the chasm nodded its misshapen head. "Asti does not rule here, but long and long and long ago there was a pact made with us in his name. Pass free from us, woman of light. There are two paths before you." The guardian paused for so long that Varda dared to prompt it. "Where do they lead, guardian of the dark?" "This will take you down into my country." It jerked the rod to the right. "And that way is death for creatures from the surface world. The other, in our old legends, it is said to bring a traveler out into the upper world. Of the truth of that, I have no proof. But that one I must take." She made slight obeisance to the huddle of bones and dank cloak on the rock, and it inclined its head in grave courtesy. With Lur pushing a little ahead, she took the road which ran straight into the flume-veiled darkness. nor did she turn to look again at the thing from the chasm world. They began to climb again across slimed rock where there were evil trails of other things which lived in this haunted darkness, but the sun of Asti lighted their way, and perhaps some virtue in the rays from it kept away the makers of such trails. When they pulled themselves up onto a wide ledge, the talons on Varda's gloves were worn to splintered stubs, and there was a bright girdle of pain about her aching body. Lur lay panting beside her, his red forked tongue protruding from his foam-ringed mouth. "We walk again the ways of men." Lur was first to note the tool marks on the stone where they lay. "By the will of Asti, we may win out of this maze after all." Since there were no signs of the deadly steam, Varda dared to push off her hood and share with her companion the sustaining power she carried in her pouch. There was a freshness to the air they breathed, damp and cold though it was, which hinted of the upper world. The ledge sloped upwards at a steep angle at first, and then more gently. Lur slipped past her and thrust head and shoulders through a break in the rock. Grasping his neck spine, she allowed him to pull her through that narrow slit into the soft blackness of a surface night. They tumbled down together. Varda's head pillowed on Lur's smooth side, and so slept as the sun and worlds of Asti whirled protectingly above them. A whir of wings in the air above her head awakened Varda. One of the small, jewel-bright flying lizard creatures of the deep jungle poised and dipped to investigate more closely the worlds of Asti, but at Varda's upflung arm it uttered a rasping cry and planed down into the mass of vegetation below. By the glint of sunlight on the stone around them, the day was already well advanced. Varda tugged at Lur's mane until he roused. There was a regularity to the rocks piled about their sleeping place, which hinted that they had lain among the ruins left by man. But of this side of the mountains both were ignorant, for Memphir's rule had not run here. "Many dead things in times past." Lur's scarlet nostril pits were extended to their widest. "But that was long ago. This land is no longer held by men." Varda laughed cheerfully. "If here there are no men, then there will rise no barbarian hordes to dispute our rule. Asti has led us to safety. Let us see more of the land he gives us." There was a road leading down from the ruins, a road still to be followed in spite of the lash of landslip and the crack of time, and it brought them into a cup of green fertility, where the lavishness of Asti's sowing was unchecked by man. Varda seized eagerly upon globes of blood-red fruit, which she recognized as delicacies which had been cultivated in the temple gardens, while Lur went hunting into the fringes of the jungle, there dining on prey so easily caught as to be judged devoid of fear. The jungle-choked highway curved, and they were suddenly fronted by a desert of sere desolation, a desert floored by glassy slag which sent back the sunbeams in a furnace glare. Varda shaded her eyes and tried to see the end of this, but if there was a distant rim of green beyond, the heat distortions in the air concealed it. Lur put out a front paw to test the slag, but withdrew it instantly. "It cooks the flesh. We cannot walk here," was his verdict. Varda pointed with her chin to the left where, some distance away, the mountain wall paralleled their course. "Then let us keep to the jungle over there and see if it does not bring around to the far side. But what made this?" She leaned out over the glassy stuff, not daring to touch the slick surface. "War." Lur's tongue shot out to impale a questing beetle. "These forgotten people fought with fearsome weapons." "But what weapon could do this? Memphir knew not such." "Memphir was old. But mayhap there were those who raised cities on before the first hut of Memphis squatted on tidal mud. Men forget knowledge in time. Even in Memphis, the lords of the last days forgot the wisdom of their earlier sages. They fell before the barbarians easily enough. If ever men had wisdom to produce this, it was not of Asti's giving. She edged away from the glare. Let us go. But now they had to fight their way through the jungle, and it was hard, until they reached a ridge of rock running out from the mountain as a tongue thrust into the blasted valley, and along this they picked their slow way. There's water near. Lair's thought answered the girl's desire. She licked dry lips longingly. This way. Her companion's sudden turn was to the left, and Varda was quick to follow him down a slide of rock. Lair's instinct was right, as it ever was. There was water before them, a small lake of it, but even as he dipped his fanged muzzle toward that inviting surface, Lair's spined head jerked erect again. Varda snatched back the hand she had put out, staring at Lair's strange actions. His nostrils expanded to their widest, his long neck outstretched. He was swinging his head back and forth across the limpid shallows. What is it? This is no water such as we know, the scaled one answered flatly. It has life within it. Varda laughed. Fish? Water snakes? It's your own distant kin, Lair. It is the scent of them which you catch. No. It is the water itself which lives, and yet does not live. His thought trailed away from her as he struggled with some problem. No human brain could follow his unless he willed it so. Varda squatted back on her heels and began to look at the water and then at the banks with more care. For the first time, she noted the odd patches of brilliant color which floated just below the surface of the liquid. Blue, green, yellow, crimson. They drifted slowly with the tiny waves which lapped the shore. But they were not alive. She was almost sure of that. They appeared more a part of the water itself. Watching the voyage of one patch of green, she caught sight of the branch. It was a drooping shoot of the turbie, the same tree vine which produced the fruit she had relished less than an hour before. Above the water dangled a cluster of the fruit, dead ripe with the sweet pulp stretching its skin. But below the surface of the water, Varda's breath hissed between her teeth, and Lair's head snapped around as he caught her thought. The branch below the water bore a perfect circle of green flowers close to its tip. The flowers which the turbie had borne naturally 7 months before, and which should long ago have turned into just such sweetness as hung above. With Lair at her heels, the girl edged around to pull cautiously at the branch. It yielded at once to her touch, swinging its tip out of the lake. She sniffed. There was a languid perfume in the air, the perfume of the blooming turbie. She examined the flowers closely. To all appearances, they were perfect and natural. It preserves. Lair settled back on his haunches and waved one front paw at the quiet water. What goes into it remains as it was just at the moment of entrance. But if this is 7 months old, it may be 7 years old, corrected Lair. How can you tell when that branch first dipped into the lake? Yet the flowers do not fade even when withdrawn from the water. This is indeed a mystery, of which I would know more. Varda dropped the turbie and started on around the edge of the lake. Twice more they found similar evidence of preservation in flower or leaf, wherever it was covered by the opaline water. The lake itself was a long and narrow slash, with one end cutting into the desert of glass, while the other wet the foot of the mountain, and it was there, on the slope of the mountain, that they found the greatest wonder of all, Lair scenting it before they sighted the remains among the stones. Man-made, he cautioned, but very, very old. And truly, the wreckage they came upon must have been old, perhaps even older than the Memphire, for the part which rested above the water was almost gone, rusty red stains on the rocks outlining where it had lain. But underwater was a smooth silver hull, shining and untouched by the years. Varda laid her hand upon a ruddy scrap between two rocks, and it became a drift of powdery dust. And yet, there, a few feet below, was strong metal. Lur paddled along the scrap of shore, surveying the thing. It was a machine in which men traveled. His thoughts arose to her. But they were not as the men of Memphire, perhaps not even as the sons of Erb.
Not as the sons of Erb?
Her astonishment broke into open speech. Lur's neck twisted as he looked up at her. Did the men of Erb, even in the old chronicles, fight with weapons such as would make a desert of glass? There are other worlds than Erb. Mayhap this strange thing was a sky ship from such a world. All things are possible by the will of Asti.
Varda nodded. All things are possible by the will of Asti, she repeated. But Lur, her eyes were round with wonder, perhaps it's Asti's will which brought us here to find this marvel. Perhaps he has some use for us and it.
At least we may discover what lies within it.
Lur had his own share of curiosity. How? The two of us cannot draw that out of the water.
No, but we can enter into it.
Varda fingered the folds of the hood on her shoulders. She knew what Lur meant. The suit which had protected her in the underworld was impervious to everything outside its surface, or to every substance its makers knew, just as Lur's own hide made his flesh impenetrable. But the fashioners of her suit had probably never known of the living lake, and what if she had no defense against the strange properties of the water? She leaned back against a rock. Overhead, the worlds and sun of Asti still traveled their appointed paths. The worlds of Asti. If it was his will which had brought them here, then Asti's power would wrap her round with safety. By his will, she had come out of Memphire over ways no human of Erb had ever trod before. Could she doubt that his protection was with her now? It only took a moment to make secure the webbed shoes, to pull on and fasten the hood, to tighten the buckles of her gloves. Then she crept forward, shuddering as the water rose about her ankles, but Lur pushed on before her, his head disappearing fearlessly under the surface as he crawled through the jagged opening in the ship below. Smashed engines, which had no meaning in her eyes, occupied most of the broken section of the wreck. None of the metal showed any deterioration beyond that which had occurred at the time of the crash. Under her exploring hands, it was firm and whole. Lur was pulling at a small door half hidden by a mass of twisted wires and plates, and just as Varda crawled around this obstacle to join him, the barrier gave way, allowing them to squeeze through into what had once been the living quarters of the ship. Varda recognized seats, a table, and other bits of strictly utilitarian furniture, but of those who had once been at home there remained no trace. Lur, having given one glance to the furnishings, was prowling about the far end of the cabin uncertainly, and now he voiced his uneasiness.
There's something beyond, something which once had life.
Varda crowded up to him. To her eyes, the wall seemed without line of an opening, and yet Lur was running his broad front paws over it carefully, now and then throwing his weight against the smooth surface. There is no door, she pointed out doubtfully.
No door? Ah, here.
Lur unsheathed formidable fighting claws to their full length for perhaps the first time in his temple-sheltered life, and endeavored to work them into a small crevice. The muscles of his forelegs and quarters stood out in sharp relief under his scales. His fangs were bare as his lips snapped back with effort. Something gave. A thin black line appeared to mark the edges of a door. Then time, or Lur's strength, broke the ancient locking mechanism. The door gave so suddenly that they were both sent hurtling backwards, and Lur's breath burst from him in a huge bubble.
The sealed compartment was hardly more than a cupboard, but it was full. Spread-eagled against the wall was a four-limbed creature whose form was so smothered in a bulky suit that Varda could only guess that it was akin in shape to her own. Hoops of metal locked it firmly to the wall, but the head had fallen forward so that the faceplate in the helmet was hidden. Slowly, the girl breasted the water which filled the cabin and reached her hands toward the bowed helmet of the prisoner. Gingerly, her blunt talons scraping across metal, she pulled it up to her eye level. The eyes of that which stood within the suit were closed, as if in sleep, but there was a warm, healthy tint to the bronze skin, so different in shade to her own pallid coloring. For the rest, the prisoner had the two eyes, the centered nose, the properly shaped mouth which were common to the men of Herb. Hair grew on his head, black and thick, and there was a faint shadow of a beard on his jawline. "This is a man," her thought reached Lur. "Why not? Did you expect a serpent? It is a pity he is dead." Varda felt a rich, warm tide rising in her throat to answer that teasing half-question. There were times when Lur's thought reading was annoying. He had risen to his hind leg so that he could look into the shell which held their find. "Yes, a pity," he repeated. "But—" A vision of the turby flowers swept through her mind. Had Lur suggested it, or had that wild thought been hers alone? Only this ship was so old, so very old. Lur's red tongue flicked. "It can do no harm to try," he suggested slyly, and set his claws into the hoop holding the captive's right wrist, testing its strength. "But the metal on the shore, it crumpled into powder at my touch," she protested. "What if we carry him out, only to have... Her mind shuddered away from the picture which followed. "Did the turby blossoms fade when pulled out?" countered Lur. "There is a secret to these fastenings," he pulled and pried impatiently. Varda tried to help, but even their united strength was useless against the force which held the loops in place. Breathless, the girl slumped back against the wall of the cabin, while Lur settled down on his haunches. One of the odd patches of color drifted by, its vivid scarlet like a jewel spiraling lazily upward. Varda's eyes followed its drift, and so were guided to what she had forgotten. The worlds of Asti. Asti! Lur was looking up too. "The powers of Asti!" Varda's hand went up, rested for a long moment under the sun, and then drew it down. Carefully, slowly, as she had in Memphir's temple. Then she stepped towards the captive. Within her hood, a beaded line of moisture outlined her lips. A pulse thundered on her temple. This was a fearsome thing to try. She held the sun on a line with one of the wrist bonds. She must avoid the flesh it imprisoned, for Asti's power could kill. From the sun there shot an orange-red beam to strike full upon the metal. A thin line of red crept across the smooth hoop, crept and widened. Varda raised her hand, sending the sun spinning up, and Lur's claws pulled on the metal. It broke like rotten wood in his grasp. The girl gave a little gasp of half-terrified delight. Then the old legends were true. As Asti's priestess, she controlled powers too great to guess. Swiftly, she loosed the other hoops and restored the sun and worlds to their place over her head as the captive slumped across the threshold of his cell. Tugging and straining, they brought him out of the broken ship into the sunlight of Herb. Varda threw back her hood and breathed deeply of the air which was not manufactured by the wizardry of the lizard skin, and Lur sat panting, his nostril flaps open. It was he who spied the spring on the mountainside above, a spring of water uncontaminated by the strange life of the lake. They both dragged themselves there to drink deeply. Varda returned to the lake shore reluctantly. Within her heart she believed that the man they had brought from the ship was truly dead. Lur might hold out the promise of the flowers, but this was a man, and he had laid in the water for countless ages. So she went with lagging steps to find Lur busy. He had solved the mystery of the spacesuit and had stripped it from the unknown. Now his clawed paw rests lightly on the bared chest, and he turned to Varda eagerly. "There is life." Hardly daring to believe that, she dropped down beside Lur and touched their prize. Lur was right. The flesh was warm, and she had caught the faint rhythm of shallow breath. Half remembering old tales, she put her hands on the arch of the lower ribs and began to aid that rhythm. The breaths were deeper. Then the man half turned. His arm moved. Varda and Lur drew back. For the first time, the girl probed gently the sleeping mind before her, even as she had read the minds of those few of Memphir who had ascended to the temple precincts in the last days. Much of what she read now was confused or so alien to Herb that it had no meaning for her. But she saw a great city plunged into flaming death in an instant, and felt the horror and remorse of the man at her feet, because of his own part in that act. The horror and remorse which had led him to open rebellion, and so to his imprisonment. There was a last dark and frightening memory of a door closing on light and hope. The spaceman moaned softly and hunched his shoulders, as if he struggled vainly to tear loose from bonds. "He thinks he is still prisoner," observed Lur. "For him, life begins at the very point it ended, even as it did for the Turby flowers. See, now he awakens." The eyelids rose slowly, as if the man hated to see what he must look upon. Then, as he sighted Varda and Lur, his eyes went wide. He pulled himself up and looked dazedly around, striking out wildly with his fists. Catching sight of the clumsy suit Lur had taken from him, he pulled at it, looking at the two before him as if he feared some attack. Varda turned to Lur for help. She might read minds and use the wordless speech of Lur, but his people knew the art of such communication long before the priests of Asti had stumbled upon their secret. Let Lur now quiet this outlander. Delicately, Lur sought a way into the other's mind, twisting down paths of thought strange to him. Even Varda could not follow the subtle waves sent forth in the quick examination and reconnoitering, nor could she understand all of the conversation which resulted. For the man from the ancient ship answered in speech aloud, sharp, harsh sounds of no meaning. It was only after repeated instruction from Lur that he began to frame his messages in his mind, clumsily and disconnectedly. Pictures of another world, another solar system, began to grow more clear as the spaceman became more at home in the new way of communication. He was one of a race who had come to Herb from beyond the stars and discovered a world without human life. So they had established colonies and built great cities, far different from Memphir, and had lived in peace for centuries of their own time. Then, on a faraway planet of their birth, there had begun a great war, a war which brought flaming death to all that world. The survivors of a last battle in outer space had fled to the colonies on Herb, but among this handful were men driven mad by the death of their world, and these had blasted the cities of Herb, saying that their kind must be wiped out. The man they had rescued had turned against one such maddened leader and had been imprisoned just before an attack upon the largest of the colony cities. After that, he remembered nothing. Varda stopped trying to follow the conversation. Lur was only explaining now how they had found the spaceman and brought him out of the wrecked ship. No human on Herb, this one had said. And yet were there not her own people, the ones who had built Memphir? And what of the barbarians, who, ruthless and cruel as they seemed by the standards of Memphir, were indeed men? Whence had they come, then? The men of Memphir and the ancestors of the barbarian hordes? Her hands touched the scaled skin of the suit she still wore and then rubbed across her own smooth flesh. Could one have come from the other? Was she of the blood and heritage of Lur? "Not so," Lur's mind, as quick as his flickering tongue, had caught that panic-born thought. You are of the blood of this space wanderer. Men from the riven colonies must have escaped to safety. Look at this man. Is he not like the men of Memphir, as they were in the olden days of the city's greatness? The stranger was tall, taller than the men of Memphir, and there was a certain hardness about him which those city dwellers in ease had never displayed. But Lur must be right. This was a man of her race. She smiled in sudden relief, and he answered that smile. Lur's soft laughter rang in both of their heads. Asti and his infinite wisdom can see through the centuries. Memphir has fallen because of its softness and the evil doing of its people, and the barbarians will now have their way with the lands of the north. But to me, it appears that Asti is not yet done with the pattern he was weaving there. To each of you, he granted a second life. Do not disdain the gifts of Asti, daughter of Herb. Again, Varta felt the warm tide of blood rise in her cheeks, but she no longer smiled. Instead, she regarded the outlander speculatively. Not even a maiden of the temple could withstand the commands of the All-Highest. Gifts from the hand of Asti dared not be thrown away. Above the puzzlement of the stranger, she heard the chuckling of Lur. End of The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. Recording by Nora Trapp.
The Knowledge Machine by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Knowledge Machine by Edmund Hamilton. Read by Quartertone. I wish now I'd never heard of electroeducation. Sure, it made me a millionaire, but what else did it do to me? What did it do to everybody? The trouble with me was that I was too ambitious. I had a nice wife and we were planning on a family. I wasn't satisfied with just being Pete Purdy, the best electric repairman in New York. I wanted something bigger and better for my family. Boy, did I get it. It began when I was called over to Gotham University to repair a motor generator that had gone sour. It was in the laboratory of Dr. Louis Kindler, the big psychophysiologist research man there. Of course, I didn't know then who he was. To me, he was just a thin, haggard old guy who looked like a nervous wreck as he told me about the generator.
It must be repaired immediately, at once,
he shrilled.
We're just completing an epical research. Epical, you hear?
I shrugged. I'll do the best I can, but this model's complicated. It'll take a week to rip her down and rewind the coils.
A week?
He screeched.
Impossible! We can't wait that long.
His colleague, a stocky, bullet-headed young scientist named James Carter, tried to soothe the old boy down. Dr. Kindler, you really must rest. You've been working too hard for months on these experiments. You know now it's a success. Why not try to relax?
Relax!
Screamed the old scientist. And then, all of a sudden, he went clean off his head. He just collapsed, raving about rays and neurons and a lot of other stuff. Young Carter called doctors and officials of the university quick. They took him away, yelling at the top of his voice. Next morning, as I was working in the laboratory on the generator, Carter came in looking pretty blue. Dr. Kindler has had a complete mental breakdown from overwork, he told me. He's been removed to a sanitarium and may remain there in a schizophrenic state for years. Schizophrenic? That's tough. I wondered what it meant. I guess the old man was a pretty big shot in science, huh? We had just completed the greatest discovery in the history of psychology, Carter said. He was tops in the field. I kept on working at the generator while young James Carter walked up and down the laboratory looking pretty moody. He kept staring at a big machine in the corner. It was nothing I could recognize, for I'm a good electrician, but these crazy scientific hookups are way over my head. To me, it looked something like a permanent wave machine with a metal cap like the dames put over their heads. Carter spoke as though he was talking to himself, gritting his teeth as he looked at that big machine. A discovery that means millions, billions, if I only had enough money to develop and exploit it. I pricked up my ears at that. Scientific discoveries don't interest me so much, but millions interest anybody. What is the thing? I asked. Some new kind of rig for atomic power? No, it's nothing like that, Carter muttered. It deals with the mind. I could revolutionize the world with this thing if I had enough money to develop improved apparatus. Won't the university put up the dough for the stuff you need? I asked him. He laughed kind of sour. Of course they would, but they would also then appropriate all title to it, whereas if I could develop it myself, it would make me the richest man in history. That interested me a lot. Here was I, Pete Purdy, with ambitions for Helen and the family we planned to have, and maybe I'd stumbled on a chance to get in on the ground floor of something big. I got up and went over to Carter and looked at the big machine with him. How much dough would you need for new apparatus? I asked. And what is the discovery anyway? Carter looked at me, his eyes narrowing a little as though he saw me for the first time. You mean that you might be interested in investing in it, Bertie? Purdy, I said, and I hedged a little then. I don't know. I've saved some money, and also my wife's Uncle Dimblewit left her a legacy last year. We got $30,000, and I was figuring to open up my own electric repair shop when I got a little more. Carter bit his lip. 30,000, he muttered. It might be done with that. It just might. Hold on. Don't spend my dough so fast, I told him. First, what is the gadget? He got all eager and excited as he explained. It's a new method of education. Oh, I said, and I guess my voice was plenty flat. Well, that's fine, but I don't think there'd be much profit in that. You don't know what you're talking about, Carter blazed. This method of education is new. It's something entirely undreamed of until now. He asked me, when you learn something, when you learn that the earth is round, for instance, how does your brain do it? I don't know, I said. How does it? The nerve cells of your brain, the neurons, already contain the ideas of earth and round, he explained. Constant repetition of earth is round establishes a connection between two neuron groups by gradually lowering the resistance at the synapses of neuron contacts. Thus, when in future you think of earth, the thought impulse flashes along that low resistance path to the specific neurons containing round. Being an electrician, I could dimly understand that. So that's how it's done, I said. And that's why you have to study things so long to learn them? Carter nodded quickly. Long study and repetition establishes the neural paths necessary for remembering. But suppose by applying a tiny electronic impulse from outside, you could artificially establish a low-resistance path between those two neuron groups. I got that, too. Then I know that Earth is round without having to bother learning it. That's the idea, Carter said. And that's what Dr. Kindler has been working on for years. I worked with him, of course, he added hastily. The discovery is as much mine as his. You see, he went on, we invented a scanner that can change the labyrinthine neural connections of the brain by tiny electronic impulses just as you can rewire that generator's coils. With it, we can set up any desired neural paths in an instant by applying just the right electronic impulses at the right points in the network. Any ordinary set of facts requires thousands of new neural paths in the brain. To learn a subject like Sanskrit, for instance, requires tens of thousands. The scanner can put these new neural connections in your brain in a flash by projecting a predetermined pattern of electronic impulses. Can it be done? I asked him. We proved it could be done, Carter told me. Dr. Kindler knew French, and I didn't. The scanner first scanned his neural patterns, isolated those having to do with word meanings, and recorded them on a moving tape. Then we ran the tape back, reversing the scanner so it would repeat that pattern of electronic impulses on my own brain. It took 10 minutes. At the end of that time, I knew French perfectly. That was a little hard to swallow. You mean you didn't have to study it or anything? I said. You just knew it all of a sudden? Exactly, said Carter. I see you look incredulous. I can soon prove the thing by running the same tape through on you. He grabbed the big metal cap that was connected to the machine by a lot of cables and jammed it down on my head. I began to protest. I didn't like the idea of anybody fooling around with my mind, but Carter switched on the machine before I could stop him. There was a humming, and the tape started unwinding inside the machine. I didn't feel anything except a queer tingling in my head. In a few minutes, the humming stopped and the tingling stopped too. Carter took the metal cap off me and looked at me. Well, I don't feel any different, I told him. Vous avez le français maintenant? He shot at me. Oui, parfaitement, I shot right back at him. Mais... I broke off and goggled. Holy cats, it worked! I do know French just like that! I did, too. I could speak it as easy as English, and I'd never known a word of it in my life before. The thing floored me. Now do you believe? Carter asked. And how? I managed to say. But I still don't see how there's millions to be made from it. Think, man, he said. It takes a student 4 years and several $1,000s to get a university education. Suppose he can go in and get it off tapes for a few $100s. The possibilities of it hit me just like that. Say, there'd be millions of students for prospects every year. And college students are only a small part of the market, Carter pointed out. Everybody would like to know more than they do. Everybody would like to know higher mathematics, or Latin, or architecture, or 100 other subjects. They don't learn them because it takes too much time and work to study them. But if they can just buy them... Why, there's no limit to the market, I said. How many different subjects could you pour into a guy's brain with the thing? Carter explained that there was a limit to that. The potential neural paths in each brain are limited in number. We found that the average person has a neural index that will allow him to absorb the equivalent of a PhD education from the tapes, but not much more. He added quickly, but there'd be a chance for repeat business even so. The scanner can erase this newfound knowledge from the brain by using a neutralizing electronic impulse. Then the student can learn entirely new subjects. Right then and there, I saw my big opportunity and I grabbed it. You can count me in, I told him. But mind, if I put up the dough for the apparatus, I get 1/3 interest. 1/3? Said Carter, kind of puzzled. Sure, 1/3 for me, 1/3 for you, and 1/3 for Doc Kindler, I reminded him. Oh, certainly, Carter said hastily. I'll put Dr. Kindler's share in trust for him, but you understand we'd better not use his name at all in developing this. It would prejudice people if they learned that the co-inventor of this method is now a mental wreck. Next day, without telling Helen, I drew out our $30,000 and Carter and I signed the partnership papers. He'd kept Doc Kindler's name out, as he said, and he'd decided to call our firm the Electro Education Company. Carter rented a small building up in the Bronx, and there we put up the apparatus that he assembled from the stuff I bought. How about those learning tapes, Carter? I asked him at the end of the week. We've got to be able to sell people more than just French. He grinned at me. I've got a lot of tapes on every subject already. You see, some of the best scientists and scholars in the world are on Gotham University's faculty. Under the pretext of X-raying their brains, I used the scanner to make tapes of everything they know. That kind of shocked me. It sounds like stealing their knowledge without them suspecting it. I don't want anything like that. Stealing? Carter answered quickly. Why, of course not. We'll pay them a fat royalty every time we use the tapes, of course. We tried the tapes out on each other. They worked fine. I went home that night bursting with a dozen professors' knowledge. Helen had her brother Harry and his wife for dinner that night. Harry has always snooted me, on account I'm an electrician while he went to college and works in an office. Tonight, I was loaded for bear when he started making one of his highbrow cracks to show off. It was a crack about astronomy. "Harry, you're a million miles off base," I told him. "The Riemannian conception of space you're talking about is a dead pigeon. It's been proved mathematically." And here I went into the equations. Helen and Harry and his wife all looked at me bug-eyed. I kind of enjoyed it, and I carried on from there. I delved into ancient history, gave some chatty remarks on modern biophysical theory, and then compared a Sanskrit drama with an old Greek tragedy by quoting yards of each in the original.
"Where in the name of all that's holy did you pick up all that, Pete?"
gasped Harry. I just laughed lightly. "Oh, I'm not one to brag about my learning. I kind of like to keep my lamp hid underneath a bushel." "I noticed that your grammar is still hidden under a bushel," Helen, like a wife does, put in. That dashed me a little. I'd forgotten that my grammar still wasn't so hot. We hadn't had any tapes on elementary English grammar. That night, after the others went, I told Helen the whole story and how our money was now invested in the electroeducation company. She hit the sky. I had been trapped by a swindler, I was an idiot, and we were going to die in the poorhouse. Next morning, she went with me to give Carter what for and demand our money back. Carter handled her beautifully. He inveigled her to put on the learning cap and then shot French, music, art, and a lot of other stuff into her. From then on, Helen was enthusiastic. So, next week, we hung out a sign and advertised in the newspapers. Carter had written the ad, and it was a good one.
"Do you want to know more?"
it asked.
"Do you yearn to learn, but are you repelled by the dreary prospect of months and years of study? Electroeducation is the answer. Study, classrooms, schools are now obsolete. We guarantee to bestow on you in a few hours enough higher education to pass any university's graduation examinations."
Next morning, we found a half-dozen prospects waiting to get into our electroeducation shop. Only it turned out they were all reporters who had come to write funny pieces about our project. Carter was smart. He didn't get mad. He just kidded them along and got one of them to try a sample course. Then he shot a full course of higher accounting into that chap. It seems that reporter was a guy who never had been able to add 2 and 2. He had such a blind spot for arithmetic. When he got up and realized how much he knew, he let out a yell. The other newshawks accused him of faking at first, but the argument induced some of the others to try it. Carter gave them Chinese, nuclear physics, anything they asked. That night, electroeducation hit the front pages of the newspapers with a bang. Some of the articles still claimed it was a fake, but a lot of the writers swore it worked. The result was that we had a crowd around our EE shop next day. Most of them were just curious, but there were a few with money enough and curiosity enough to try a few tapes. When they went out and told the crowd about it, others started coming in. Being near Gotham University, in 2 days we were handling a crowd of students so big they lined up for blocks. They came in with their money clutched in their hot little hands, and they went out crammed with every bit of knowledge their own professors had. Then after 3 days, the Better Business Bureau, the district attorney's office, and the police all came down on us.
"This thing is a barefaced swindle of some kind, and I shall see that these 2 men get prison for it,"
the DA announced. Carter had been expecting just that, and had a lawyer all ready when the preliminary hearing was held. He brought in our witnesses, joyful college students who had quit going to classes altogether because they were dead sure of passing anyway. Then Carter sprung his clincher.
"Your Honor," he said to the judge, "the courtroom janitor has agreed for a consideration to let me demonstrate electroeducation on him. Is the court agreeable?"
The court was agreeable. So right there in the courtroom, Carter set up our EE apparatus and used it on the janitor. This janitor was a big fathead old guy they called Puddinghead, on account everyone around court knew how dumb he was. Well, Carter shot all our law courses into him. He gave him not only civil law, criminal law, corporation law, and theory of jurisprudence, he also gave him graduate courses in such fancy stuff as the Justinian Code and medieval ecclesiastical law. When it was over, and it took little more than an hour, old Puddinghead got up and talked. He not only proved that he knew everything now about the law, he proved that the judge himself was woefully ignorant about a lot of it.
Electroeducation is obviously all it claims to be,
said the judge quickly to stop this painful exposé.
Case dismissed.
The courtroom exploded with excitement. Reporters crowded wildly around Carter. I found the judge himself plucking my arm.
Mr. Purdy, in confidence, could you give me those courses too?
The judge asked timidly. Overnight, electroeducation became the sensation of the country. It was like a bomb going off. I'll admit that it sort of floored me. I'm a modest kind of a guy. I'd figured on profits, on maybe even a chain of education shops someday, but I hadn't figured on what EE rapidly became. It didn't grow, it exploded. Within a month, Carter had branches started or underway in every big city in the country. He'd bought up a factory to turn out the EE apparatus. We trained our own operators. It was simple, since we just ran an EE tape to teach them. Our advertising plastered the newspapers, the billboards, the radio. We made the whole country EE conscious overnight. One of our best ads was,
"Why go to college for knowledge? Would you drive a horse and buggy to work? Get smart, the modern way."
And there was a big billboard picture that showed a guy sitting with one of our EE caps on his head. It advised,
"Don't be dumb, chum. Put on your learning cap today."
For the classier trade, the advertising man had worked out displays that showed a dumb cluck cringing in the middle of a lot of brilliant-looking conversationalists.
"Do you envy your friends when they discuss learned subjects?"
the ad asked.
"Why be inferior? EE will make a new man of you mentally."
They poured into our EE shops. They came in such droves that the police had to establish lines at every shop. Carter and I had big offices down in the Monarch State Building by now. My work wasn't hard. I arrived at 11 each morning, smoked a cigar, and then went to lunch for a few hours. The afternoon was not quite so tough. But Carter really worked. I never saw a guy with so much ambition. It kind of scared me the way he kept EE mushrooming out bigger and bigger each day. The universities and colleges had gone nuts. They tried first to suppress us, but they couldn't. They forbade their professors to sell us knowledge tapes, but we offered such big money that the professors did let us put their stuff on tapes on the sly. So the universities just gave up and closed their doors, all except a few bitter enders. Then it was the turn of the high schools and the public schools. Senators got up in the state legislatures and demanded a new educational system.
"Why should we support a vast, expensive, outmoded school system when EE can give every child better schooling at a fraction of the cost?"
they asked. The teachers all fought that, of course. But what chance did they have? The taxpayers didn't want to keep up the schools. The parents didn't want to when their kids could learn it all so easy by EE, and the kids themselves sure were wholehearted for EE from the start. The result was that the state set up, instead of schools, EE dispensaries in which our own operators gave kids their stuff. Every kid had to go to school 1 hour a year. He got his year's work shot into him by tape, and that was that. And the state paid us a set fee for every pupil. Money? It came in by tons, by carloads. All over the country, all over most of the world, EE was replacing the schools and colleges. And still, Carter wasn't satisfied.
"What we have got to avoid is saturation of the market, Pete," he told me. "As soon as everyone is full of knowledge, they will quit buying education."
Well, there will still be the new generation of students each year, and that brings in a big steady profit, I said.
"That's not enough," he said in his determined way. "What we need is repeat business like the movie industry gets. I'll work on that."
And he did. He got big new advertising campaigns planned that kept the public needled by successive waves of advertising. For a while, we plugged science. A man couldn't understand the world unless he was full of science. A woman should be ashamed to meet her bridge club if she couldn't discuss higher physics or colloid chemistry. It wore people down, all right. A lot of them came in and had us erase other stuff and fill them chock full of science. When a man reached his neural capacity, we had to erase to put new knowledge in, of course. We'd had a few sad experiences with guys who wanted to know absolutely everything and who went batty from too much EE. To avoid trouble with the law, our operators were strict on that now. When our sale of science subjects began to fall off, we switched our advertising to concentrate on art. We made expert knowledge of art all the rage. Sure enough, people came in by thousands to have their science knowledge erased so they could take on a cargo of art. Carter had worked out advertising that made young people good repeat customers too. If they didn't feel satisfied in their professions, why not try a new one? Lots of young lawyers, for instance, would decide they'd rather be doctors. They'd simply come in and have their legal knowledge erased, take on a full course of medical subjects, and hang out a shingle. Maybe 2 weeks later, they'd be back, wanting now to try engineering. Me, I was on top of the world, literally. I lived in the highest and biggest penthouse in town, and Helen was in the clouds, mainly on account of our new baby boy who had been born a year after we started EE and who was now husky and thriving. And little Percival is going to be proud of his father when he attains maturity, I told Helen. Not only because of my wealth, but because of my erudition. I really talked like that by then, for Helen had insisted on me taking a full course in English grammar soon after we started business. I had also taken all the other advanced EE courses my brain would hold, so that in those days there were few wiser guys than me in the world. Yes, dear, it is wonderful to know that Percival can be proud of his parents when he grows up, Helen said happily. Well, that's all you ever know about the future, for it was the very next morning that the whole thing busted. It busted when an old guy who looked vaguely professorial came crowding into my office in spite of my 4 secretaries.
"Are you Peter Purdy, the vice president of Electroeducation Company?" he asked me.
Yes, but if you have a knowledge record to sell, you should take it to our knowledge purchasing agent, I told him. I do not handle details like that. He just stood and stared at me, and then, all of a sudden, he let out a yell.
"The electrician!"
he yelled, pointing at me wildly. Suddenly, I recognized the old boy, and I got my feet down off the desk and got out of my chair. "Dr. Kindler," I said, all surprised. It was him, all right, Carter's colleague that had been in the sanitarium all this time, being a schizophreniac. But he didn't look out of his head now, at all. He just looked mad. "Doctor, I'm overjoyed to see you," I said. "And so will Carter be. We had no idea you were cured." Doc Kindler interrupted me by shouting at me every dirty name a scientist could think of.
"You blind fools turn my discovery loose on the world without knowing more about it. You don't know what you may have done."
Then he shouted even louder.
"Police!"
I hate to tell what followed. When Carter came in and saw the old doc, he turned a sickly color and started to scram. But the police were already arriving, and then the whole thing busted wide open. No need to give you the whole bitter story. It's had publicity enough, and enough people have called me a dope. I suppose at that it's better than to be convicted of theft like Carter. Yeah, Carter had just deliberately stolen the old doc's invention and hadn't helped invent it at all, like he told me. He'd figured Doc Kindler was away in the sanitarium for life, not guessing that shock therapy would finally succeed in restoring the old doc's mind. I don't blame the old doc for blowing up the way he did when he came back and found out, nor for the names he called me in court. I'd rather be called a stupid stooge than a thief any day. Sure, they took the penthouse and the big bank account and everything else away from me. I was lucky that they gave me back my original $30,000. Doc Kindler had relented enough to me to stipulate that when he turned all rights in EE over to the government. You know what the first thing was that I did when I got out of court that day? I went into the nearest EE shop and had them erase every course I had, even my grammar. And I did it because I was worried. I was worried by what Doc Kindler had said that day in the courtroom.
"My cricket assistant and this dolt Purdy, whom he deceived, didn't realize all they were doing when they exploited my discovery," Kindler said. "When I collapsed, my experiments with electroeducation were not yet complete. I had discovered that the minute electronic impulses used in electroeducation have a permanent effect on the germplasm as well as the soma, but I hadn't yet found out what the effect is." "Will you state your meaning in less technical terms, Doctor?" the judge asked. Kindler's voice was grave. I mean that the EE impulses have a powerful mutational effect on the genes that control the brain development of the unborn child. I got worried. Is my little boy going to be dotty because Helen and I took a lot of EE before he was born? I asked him. That I can't say yet, Kindler said grimly. I was trying to determine the nature of the effect when I collapse, and you let Carter talk you into appropriating my work. That was what scared me into having all my EE erased before I went home that night, and Helen threw a fit when she heard about it. Now don't get hysterical, I begged. The doc said he didn't know what the effect on Percival would be. It might not be so bad. But you and I were almost the first people to take EE, and whatever's going to happen to people's babies because of it will happen first to Percival, she sobbed. We went in and hung over his crib. I couldn't see a thing wrong with him, and I said so. He was as fat, healthy-looking a year-old baby as you'd want to see, as he lay there looking up at us. Yes, but what about his mind? Helen sobbed. He should be trying to talk by now, but he hasn't said a word. Maybe I could get him to talk if I worked hard enough with him, I said desperately. I chucked Percival under the chin. Say mama, Percival. Coochie, say mama. Percival opened his mouth and spoke. He spoke in a rather wobbly and shrill little voice. I presume, Father, he said, that the encouraging sounds you are directing at me are onomatopoeic in origin and are designed to stimulate the faculty of imitation. Nevertheless, I must beg you not to continue making such utterances. Helen and I gaped at each other. He talked, I choked out. He talked like a professor. You heard him. Helen stared, wide-eyed. But he never said a word before, not a word. Percival appeared to be bored. Really, you could hardly expect me to join in the sort of unintelligent conversation that goes on in this house. Yeah. That was the effect of EE's electronic impulses on the unborn. Every EE course that Helen and I had ever taken was in Percival's brain when he was born. The fact that we'd had our own knowledge erased hadn't affected him in the least. And I was going to have a son that would look up to me. That is a laugh. Our Percival loves his parents, but we will never see the day when we know half as much as he did when he was born. It was the same with all the other kids born after EE, of course. Every last one of them came into the world equipped with a full cargo of knowledge. You know how it's changed things. They had to cut the voting and office-holding age to 0, of course. We couldn't restrict office to adults when our own kids were 10 times smarter than we were. Half of Congress is under 10 years old these days, and the big offices are mostly filled with kid geniuses. I hear there's a 12-year-old out in California that they're grooming for president. What gets me, though, is this. These kids of ours still keep piling new knowledge into their brains with EE. Now, 20 or 30 years from now, what are their kids going to be like? I do some wondering about that. End of The Knowledge Machine by Edmund Hamilton.
Sam, This Is You by Mary Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sam, This Is You by Mary Leinster. You are not supposed to believe this story, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he is apt to say that it's all a lie. But Sam is a bit sensitive about it. He does not want the question of privacy to be raised again, especially in Rosie's hearing. And there are other matters. But it's all perfectly respectable and straightforward. It could have happened to anybody. Well, almost anybody. Anybody, say, who was a telephone lineman for the Batesville and Rappahannock Telephone Company, and who happened to be engaged to Rosie, and who had been told admiringly by Rosie that a man as smart as he was ought to make something wonderful of himself. And, of course, anybody who had taken that seriously and had been puttering around on a device to make private conversations on a party line telephone possible, and almost had the trick. It began about 6 o'clock on July 2nd, when Sam was up on a telephone pole near Bridges Run. He was hunting for the place where that party line had gone dead. He had hooked up his lineman's phone and he couldn't raise Central, so he was just going to start looking for the break when the phone rang back, though the line had checked dead. Startled, he put the receiver to his ear. "Hello? Who's this?" "Sam, this is you," a voice replied. "Huh?" said Sam. "What's that?" "This is you," the voice on the wire repeated. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." Sam hadn't even thought of hanging up. He was annoyed. He was up a telephone pole, trying to do some work, resting in his safety belt, and with his climbing irons safely fixed in the wood. Naturally, he thought somebody was trying to joke with him, and when a man is working is no time for jokes. "I'm not hanging up," said Sam dourly, "but you'd better." The voice was familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. If it talked a little more, he undoubtedly would. He knew it just about as well as he knew his own, and it was irritating not to be able to call this joker by name. The voice said, "Sam, it's the 2nd of July where you are, and you're up a pole by Bridges Run. The line's dead in 2 places, else I couldn't talk to you. Lucky, ain't it?" "Whoever you are," Sam said formidably, "it ain't going to be lucky for you if you ever need telephone service and you've kept wasting my time. I'm busy." "But I'm you," insisted the voice persuasively. "And you're me. We're both the same Sam Yoder, only where I am, it's July 12th. Where you are, it's July 2nd. You've heard of time traveling. Well, this is time talking. You're talking to yourself. That's me. And I'm talking to myself. That's you. And it looks like we've got a mighty good chance to get rich." Then something came into Sam's memory, and every muscle in his body went taut and tight, even as he was saying to himself, "It can't be." But he'd remembered that if a man stands in a corner and talks to the wall, his voice will sound to him just the way it sounds to somebody else. Being in the telephone business, he had tried it, and now he did recognize the voice. It was his own, talking to him, which, of course, was impossible. "Look," he said hoarsely, "I don't believe this." "Well, then listen," the voice said briskly, and Sam's face grew red. It burned. His ears began to feel scorched, because the voice, his voice, was telling him strictly private matters that nobody else in the world knew, nobody but himself and Rosie. "Quit it," groaned Sam. "Somebody might be listening. Tell me what you want and ring off." The voice told him what it wanted, his own voice. It sounded pleased. It told him precisely what it wanted him to do. And then, very kindly, it told him exactly where the 2 breaks in the line were. And then it rang off. He sweated when he looked at the first of the 2 places. A joining was bad, and he fixed that. It was where his voice had said it would be, and that was as impossible as anything else. When he had fixed the second break, Sam called Central and told her he was sick and going home, and that if there were any other phones that needed fixing today, people were probably better off without phone service anyhow. He went home and washed his face and made himself a brew of coffee and drank it, and his memory turned out to be unimpaired. Presently, he heard himself muttering. So he said defiantly, "There ain't any crazy people in my family, so it ain't likely I've gone out of my head. But God knows, nobody but Rosie knows about me telling her sentimental that her nose is so cute. I couldn't believe she ever had to blow it. Maybe it was me talking to myself." Talking to oneself is not abnormal. Lots of people do it. Sam missed out the conclusion to be drawn from the fact that he had answered himself back. He reasoned painfully. If somebody drove over to Rappahannock, past Dunsville, and telephoned back that there was a brush fire at Dunsville, I wouldn't be surprised to get to Dunsville and find the brush fire there. So, if somebody phones back from next Tuesday that Mr. Broadus broke his leg next Tuesday, why, I shouldn't be surprised to get to next Tuesday and find he had done it. Going to Rappahannock, past Dunsville, and going to next Thursday, past next Tuesday, ain't so much difference. It's only the difference between a road map and a calendar. Then he began to see implications. He blinked. "Yes, sir," he said in awe. "I wouldn't have thought of it if I hadn't told myself on the telephone, but there is money to be made out of this. I must be near as smart as Rosie thinks I am. I'd better get that dinkus set up." He had more or less half-heartedly worked out an idea of how a party-line telephone conversation could be made private, but just out of instinct, you might say. He had accumulated around his house a lot of stuff that should have been on the telephone company's inventory. There were condensers and transmitters and selective ringing bells and resistances and the like. He had meant to put some of them together someday and see what happened, but he had been too busy courting Rosie to get to it. Now he did get started. His own voice on the telephone had told him to. It had warned him that one thing he had intended wouldn't work and something else would. But it was essentially simple, after all. He finished it and cut off his line from Central, and hooked this gadget in. He rang. Half a minute later, somebody rang back. "Hello," said Sam, quivering. He had broken the line to Central, remember. In theory, he shouldn't have gotten anybody, anywhere. But a very familiar voice said, "Hello," back at him, and Sam swallowed and said, "Hello, Sam. This is you in the 2nd of July." The voice at the other end said cordially that Sam had done pretty well, and now the two of them, Sam in the here and now, and Sam in the middle of the week after next, would proceed to get rich together. But the voice from July 12th sounded less absorbed in the conversation than Sam thought quite right. It seemed even abstracted. And Sam was at once sweating from the pure unreasonableness of the situation, and conscious that he rated congratulations for the highly technical device he had built. After all, not everybody could build a time talker. He said with some irony, "If you're too busy to talk." "I'll tell you," replied the voice from the 12th of July, gratified. "I am kind of busy right now. You'll understand when you get to where I am. Don't get mad, Sam. Tell you what. You go see Rosie and tell her about this and have a nice evening. Ha ha." "Now what," asked Sam cagily, "do you mean by that ha-ha?" "You'll find out," said the voice. "Knowing what I know, I'll even double it. Ha 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 ha. There was a click. Sam rang back, but got no answer. He may have been the first man in history to take an objective and completely justified dislike to himself. But presently he grumbled. Smart, huh? Two can play at that. I'm the one that's got to do things if we're both going to get rich. He put his gadget carefully away and combed his hair and ate some cold food around the house and drove over to see Rosie. It was a night and an errand which, ordinarily, would have seemed purely romantic. There were fireflies floating about, and the moon shone down splendidly, and a perfumed breeze carried mosquitoes from one place to another. It was the sort of night on which, ordinarily, Sam would have thought only of Rosie, and Rosie would have optimistic ideas about how housekeeping could, after all, be done on what Sam made a week. They got settled down in the hammock on Rosie's front porch, and Sam said expansively, Rosie, I've made up my mind to get rich. You ought to have everything your little heart desires. Suppose you tell me what you want, so I'll know how rich I've got to get. Rosie drew back. She looked sharply at Sam. Do you feel all right? He beamed at her. He had never been married, and he didn't know how crazy it sounded to Rosie to be queried on how much money would satisfy her. There simply isn't any answer to the question. Listen, said Sam tenderly. Nobody knows it, but tonight Joe Hunt and the widow Backus are eloping to North Carolina to get married. We'll find out about it tomorrow. And day after tomorrow, on the 4th of July, Dunsville is going to win the baseball game with Bradensburg, 7-5, all tied till the 9th inning, and then George Peavy is going to hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base. Rosie stared at him. Sam explained complacently. The Sam Yoder in the middle of the week after next had told him what to expect in those particular cases. He would tell him other things to expect. So Sam was going to get rich. Rosie said, Sam, somebody was playing a joke on you. Yeah, Sam answered comfortably. Who else but me knows what you said to me that time you thought I was mad at you and you were crying out back of the well house? Sam! And nobody else knows about that time we were picnicking and a bug got down the back of your dress and you thought it was a hornet. Sam Yoder, wailed Rosie. You never told anybody about that. Nope, said Sam, truthfully. I never did. But the me in the week after next knew. He told me. So he had to be me talking to me. It couldn't have been anybody else. Rosie gasped. Sam explained it all over again, in detail. When he had finished, Rosie seemed dazed. Then she said desperately, Sam, either you've told somebody else everything we ever said or did together, or else there's somebody who knows every word we ever said to each other. That's awful. Do you really and truly mean to tell me? Sure, I mean to tell you, said Sam happily. The me in the week after next called me up and talked about things nobody knows but you and me. Can't be no doubt at all. Rosie shivered. He knows every word we ever said. Then he knows every word we're saying now. She gulped. Sam Yoder, you go home. Sam gaped at her. She got up and backed away from him. Do you think, she chattered despairingly, that I'm going to talk to you when somebody else listens to every word I say and knows everything I do? Do you think I'm going to marry you? Then she ran away, weeping noisily, and slammed the door on Sam. Her father came out presently, looking patient, and asked Sam to go home so Rosie could finish crying and he could read his newspaper in peace. On the way back to his own house, Sam meditated darkly. By the time he got there, he was furious. The him in the next week after next could have warned him about this. He rang and rang and rang on the cutoff line with his gadget hooked in to call July the 12th, but there was no answer. When morning came, he rang again, but the phone was still dead. He loaded his toolkit in the truck and went off to work, feeling about as low as a man could feel. He felt lower when he reported at the office, and somebody told him excitedly that Joe Hunt and the widow Backus had eloped to North Carolina to get married. Nobody would have tried to stop them if they had prosaically gotten married at home, but they had eloped to make it more romantic. It wasn't romantic to Sam. It was devastating proof that there was another him 10 days off, knowing everything he knew and more besides, and, very likely, laughing his head off at the fix Sam was in. He went over to Bradensburg that day to repair some broken lines, and around noon he went into a store to get something to eat. There were some local sportsmen in the store, bragging to each other about what the Bradensburg baseball team would do to the Dunsville Nine. Sam said peevishly, "Ha! Dunsville will win the game by 2 runs. "Have you got any money that agrees with you?" a local sportsman demanded pugnaciously. "If you have, put it up and let somebody cover it." Sam wanted to draw back, but he had roused the civic pride of Bradensburg. He tried to temporize, and he was jeered at. In the end, philosophically, he dragged out all the money he had with him and bet it, $11. It was covered instantly, amid raucous laughter. And on the way back to Batesville, he reflected unhappily that he was going to make $11 out of knowing what was going to happen in the 9th inning of that ball game, but probably at the cost of losing Rosie. He tried to call his other self that night again. There was no more answer than before. He unhooked the gadget and restored normal service to himself. He rang Rosie's house. She answered the phone. "Rosie," Sam asked yearningly, "are you still mad at me?" "I was never mad at you," said Rosie, gulping. "I'm mad at whoever was talking to you on the phone and knows all our private secrets. And I'm mad at you if you told him." "But I didn't have to tell him. He's me. All he has to do is just remember. I tried to call him last night and again this morning," he added bitterly. "And he don't answer. Maybe he's gone off somewheres. I'm thinking it might be a kind of illusion, maybe." "You told me there'd be an elopement last night," retorted Rosie, her voice wobbling. "And there was. Joe Hunt and the widow Backus, just like you said." It could have been a coincidence," suggested Sam, not too hopefully. "I'm waiting to see if Dunsville beats Bradensburg 7-5 tomorrow, tied to the 9th, with George Peavy hitting a homer, then with Fred Holmes on second base. If that happens, I'll die." "Why?" asked Sam. "Because it'll mean that I can't marry you, ever, because somebody else would be looking over your shoulder, and we wouldn't ever be by ourselves, all our lives, night or day." She hung up, weeping, and Sam swore slowly and steadily and with venom, while he worked to hook up his device again, which did not make a private conversation on a party line, but allowed a man to talk to himself 10 days away from where he was. And then Sam rang and rang and rang, but he got no answer. The following day, in the big 4th of July game, Dunsville beat Bradensburg 7-5. It was tied to the 9th. Then George Peavy hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base. Sam collected his winnings, but grimly, without joy. He stayed home that night, worrying and, every so often, trying to call himself up on the device he had invented and been told, by himself, to modify. It was a nice gadget, but Sam did not enjoy it. It was a nice night, too. There was moonlight, but Sam did not enjoy that either. Moonlight wouldn't do Sam any good so long as there was another him in the middle of the week after next, refusing to talk to him so he could get out of the fix he was in. Next morning, though, the phone woke him. He swore at it out of habit until he got out of bed, and then he realized that his gadget was hooked in and Central was cut off. He made it in one jump to the instrument. "Hello?" "Don't fret," said his own voice patronizingly. "Rosie's going to make up with you." "How in blazes do you know what she's going to do?" raged Sam. "She won't marry me with you hanging around. I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of you." "Quiet," commanded the voice on the telephone irritably. "I'm busy. I've got to go collect the money you've made for us." "You collect money? I get in trouble and you collect money?" "I have to," his voice said with the impatient patience of one speaking to a small idiot child. "Before you can have it. Listen here. Where you are, it's Wednesday. You're going over to Dunsville today to fix some phones. You'll be in Mr. Broaddus's law office about 10:30. You look out the window and notice a fella sitting in a car in front of the bank. Notice him good." "I won't do it," said Sam defiantly. "I ain't taking any orders from you. Maybe you're me, but I make money and you collect it. For all I know, you spend it before I get to it. I'm quitting this business right now. It's cost me my own true love and all my life's happiness, and to hell with you." "You won't do it?" his own voice asked nastily. "Wait and see." So, that morning, the manager told Sam, when he reported to work, to drive over to Dunsville and check on some lines there. Sam balked. He said there were much more important lines needing repair elsewhere. The manager explained politely to Sam that Mr. Broaddus over in Dunsville had been taken drunk at a 4th of July party and fallen out of a window. He had broken his leg, so it was a Christian duty to make sure he had a telephone in working order in his office, and Sam could get over there right away, or else. On the way to Dunsville, Sam morosely remembered that he had known about Mr. Broaddus's leg. He had told himself about it on the telephone. At 10:30, he was fixing Mr. Broaddus's telephone when he remembered about the man he was supposed to get a good look at, sitting in a car in front of the bank. He made an angry resolution not, under any circumstances, to glance outside of the lawyer's office. He meditated savagely that, by this resolution, the schemes of his other self in the future were abolished. Naturally, he presently went to the window and looked to see what he was abolishing. There was a car before the bank with a reddish-haired man sitting in it. A haze came out of the exhaust, showing that the motor was running. None of this impressed Sam as remarkable, but as he looked, 2 other men came running out of the bank. One of them carried a bag, and both of them had revolvers out, and they piled into the car, and the reddish-haired man gunned it, and it was abruptly a dwindling speck in a cloud of dust getting out of town. 3 seconds later, old Mr. Bluford, president of the bank, came out yelling, and the cashier came after him, and it was a first-rate bank robbery they were yelling about. The men in the getaway car had departed with $35,000. All of it had taken place so fast that Sam hardly realized what had happened when he went out to see what it was all about, and was instantly seized upon to do some work. The bank robbers had shot out the telephone cable out of town with a shotgun, so word couldn't get ahead of them. Sam was needed to re-establish communications with the outside world. He did, absorbedly reflecting on the details of the robbery as he had heard them. He was high up on a telephone pole, and the sheriff and enthusiastic citizens were streaking past in cars to make his labors unnecessary, when the personal aspect of all this affair hit him. "My God!" gasped Sam, shocked. "That me in the middle of next week told me to come over here and watch a bank robbery, but he didn't let on what was going to happen, so's I could stop it." He felt an incredulous indignation come over him. "I would have been a hero," he said resentfully. "Rosie would have admired me. That other me is a born crook." Then he realized the facts. The other him was himself only a week and a half distant. The other him was so far sunk in dastardliness that he permitted a crime to take place, feeling no more than sardonic amusement. And there was nothing he himself could do about it. He couldn't even tell the authorities about this depraved character. They wouldn't believe him, unless he could get his other self on the telephone to admit his criminality. Even then, what could they do? Sam felt what little zest he had left in living go trickling out of his climbers. He looked into the future and saw nothing desirable in it. He painstakingly finished the repair of the shot-out telephone line, but then he went down to his truck and drove over to Rosie's house. There was but one thing he could do. Rosie came suspiciously to the door. "I come to tell you goodbye, Rosie," said Sam. "I just found out I'm a criminal, so I aim to go and commit my crimes far away from my home and the friends who never thought I'd turn out this way. Goodbye, Rosie." "Sam," said Rosie, "what's happened now?" He told her about the bank robbery and how his own self, in the week after next, had known it was going to happen, and told Sam to go watch it without giving him information by which it could have been stopped. "He knew it after it happened," said Sam bitterly, "and he could have told me about it before. He didn't. So he's an accessory to the crime, and he's me, which makes me an accessory, too. Goodbye, Rosie. My own true love, you'll never see me again." "You sit right down here," Rosie ordered firmly. "You haven't done a thing yet, so it's that other you who's a criminal. You haven't got a thing to run away for." "But I'm going to have. I'm doomed to be a criminal. It's that me in the week after next. There's nothing to be done." "Says who? I'm going to do something." "Like what?" asked Sam. "I'm going to reform you," said Rosie, "before you start." She was a determined girl, that Rosie. She marched inside and put on her blue jeans, then went to her father's woodshed, where he kept his tools, and got a monkey wrench and stuck it in her hip pocket. When she came to the truck, Sam said, "What's the idea, Rosie?" "I'm riding around with you," replied Rosie with a grim air. "You won't do anything criminal with me on hand. And if that other you starts talking to you on the telephone, I'm going to climb that pole and tell him where he gets off." "If anybody could keep me from turning criminal," acknowledged Sam, "it'd be you, Rosie. But That monkey wrench, what's it for? Rosie climbed into the seat beside him. You start having criminal ideas, she told him, and you'll find out. Now, you go on about your business, and I and the monkey wrench will look after your morals. This tender exchange happened only an hour or so after the robbery, and there was plenty of excitement around. But Sam went soberly about his work as telephone lineman. Rosie simply rode with him as it wasn't as a bodyguard, but a sort of MP escort, morals police. Where he worked on a line, he called the central office to report, and he heard about the hunt for the bank robbers and told Rosie. It was good fortune that he had been in Dunsville when the robbery happened, because his prompt repair of the phone wires had spoiled the robbers' getaway plans. They hadn't gone 10 miles from Dunsville before somebody fired a load of buckshot at them as their car roared by Lemon's store. They were passed before they realized they'd been shot at, but the buckshot had punctured the radiator, and 2 miles on they were stuck. They pushed their car off the road behind some bushes and struck out on foot, and the sheriff ran right past their car without seeing it. Then rain began to fall, and the bank robbers were wet and scared and desperate. They knew there would be roadblocks set up everywhere, and they had that bag of money, part bills, but a lot of it silver, and all of Tidewater was up in arms. Taking evasive action, they hastily stuffed their pockets with small bills. There were no big ones, but dared not take too much lest the pockets bulge. They hid the major part of their loot in a hollow tree. They separated, going to nearby towns, while rain fell heavily and covered their trails, and went to bed with chest colds. They felt miserable, but the rain washed away the scent they had left, and bloodhounds couldn't do a thing. None of this was known to Sam, of course. Rosie had taken charge of him, and she kept charge. She rode with him all the afternoon of the robbery. When quitting time came, he took her home and prepared to retire from the scene. But she said grimly, "Oh, no, you don't. You're staying right here. You're going to sleep in my brother's room, and my pa's going to put a padlock on the door so you don't go roaming off to call up that no-account other you and get into more trouble." "I might mess things up if I don't talk to him," Sam objected. "He's messed things up enough by talking to you. The idea of repeating our private affairs. He hadn't ought to know them, and I'm not sure," she said ominously, "that you didn't tell him. If you did, Sam Yoder." Sam didn't argue the point, for there was no argument to make. He was practically meek until he discovered after supper that the schedule for the evening was a game of cribbage played in the living room where Rosie's mother and father were. He mentioned unhappily to Rosie that they were acting like old married people without the fun of getting that way, but he said that only once. Rosie glared at him, and when bedtime came, she shooed him into her brother's room, and her father padlocked him in. He did not sleep well. Next morning, there was Rosie in her blue jeans, with a monkey wrench in her pocket, ready to go riding with him. She did, and the next day, and the next. Nothing happened. The State Banking Association put up $5,000 reward for the bank robbers, and the insurance company put up some more, but there wasn't a trace of the criminals. There wasn't a trace of criminality about Sam either. Rosie rode with him, but they exchanged not one single hand squeeze, nor one melting glance, nor did they even play footsies while they were eating lunch in the truck outside a filling station. Their conduct was exemplary, and it wore on Sam. Possibly it wore on Rosie too. One day, Sam said morosely, as he chewed on a ham sandwich at lunch, "Rosie, I'm crazy about you, but this feels like I've been divorced without ever even getting married first." And Rosie snapped, "If I told you how I feel, that other you in the week after next would laugh his fool head off, so shut up." Things were bad, and they got no better. For nearly a week, Rosie rode everywhere with Sam in his truck. They acted in a manner which Rosie's parents would in theory have approved, but didn't even begin to believe in. They did nothing the world could not have watched without their being embarrassed, and they said very little that all the world would not have been bored to hear. It must have been the 11th of July when they almost snapped at each other, and Rosie said bitterly, "Let me drive a while. I need to put my mind on something that it don't make me mad to think about." "Go ahead," Sam invited gloomily. He stopped the truck and got out the door. "I don't look for any happiness in this world anymore, anyway." He went around to the other side of the truck while she slid to the driver's seat. "Tomorrow's going to be the 12th, she said. "Do you realize that?" "I hadn't given it much thought," admitted Sam. "But what's the difference?" "That's the day where the other you was when he called you up the first time." "That's right," said Sam morbidly. "It is." "And so far," added Rosie, jamming her foot viciously down on the accelerator, "I've kept you honest. If you change into a scoundrel between now and tomorrow—" She changed to second gear. The truck jerked and bounced. "Hey," cried Sam, "watch your driving." "Don't you tell me how to drive." "But if I get killed before tomorrow—" Rosie changed gear again, but too soon. The truck bucked, and she jammed down the accelerator again, and had almost leaped off the road. "If you get killed before tomorrow," raged Rosie, "it'll serve you right. I've been thinking and thinking and thinking, and even if I stop you from being a crook, there'll always be that other you knowing everything we say and do." She was hitting 40 miles an hour and speeding up. "So there'd still be no use, no hope anyway." She sobbed, partly in fury and partly in grief. And the roadway curved sharply just about there, and she swung the truck crazily around it, and there was a car standing only halfway off the road. Sam grabbed for the steering wheel, but there wasn't time. The light half truck, still accelerating, hit the parked car with the noise of dozens of empty oil drums falling downstairs. The truck slewed around, bounced back, and then it charged forward and slammed into the parked car a second time. Then it stalled. Somebody yelled at Sam. He got out of the truck, looking at the damage and trying to figure out how it was that neither he nor Rosie had been killed, and trying worriedly to think how he was going to explain to the telephone company that he had let Rosie drive. The voice yelled louder. Right at the edge of the woodland, there was a reddish-haired character screaming at him and tugging at his hip pocket. The words he used were not fit for Rosie's shell-like ears, even if they probably came near matching the way she felt. The reddish-haired man said more nasty words at the top of his voice. His hand came out of his hip pocket with something glittering in it. Sam was swinging when the glitter began, and he connected before the gun fired. There was a sort of squashy smacking sound, and the reddish-haired man lay down quietly in the road. "M'God," said Sam blankly. "This was the fella in front of the bank. He's one of those robbers." He stared. There was a loud crashing in the brushwood. The accident had happened at the edge of some woodland, and Sam did not need a high IQ to know that the friends of the red-haired man must be on the way. A second later, he saw them. Rosie was just getting out of the car then. She was very pale, and there wasn't time to tell her to get started up, if possible, and away from there. The men came at Sam, meanwhile expressing opinions of the state of things, of Sam, of the cosmos, of everything but the weather, in terms even more reprehensible than the first man had used. They saw the reddish-haired man lying on the ground. One of them, he had come out into the road behind the truck and was running towards Sam, jerked out a pistol. He was about to use it on Sam, at a range of something like 6 feet, when there was a peculiar noise behind him. It was a sort of hollow clunk, which, even at such a time, needed to have attention paid to it. He jerked his head around to see. The clunk had been made by Rosie's monkey wrench, falling imperatively on the head of the second man to come out of the woods. She had carried it to use on Sam, but she used it instead on a total stranger. He fell down and lay peacefully still. Then Sam swung a second time at the second man to draw a pistol on him. Then there was only the sweet singing of birds among the trees and the whirrings of other insect noises of creatures in the grass and brushwood. Presently there were other noises, but they were made by Rosie. She wept, hanging on to Sam. He unwound her arms from around his neck and thoughtfully went to the back of the truck and got out some phone wire and his pliers. He fastened the 3 strangers' hands together behind them, and then their feet, and he piled them in the back of the light truck along with the money they had stolen. They came to, one by one, and Sam explained severely that they must watch their language in the presence of a lady. The 3 were so dazed, though, by what had befallen them, that the warning wasn't really necessary. Rosie's parents would have been pleased at how completely proper their behavior was, while they took the 3 bank robbers into town and turned them over to the sheriff. That night, Rosie sat on the porch with Sam, and they discussed the particular event of the day in some detail. But Rosie was still concerned about the other Sam. So, Sam decided to assert himself. About 9:30 he said firmly, "Well, Rosie, I guess I'd better be getting along home. I've got to try one more time to call myself up on the telephone and tell me to mind my own business." "Says who?" demanded Rosie. "You're staying locked up right here tonight, and I'm riding with you tomorrow. If I kept you honest this far, I can keep it up until sundown tomorrow. Then maybe it will stick." Sam protested, but Rosie was adamant, not only about keeping him from being a crook, but from having any fun to justify his virtue. She shooed him into her brother's room, and her father locked him in. And Sam did not sleep very well, because it looked as though virtue wasn't even its own reward. He sat up, brooding. It must have been close to dawn when the obvious hit him. Then he gazed blankly at the wall and said, "M'God! Of course!" He grinned, all by himself, practically from head to foot. And at breakfast he hummed contentedly as he stuffed himself with pancakes and syrup, and Rosie's depressed expression changed to a baffled alarm. He smiled tenderly upon her when she came doggedly out to the truck, wearing her blue jeans and with the monkey wrench in her pocket. They started off the same as any other day, and he told her amiably, "Rosie, The sheriff says we get $5,000 reward from the Bankers Association, and there's more from the insurance company, and there's odd bits of change offered for those fellas for past performances. We're going to be right well off." Rosie looked at him gloomily. There was still the matter of the other Sam in the middle of the week after next. And just then, Sam, who had been watching the telephone lines beside the road as he drove, pulled off the road and put on his climbing irons. "What's this?" asked Rosie frightenedly. "You know—" "You listen," said Sam, completely serene. He climbed zestfully to the top of the pole. He hooked in the little gadget that didn't make private conversations possible on a party line, but did make it possible for a man to talk to himself 10 days in the future. Or the past. "Hello," said Sam, up at the top of the telephone pole. "Sam, this is you." A voice he knew perfectly well sounded in the receiver. "Huh? Who's that?" "This is you," said Sam. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." He heard Rosie gasp all the way down there in the banged-up telephone truck. Sam had seen the self-evident at last, and now, in the 12th of July, he was talking to himself on the telephone. Only, instead of talking to himself in the week after next, he was talking to himself in the week before last. He, being back there 10 days before, working on this very same telephone line on this very same pole. And it was the same conversation, word for word. When he came down from the pole, rather expansively, Rosie grabbed him and wept. "Oh, Sam," she sobbed. "It was you all the time." "Yeah," said Sam complacently. "I figured it out last night. That me back there in the 2nd of July, he's cussing me out. And he's going to tell you about it, and you're going to get all wrought up. But I can make that dumb me back yonder do what has to be done. And you and me, Rosie, have got a lot of money coming to us. I'm going to carry on through so he'll earn it for us. But I'm warning you, Rosie. He'll be back at my house waiting for me to talk to him tonight, and I've got to be home to tell him to go over to your house. I'm going to say, ha-ha, ha-ha, at him." "All right," said Rosie, wide-eyed. "You can. But I remember that when I call me up tonight, back there 10 days ago, I'm going to be right busy here and now. I'm going to make me mad because I don't want to waste time talking to myself back yonder. Remember?" "Now, what," asked Sam mildly, "would I be doing tonight that would make me not want to waste time talking to myself 10 days ago? You got any ideas, Rosie?" "Sam Yoder, I wouldn't. I never heard of such a thing." Sam looked at her and shook his head regretfully. Too bad. If you won't, I guess I've got to call me up in the week after next and find out what's cooking." You shan't," said Rosie fiercely. "I'll get even with you, but you shan't talk to that." Then she wailed. "Darn you, Sam, even if I do have to marry you so you'll be wanting to talk to me instead of that dumb you 10 days back, you're not. Sam grinned. He kissed her. He put her in the truck and they rode off to Batesville to get married. And they did. But you're not supposed to believe all this, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he's apt to say it's all a lie. He doesn't want to talk about private party lines either. And there are other matters. For instance, Sam's getting to be a pretty prominent citizen these days. He makes a lot of money, one way and another. Nobody around home will ever bet with him on who's going to win at sports and elections anyhow. End of Sam, This Is You by Murray Leinster. Recorded by Pneumatic, also known as Vincent V. Marshburn.
Space Can by Murray Leinster. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Space Can by Murray Leinster. Read by Quartertone. When the Windship landed on Ganymede, it was on one of those errands that are handed over to destroyer skippers commanding the tin cans of the space fleet, because nobody with silver braid wants to do them. Lieutenant Joe Peabody had been officially directed to proceed to Ganymede, land in 10 degrees north latitude and 10 degrees west of the zero longitude echo beacon, and contact a Ganymedian chief called Yloop. He was to deliver to that Ganymedian chief one swamp car, assure him that Earth government was very happy to give him the present he had requested, and then make what efforts seemed wise to promote cordial relations. Then he was to return to base. It was just the sort of job that anybody with silver braid would wish off on somebody of lower rank. The Windship carried 2 officers, 10 men, and 1 dog. The dog was Ricky, the official mascot of the ship, and an animal of some reputation. He'd had more and taller tales told about him by the crew than less imaginative men could invent for their ship's mascots. Such as the story that when the Windship was based on Luna, every time she came back to port, there were 7 girl dogs and a Venusian room cat waiting at the space yard gate when Ricky sauntered out on his first liberty. The Windship's armament consisted of meteor repellers, pressure-fused signal flares, and a pop gun of no conceivable use out of atmosphere. In combat, if war did come with Mars, her function would be to scout ahead of the Earth battle fleet and try to get off a warning of contact before she was smashed by guided missiles. In peacetime, she ran errands not desired by anybody else and acted as one of the guinea pigs for the technical brass. At the moment, she was still choked up inside with the 3-foot lead-cadmium sheeting, put on in 3-inch plates, applied to her fuel tanks when she was sent on a long and purposeless cruise to test the efficiency of pre-bombarded and therefore radioactive fuel. The fuel wasn't efficient at all. Dick Harkness, her second-in-command, still swore at that sheeting regularly. He swore again as the little ship settled down through the misty Ganymedian atmosphere. The ground below, as seen through the snooperscope, was utterly featureless save for some hundreds of thousands of identical clumps of gannygrass. That was Ganymede. Gannygrass and swamp. "Remember the recruiting posters we saw last time on Earth?" growled Dick Harkness to Joe. "Deep space is calling you. Ride a comet and see the worlds. There ought to be a law. Look below. Who wants to see this?" Joe Peabody watched his instruments, scratching Ricky's head absently. He'd picked out a patch of gannygrass to land on, and the snake eye corrected course if the little ship swerved by a hair's breadth. But he watched anyway. "Things could be worse," he said. "They've got to recruit spacemen somehow. If glamour posters make them join up, why not?" "Glamour?" said Dick. "Look below. They ought to put a Ganymedian on the recruiting board. He'd fix those posters. Be a destroyer spaceman. Spend your time running errands. Visit Ganymede and see the swamps. Learn to salute. That's the way a Ganymedian would make the posters read." The Windship swung ever so slightly and settled toward the chosen grass patch. Joe nodded in satisfaction. Dick Harkness grumbled again. "Look at the doggone place. Venus is bad enough with an aerosol for an atmosphere, and Mercury is worse. But at least the natives are human, after fashion. Shut your eyes and listen to a Mercurian trying to bargain you out of your back teeth, and you feel almost chummy. Hold your nose and watch a Venus girl dance, and you almost get sentimental. But these Ganymedians, with the way they—" "Yeah," said Joe. He pushed the landing cushion button. There was a tiny impact, and an infinitesimal movement in the ganny grass began directly below them. The bending spread out like a wave.
Have to warn the crew again, Dick. Tell them to remember all over again that Ganymedians talk like paymasters figure. Specific. Exact. They don't understand exaggeration, and they don't understand jokes. If you tell them something that isn't literally true, they think you're crazy.
They're not human, said Dick gloomily. They never lie, and they make you mad. Huh. They send word by space radio to a passing freighter that this Chief Yeloop wants a swamp car. Then they wait for it, will deliver it, and they'll look at it and say, yes, this it. Or else they'll say, this not right. And that's all. Then they go off with the swamp car.
The windship hung low now, barely above the 30-foot stalks of ganny grass. A Ganymedian peered up, bracing himself against the landing cushion field, which transferred the weight of the ship to the ground below and very neatly contracted as the little ship descended.
True enough, admitted Joe. But Brass says we must cultivate cordial relations. Tip off the hands, Dick. We'll touch now.
Ganny grass stems sprang up alongside the ship's ports as the landing cushion field contracted and stayed pointed straight down. The descending motion ceased without a jar. The windship rested on the yielding, matted roots which were the soil of Ganymede where it wasn't swamp. Joe flicked switches, and the ship was grounded.
We won't be here long, he observed. They'll come for the swamp car, and they don't go in for the amenities, so we'll be off again pretty soon. You tip the hands about how to talk, while I remember not to smile when I try to act pleasant. To them, a smile is an expression of rage just before it turns to murder.
He put on a light atmosphere suit and went out the lock. There were a good many Ganymedians on hand. From overhead, the innumerable clumps of grass had seemed without life. Ganny grass grew 30 feet high in semi-floating islands that were roughly 200 feet across. In between the clumps was swamp. The Ganymedians lived in what amounted to burrows in their floating islands and progressed from one grass patch to another in queer, skittering hops startlingly like the running steps of a heavy bird just about to take off upwind. They had a civilization of sorts, but nobody could gather more than minor information about it. Questioned, they either answered exactly and literally, or else ignored the questioner. They had no manners at all by Earth standards, and their morals were not matters of interest to anybody who had ever seen a Ganymedian female. Ordinarily, there would be one family group to a grass clump, and one grass clump to a family group. Here, though, there were very many on hand as Joe went out the lock. Their numbers increased momently. From overhead they had been nearly invisible, but they must have begun to move toward the windship's landing place as soon as it could be identified. Joe saw at least a dozen wearing the belts of swamp bear claws, which were signs of chiefhood. He remembered not to smile politely.
"Yeloop?"
he asked. One of the bloated figures moved. The others, as always, either stared with opaque blank eyes or paid no attention whatever to the ship or skipper, even though they'd come to see it.
"Yeloop, me,"
said the bloated figure.
"Your swamp car,"
Joe told him, unsmiling,
"is in the ship. We will get it out very soon. It is fueled for—"
He paused, calculated, and said carefully,
"It is fueled for half a year of Ganymede."
Yeloop listened. He made no reply. He offered no expression of gratitude, nor committed any of the small hypocrisies which make human contacts endurable. Joe found himself frowning irritably. Ganymedians got under a human's skin. Another bloated figure stirred.
"Me, Ichan,"
said the lipless mouth.
"I suppose,"
said Joe ironically,
"you want a swamp car too?"
"No," said Ichan tonelessly. By the double belt of swamp bear claws about his middle, he was high chief.
"Yeloop want swamp car, not Ichan. Ichan want talk."
Joe's eyebrows lifted. Almost he was tempted to be sarcastic. Talk was a novelty, but...
Talk,
he said flatly. Behind him, the lock opened again. Dick Harkness and 2 of the crew came out in atmosphere suits. With them came Ricky, the ship's mascot, in the tiny canine spacesuit which was the result of infinite labor in the crew's quarters during long hours of standby duty.
"Just for the heck of it, Joe," said Dick, grinning. "The hands decided to send Ricky to see what he'll do when he sees a gannygrass stalk that he'll take for a tree. The trick is, he's in his spacesuit and he can't sniff at it."
"Wipe off that grin,"
snapped Joe.
"Take the dog back. I told you, no jokes."
Dick Harkness's face went blank.
"I forgot. Sorry, Joe."
He herded the crewmen back into the lock, but they still grinned. Ichan stared at them with expressionless eyes.
"Men mad," he said. "Why?"
Joe wanted to deny it, but a smile or a grin was to Ganymedians an expression of the ultimate in fury, and if you said something they did not believe, they thought you lunatic. A very literal-minded folk, these people of Ganymede.
"Oh, dog bad," Joe said curtly. "Kill 4 men. You talk."
He waited. Ichan stared as blankly as before.
"I talk,"
he said without expression.
"You think you leave Ganymede. Martian say no. I say maybe."
Joe Peabody blinked. Then he stiffened.
"Sit,"
he said shortly. A great curved plate in the ship's side opened. The crew of the windship was opening the destroyer's store hatch to roll out the swamp car. Ichan squatted on the ground where he looked like a wetly glistening anthill. Other Ganymedians moved to watch the swamp car roll out. They would watch Yloop climb into it and finger its controls, and then, amazingly, the Ganymedians had a knack for the machinery their minds found logical but some literal quality kept them from making, begin its operation with practically the skill of a human who had been carefully instructed in its use. Joe also squatted for formal conversation. He frowned, which was courtesy here insofar as there was any courtesy at all. It was at least a sign of attention which they recognized.
"Talk,"
said Joe. The Ganymedian spoke deliberately and without emotion. Like his fellows, he was cold-blooded in all his ways. He had very few words. He used those in their baldest sense, but he knew what he wanted to say. In 5 minutes, Joe had the complete picture. He felt a little cold chill running down his backbone. The swamp car came out of the ship with its huge inflated tires that were wheels and floats in one. There was a seat modified for non-human use, a truck body and a tiny motor which would drive the unwieldy thing at 20 miles an hour through swamp and 30 or better on solid ground. Yloop got into it. He tried it. He drove it experimentally on the relatively hard grassroot soil, drove it into the swamp, and made a single circuit of the gannygrass clump. Then he stopped and beckoned. His mate waddled to the edge of the island and skittered out to it over the mud. 3 of the incredible Ganymedian young skittered after her. They climbed aboard. Yloop started the swamp car again and drove away. He had asked for it. He had gotten it. He went off with it. That was that. Then Joe stood up.
"I hear,"
he said ungraciously.
"I think. I talk later."
He turned his back on Ichan and walked into the reopened airlock. His expression was one concentrated scowl. He knew it, but he knew that to Ichan that expression meant simply tranquil and untroubled meditation. For Joe to have conveyed his actual emotions to the Ganymedian, he would have had to grin until his throat split. He was pacing up and down the control room of the windship, deliberately coddling his fury to combat the cold chills that wanted to play tag up and down his spine, when Dick Harkness came in again. Ricky followed him sedately at a sort of regulation distance. The crew, of course, swore that Ricky knew fleet regulations as well as an admiral, and that when he'd been caught with a lady Pomeranian visiting him on board, he'd confined himself to quarters for 6 weeks to the day. Now he looked warily at Joe. "I'm sorry, Joe," said Dick Harkness contritely. "I went and warned the hands about grinning where Ganymedians could see them, but they were making bets on what Ricky'd do in a spacesuit and unable to sniff when he saw what he'd take for trees. It was too good a joke to resist. How'd you explain the grins? And shall I report our landing and delivery of the swamp car?"
"I said," Joe told him bitterly, "that we were mad because Ricky had killed 4 men. And you do not use the space radio unless you want to commit suicide."
Dick Harkness stared.
"What?"
"Ganymedians," said Joe bitterly, "don't lie. They don't understand lying. Ichan just told me we'll be blown to bits if we use our space phone or try to leave Ganymede."
"What's that? Who's going to try and stop us?"
"The Martians," said Joe with exquisite bitterness. "Did you ever hear that there is some slight friction between the Martian government and that of Earth? Did you ever hear that if the Martians thought they had 1% edge over 50 of wiping us out and taking over the solar system, they'd try it? Did you ever hear that only the technical superiority of Earth's science has held off a war this far?"
Ricky moved up beside Dick and sat down. His tongue lolled out happily. The Windship's crew insisted that he'd had Venusian lockjaw once, and now always kept his mouth open to keep it from coming back.
"Sure, I've heard that,"
Dick Harkness said.
"That's why there's so much research going on all the time. Why we've still got 3 feet of lead plating around our tanks, too."
"The Martians," said Joe savagely, "also research. They have made a gadget. They think it might be decisive. They think it might win a war for them. But they're cagey. They want to try it out first. On us."
Dick Harkness looked blank.
"But, blast it! We can't fight back to count. We'd be a sitting duck for a battle cruiser. We'd better get in our report."
"There's a Martian scout cruiser overhead," Joe told him. "It took off as we landed. The gadget is on the ground here somewhere, trained on us. If the scout cruiser picks up the beginning of a space radio message, and it's listening with all 4 ears, the scout flashes word down, and we go poof."
"But that's nonsense."
"Did you ever hear of catalysis?" asked Joe ironically. "Did you ever hear of ultraviolet radiation acting as a catalyst to turn carbon dioxide into sugar? Chlorophyll has to be present, but so has ultraviolet. The Martians have found a waveform or frequency that acts like ultraviolet on drive fuel. It synthesizes drive fuel into energy. If they turn it on us, our fuel will blow."
"Either the Martians would use it and brush off their hands, or they'd never let us know."
"There's a Ganymedian at the trigger of the gadget. There's a Ganymedian listening to the space radio. A Ganymedian has to give the fire-at-will signal, and a Ganymedian has to pull the trigger. But when that happens, we fly apart into little pieces. Ganymedians don't lie."
Dick Harkness sat down on the settee at the back of the control room. He didn't look scared. He looked incredulous.
"But why? They haven't any grudge against us. They've nothing to gain."
"They're cold-blooded fish," Joe said furiously, "and they can be on the winning side. The Martians offer them incredible bribes. Don't you see? It's like that Spanish Civil War the history books tell of, when the Germans tested out their weapons by helping one side in the Civil War without risking having another first-class nation fight back. The Martian government won't risk a war it isn't sure it will win, but it sees a chance to make sure. If the Ganymedians will keep their mouths shut, the Martians can make a base here. With this new gadget, they can snipe our ships one by one. If anything goes wrong, the Martian government will say it was a little group of Earth haters and they're so sorry. But if everything goes right, they'll have half our fleet before we know what's what."
Dick Harkness's mouth opened and shut.
"If we don't get back," raged Joe, "headquarters will query by space radio.
The Ganymedeans will simply not answer. They do that sort of thing. Headquarters will send a ship here. It will disappear too when its fuel blows. They'll send another and another. When they start sending squadrons, either the whole Martian Navy, armed with these gadgets, will jump them, or there'll be a sneak attack on all our bases. All our fuel dumps will go. And what good's a fleet without fuel reserves and bases? Then why warn us? Demanded Dick Harkness. The Ganymedeans. Don't you see that either? The Martians can't do a thing without their help. They've got to keep their mouths shut, and they've said they will keep their mouths shut if the Martians will prove they're going to win. So the Martians are going to prove it. On us. Dick Harkness, his features slack and bewildered, shook his head. But the Ganymedeans are cold-blooded. They won't risk anything. They say that something might go wrong. A ship might get away and warn our fleet. But if the Martians can win, even after we know what they've got, why then they'll play. So they've told us what the Martians have got. They won't let us use the space radio, or they'll let go. But if we prove we can lick the Martians after we've been warned, they'll consider we'll win, and they'll play with us. But if the Martians blow us up, then he added, gritting his teeth, they're still around because they can jam our space radio. If we try to send a report or try to lift, they'll duck and use the Martian gadget. They're playing it safe all around. Dick Harkness looked dazed. But... Then he shook his head as if to clear it. Logical people, aren't they? No manners, no morals, no weak spots at all. Not even pets. It sounds crazy, but they've never been tricky. Ricky pricked up his ears. That sounded like his name. Joe paced up and down. They're too darn literal to be tricky. Ricky was sure he heard his name. He stood up, his tail wagging. He pawed at Joe's foot. Joe stopped short. He stared down at the ship's mascot, then spoke feverishly. But they won't expect us to be tricky either. Look, Dick, they saw you grinning at Ricky, and I told them he killed 4 men. With no sense of humor, they aren't capable of understanding. They simply can't conceive of anything but cold-bloodedness. They haven't any weaknesses, and that's their one terrible weakness. Now listen. It was very, very simple. Less than an hour after Yi-chan told him of his situation, Joe Peabody went out of the airlock again onto the yielding, intermatted roots which were the solid ground of Ganymede. Inside the ship, Dick Harkness painstakingly finished the fitting of a pressure fuse into a small smoke bomb made in the shape of a padlock. And that was all. Joe scowled outside the airlock, which to the Ganymedians meant tranquil and untroubled meditation. A Ganymedian looked at him blankly. Tell Yi-chan I talk, said Joe curtly. He squatted down. Only minutes later, Yi-chan waddled up and plumped down in a heap that looked like a glistening anthill. Joe spoke without preliminaries. Because of the utterly literal minds of Ganymedians and their scorn for indirection of any sort, it was necessary to phrase things especially for their comprehension. Scowling, Joe talked in the monotonous tone and idiom used for the strictly businesslike conversation of Yi-chan's kind. Earthmen, said Joe, were prepared against the Martian weapon. He had passed his time inside the ship simply in setting up detectors for the detonation beam in case the Martians were fool enough to try it. If they did, with Ganymedian assistance, Joe and the Windship would prove to them how completely foolish it was. If the Martians were fools enough to make war on Earth, they would be wiped out. And their friends. Joe paused to let that sink in. Yi-chan had listened without emotion. Now he said tonelessly, How? Joe said shortly that if the Martians tried to destroy the Windship, that he, Yi-chan, would have personal experience of the method. But he would explain. The Earthmen had a weapon the Martians knew nothing about. It destroyed all living things. It killed them by turning them to vapor. Turned upon a spaceship, the Earth weapon turned its crew to smoke and vapor and left the spaceship unharmed. Turned upon a planet, the Earth weapon would make all its vegetation explode and all its people and even the fish in the swamps. Yi-chan listened. How? he asked stolidly. Joe answered scornfully that he would demonstrate it, so that the Ganymedians would not make fools of themselves and be wiped out. But he would have to take precautions to avoid undue destruction. If he pointed the weapon at the horizon, all living things to the horizon would flash into clouds of vapor. If he pointed it down to the ground, not only all life immediately below it would burst into steam, but life on the other side of Ganymede would cease to exist over a large area. The Earth ray would penetrate a planet and destroy life on both sides simultaneously. Ichan listened with no trace of emotional reaction. "You show," he insisted. Joe scowled more deeply still and observed that for his forbearance in not destroying all life for, say, 100 miles around him, there would be a price. A small price. But when he had proved the Earth weapon, he would make a demand. "What?" asked Ichan flatly. Joe said negligently that he would ask for the useless Martian gadget. Earthmen, he said untruthfully, had earlier models and had been amused by it. But just in case there had been improvements, he would trade a local demonstration instead of a general one for the device. Just the device. He did not care about the Martians. Then he waited, scowling as deeply as possible to show complete indifference. Ichan made his decision. "Yes," he said. It was a bargain and a treaty because Ganymedians did not lie. They used words as mathematicians use figures, for results.
"All right,"
Joe said shortly over his shoulder.
"Get going, and you can grin."
The outside microphone picked up his voice. The airlock opened. It was full of the lead-cadmium plates that had been put around the fuel tanks when radioactive fuel had been tried on an experimental cruise. There was barely room for the 2 crew members in atmosphere suits who began to unload it.
"We make shield,"
said Joe curtly.
"Stop weapon here."
The men began to lay the slightly curved leaden plates to cover a fairly large space. Ichan waddled over and felt one. It was solid metal, 3 inches thick and 2 feet by 4 feet in size. The men laid a floor 20 feet square. They laid a second layer. Then they began to build a platform in the center, seemingly solid, of plates stacked up for thickness. They made a platform 8 by 12 feet and 6 feet high, using anti-grav handlers to lift the unwieldy pieces of metal. The airlock was filled again with the stuff for them to use. They used all that had been in the ship. Ganymedians arrived by scores and hundreds. They watched with expressionless eyes until they understood what the men were doing. Then they lost interest. But they came back to attentiveness when the airlock opened a 3rd time and 2 grinning men came out with atmosphere suits on themselves, but a tiny canine spacesuit on Ricky. The dog's suit was of hand-formed glassite, and he was plainly visible inside it. The grinning of the men to the Ganymedians meant rage at the murder point, and Ricky was hopelessly uncomfortable in his spacesuit. He loathed it. He looked imploringly up at the men and licked out his tongue, and grinned sheepishly dog fashion, which meant rage on his part too, to Ichan and his fellows. Ricky's spacesuit had been made with infinite care, but he did not like it.
"This," said Joe, scowling, "is dog. Dog is bad. Killed 4 men. He dies."
The humorless factual men of the small planet could not possibly imagine anyone having a pet animal, and they saw no reason to doubt the deadliness of a small animal. Their own swamp bears were even smaller than Ricky, but they were deadly. The bloated figures regarded Ricky as he was dragged to the elaborately constructed platform of lead-cadmium plates. It was lucky that they had heard only one imaginative tale about him. If anybody had told them about the time when he allegedly barked in space code to warn the skipper when sneak thieves from another ship were stealing beer from the Windship. The 2 members of the crew took Ricky, their mascot, to the center of the leaden platform. They fastened him there while he squirmed and tried to lick their hands through his glassite helmet. They padlocked him in place, but the chain which held him was rather queer.
"Ship go up,"
said Joe briefly.
"Use weapon, then come back for Martian thing, or
He permitted himself a faint flicker of a smile. Then he turned to Dick Harkness.
"Take her up to 1,000 feet and let her go," he commanded. "Be sure to hit it squarely. A miss would be bad. I wait here."
For him to stay on the ground was wisdom, but he felt horribly lonely as his little ship lifted and left him behind. If he stayed on the ground, the Ganymedians would stay and witness the demonstration of the Earth weapon. If he didn't stay, they might slip away and miss what they ought to see. It was very simple and very effective. The windship rose to 1,000 feet or more and hovered over the cadmium-lead platform. Suddenly there was a faint bluish glow beneath it. Instantly there was a billowing, expanding cloud of smoke where Ricky had been. It cleared. Ricky was gone. Even his chain had vanished. He was living matter in a spacesuit. The Earth weapon had been trained upon him after an elaborate shield had been made to keep it from destroying all life in a huge area on the far side of the planet. He had unquestionably exploded. Joe saw it. He grinned. And Yi-chan turned those milky gray opaque eyes of his on Joe and saw the expression, which to him meant the ultimate of satisfied rage as regarded the animal which had killed 4 men. A ripple went over Yi-chan's glistening hide.
"Earthmen," said Yi-chan with finality, "would win war. You wait. We bring Martian thing."
When the windship took off from Ganymede, the lead cadmium plates were stored again. Joe would have abandoned them for speed, but there was a reason for retrieving them. Speed was called for because he had a Martian gadget on board made with that finicky, uselessly detailed artistry of all Martian objects, and it was desirable to get it to base fast for examination so countermeasures could be worked out. But there was a reason for retrieving the lead, too. After all, it would not have been wise to abandon it and let the Ganymedians take the platform apart. If they found that in its building a neat cavity had been left in its center, that it had been covered by a slab doctored to remain in place even under Ricky's weight, but to tilt decidedly when a meteor repeller beam came on it, they might not work it out, but they might. The meteor repeller beam, of course, had set off the pressure fuse which had made so impressive a mass of smoke, hiding Ricky completely as he slid squirming into the crypt in the platform when the beam came on. It hadn't been difficult to smuggle Ricky back on board, though. The Ganymedians drifted away. Joe suspected that they intended to go over and watch whatever happened to the Martians with the fuel exploding device. They would probably fight, and the Ganymedians would probably be very firm because they would not want the Earth weapon used against them. Dick Harkness came into the control room, Ricky frisking about his feet. "Cussed dog," said Dick fondly, looking down at him. "He hates that spacesuit of his, though it protected him perfectly when that smoke bomb went off." Said Joe. "Do you think that Martian scout ship will try for us?" asked Dick hopefully. "No chance," said Joe. "They want to get back with news of our new weapon. Martian technical brass will go crazy trying to figure it out." "Huh," said Dick gloomily. "Nothing ever happens on a space can. Headquarters will hush-hush the story, too. What a life. And those recruiting posters say, 'Deep space is calling. Ride a comet and see the worlds.' It's a lie. There ought to be a law." Ricky sat down, his tongue lolling out. He looked alertly up at Dick. "Say," said Dick, "the Hands have got their story worked out. They're going to swear that Ricky subdued Ganymede and stopped an alliance with Mars. The high spot in the story is where Ricky saw a tree, and in his spacesuit he couldn't sniff at it, and he got so mad that steam came out of his ears, and the Ganymedians thought he was a dog god and bowed down to him instead of helping the Martians." The windship drove on through space, on its way back to base. End of Space Can by Murray Leinster.
Quiet Please by Kevin Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Quiet, Please, by Kevin Scott. The big man eased the piano off his back and stood looking at Groverspa. You ain't gonna like it here, he mopped his face. Boy, will I ever be glad to get off this cockeyed planet. Groverspa pushed at his spectacles, sniffed, and said, Quiet. The big man said, Ain't no native here over 3 feet tall, and they got some crazy kind of communication. They don't talk. Groverspa said, Quiet. Huh? Precisely why I am here. I, said Groverspa, sniffing again, loathe conversation. Oh, well, he left. Alone, Groverspa surveyed his realm. The house was a shell of what had formerly been a Little People apartment building. Ceilings, floors, and walls had been removed to form one large room. The tiny doors and windows had been sealed, and a single window and door had been cut into the shell for Groverspa's use. Crude, but serviceable. Groverspa walked to the window and looked down the slope. Little People buildings dotted the landscape, and the people themselves scurried silently about. Yes, thought Groverspa, it would do nicely. He had brought an adequate food tablet supply. He would finish, without the distraction of voices, his beautiful concerto. He would return to Earth famous and happy. Armed with paper and pencils, he went to the piano, having decided to enlarge upon the theme in the second movement. His mind knew exactly how the passage should run, and he swiftly covered the paper with sharp, angular notes. Then he triumphantly lifted his hands and began to play what he had written. He jerked back from the keyboard, his hair on end, his teeth on edge, his ears screaming with the mass of sounds he had produced. He looked at his hands, peered at the score, adjusted his spectacles, and tried again. I'm tired, he thought, recoiling in horror from the racket. A food tablet and a nap will remedy the situation. When he awoke, Groverspa walked to the window, refreshed. A violet glow had replaced the harsh yellow light of day. At the foot of the slope, the Little People dashed to and fro, but no voice broke the peaceful quiet of the evening. With a sigh of satisfaction, Groverspa went to the piano. Gently, he struck the keys. Blatant, jumbled noise filled the room. Breathing hard, Groverspa rose and gingerly lifted the spinet's lid. No, nothing amiss there. Good felts, free hammers, solid sounding board. Must be out of tune. Groverspa closed the lid, sat down, and struck a single note. A clear tone sang out. He moved chromatically up and down the scale. Definitely not out of tune. He shifted the score, glanced uneasily at the keys, and began to play. Discord immediately pierced his eardrums. He clapped his hands over his ears and leapt wildly from the piano bench. The trip, he decided frantically. It must have affected my hearing. He flung himself from the house and down the slope. The Little People scattered, staring. He charged into the administration building and clutched the lapels of the uniformed official. "A doctor!" he gasped. "Now, this minute!" The official raised his eyebrows and removed Groverspa's hands with distaste. "It's a little late in the day," he drawled, "but maybe the doc up on the top floor." Groverspa flew up the stairs and into the doctor's office. The doctor's face lit up. "A patient!" he exclaimed. "Capital! What seems to be the trouble? Food poisoning? Shouldn't eat the food here. Garbage. Appendix? Heart attack?" "Stop talking, you idiot! It's my ears." Obviously disappointed, the doctor nevertheless poked and peered at Groversb's ears. "No," he said finally. "Trifle big, yes, but nothing wrong with them." "You're sure?" "Absolutely. A pity. I'm getting a bit rusty." With a groan, Groversb staggered out of the building, back through town, and up the slope to his house. Seating himself firmly on the bench, he began to play. He shuddered. The noise was abominable. Suddenly his door burst open, and a crowd of little people rushed in. They pulled him off the bench and slapped angrily at his hands. Then, with cutters, they attacked the piano. "Here, stop that!" Groversb screeched. "What do you think you're doing?" The little people pushed and dragged him out of the house, down the slope, through the town, and into the launching bowl of the space strip. The launching agent took one look and yelled, "Get the interpreter! On the double!" The interpreter ran up and whipped something out of his pocket. It seemed like a miniature piano skeleton. He tripped a hammer. There was a faint tinkle. Instantly, one of the little people produced a similar miniature hammer and tapped it rapidly against his skull. The interpreter tripped another hammer. A second little one responded. Suddenly, one of the little people ran over and tripped all of the interpreter's hammers simultaneously. The little people winced. "Oh," said the interpreter. "Well, it's their planet." He hustled Groversb out to a freight ship that was warming up for takeoff. "Is everyone insane?" Groversb croaked. "I demand to know what this is all about." The interpreter shoved Groversb into the ship. "They say you talk too much," he yelled as he slammed the door. The end of Quiet Please by Kevin Scott.
Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg, writing as Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. I picked up sealed orders at the routing desk of Space Service. They were addressed to Captain Johnny Martin of the spaceship 13-XV-1, which is my name and my ship. They said, "Proceed to Aldebaran 7 at once. You are to pick up an Aldebaranian ambassador and transfer him to Earth for high-level diplomatic talks. You are to treat him with utmost courtesy. Relations between Earth and Aldebaran 7 are in a very delicate state at this time. The ambassador informs us he plans to bring a pet with him to Earth." Pets, huh? I snorted a little and folded the orders away in my pocket. Well, I supposed it came in the line of duty. If they ordered me to ferry Aldebaranian pets, I'd ferry Aldebaranian pets. All in a day's work, I told myself. I stopped off and had a couple of beers before returning to the ship. Mearsall, my first officer, was waiting for me. "Well, pick up the orders?" I nodded. "Yep, got 'em right here." I unfolded them and handed them over to him. He ran his eyes over them quizzically. "Okay," he said. "I guess we go to Aldebaran, huh?" Our instructions came in detail a little while later. We were to hover over Aldebaran 7 and give a special signal. A transfer tug would come up to us from the surface and hand the ambassador and his pet over to us. Under no conditions were we to land on Aldebaran 7 itself. The natives would regard it as a breach of the truce that currently existed between their world and ours. Okay, I thought. I didn't care. I gave the orders to the crew at nightfall, and we left Earth a little past midnight. Mearsal had already instructed the astrogator about our next destination, and he had whipped up the course. We did some 100,000 miles on Ion Drive and then, safely clear of the Earth's grav field, converted over and popped into warp. Aldebaran lay 3 weeks ahead of us through hyperspace. Earth and Aldebaran had first contact about 10 years before. I didn't know anything particular about the planet or its people. There are enough worlds in the galaxy so you don't get to know each type of alien there is. We had a special cabin ready aboard the ship for the Aldebaranian ambassador and his pet. Instructions told us to prepare a special fluorine atmosphere, which meant the Aldebaranians couldn't be much like us. But they had agreed to negotiate a treaty of friendship with Earth and were sending an ambassador. That was good news, I thought. We popped out of warp right on schedule, and there was the giant hazy red sun that was Aldebaran, staring us right in the face. It seemed to fill the entire sky. Our astrogator plotted a course rapidly for Aldebaran 7, which was then at perihelion and a good ways across the heavens from where we were. The Aldebaran system is a huge one, 31 planets spread out over 6 or 7 billion miles of space. Most of them were dead worlds, though. It was only Aldebaran 7 that had any sort of intelligent life, or so our survey teams reported. It took 3 days more to get within hailing distance of the 7th planet. It spun beneath us, a pretty blue-green ball about the size of Earth. We came within 1 million miles and set up an orbit as per instructions. No sooner had we done that than we found ourselves surrounded by a flock of alien warships. I went to the radio room and made contact. "State name and object here," I was ordered in a crisp, businesslike voice. "I'm Johnny Martin, captain of the Terran vessel 13-XV-1, with no hostile intent. We're here to pick up an ambassador from Aldebaran to Earth, along with his pet." I heard some hasty conferring going on, and then someone said, "Hold on, Terran ship. We'll check with the home planet." 5 tense minutes passed. Minutes in which I half expected to be blown out of the sky by a sudden attack. You never can tell with aliens. They're likely to do almost anything. Their psychologies are unpredictable in Terran terms, as, I guess, ours are in theirs. But finally my receiver crackled and the alien voice said, "Everything is clear, 13-XV-1. Remain in orbit and ambassador will be transferred to your ship. Any suspicious move on your part will bring immediate attack by our defense fleet. Don't worry, I'm not going anyplace. I'll wait right here." I watched in the viewscope as a small ship bellied upward from the blue-green world below and approached us. They matched velocity with us, airlock to airlock. "Get that fluorine room ready," I ordered my men. "The ambassador's coming aboard." The two ships hung side by side in space. Of course, there was no apparent relative motion since we had the same velocity. It was possible to walk back and forth from their ship to ours. "Prepare to receive ambassador," came the message from the other ship. "His Excellency, Quelf Tharkol, Minister Plenipotentiary, and his pet." "I'm ready," I said. "Our airlock's open." Slowly the lock of the other ship slid back, and 2 spacesuited figures appeared. The ambassador, Quelf Tharkol, and his pet. The ambassador was invisible within his spacesuit, but he stood upright and looked to be about the size of a man. I was happy about that. It's always a lot easier to negotiate with a humanoids-type alien than with something totally bizarre. I chuckled when I saw the spacesuited cat, for so I thought of it. It was cat size, in a little form-fitting spacesuit, and it scampered after its master on 4 legs, spacesuited tail wagging behind. It was sort of a cute little thing, I thought. No wonder its master didn't care to leave it behind. "Everything all set?" I asked. "Transfer is completed," said the captain of the other ship. He closed his lock and pulled away from us. "Close the lock," I ordered. I gestured to a crewman standing by. "Show the ambassador to his room," I said. When the ambassador and his pet were in their special fluorinated stateroom, I called them on the special television hookup I had set up between them. They had taken their spacesuits off and were lying sprawled out in their green, murky atmosphere, the ambassador in his bunk and the pet in his. I could hardly see into the room over my circuit, but I could see that the ambassador was very human and that the pet was pretty much like a cat, except that he had sharp-clawed fingers instead of the soft little pads a cat has. "Everything all right in there?" I asked. "Fine, just fine. How long will it take to get to Earth?" "About 3 weeks," I said. "We'll be going into warp any minute." "Very well," came the reply. I didn't expect to have many dealings with the ambassador. I had been told that he would have his own food supply, and naturally he was confined to his fluorinated stateroom, so we settled down to a pleasant return trip. But on the second day of warp, I was awakened from sweet dreams by Whitey Durbin, the night engineer. He shoved me around in my bunk until I opened one eye and said, "What's the matter?" "It's the cat, Chief." "Cat? What cat? You crazy, Whitey? Let me go back to sleep." But he was obstinate. "The ambassador's pet. It's out of its room." "Huh? But it can't breathe." "It's wearing a spacesuit, and it's wandering all over the ship, snooping around. I caught it in the drive section and up front with the charts. I don't like it, Chief." "No, neither do I." I was wide awake all at once. There had been something fishy about this pet business all along, and now I was suspicious. Suppose the pet were a little smarter than a cat. Suppose it was snooping around innocently enough and actually soaking up vital, secret information about the workings of a Terran spaceship. But I didn't know what to do. My orders stressed the fact that I had to handle the ambassador with kid gloves. But on the other hand, was I supposed to let that creature roam all over the ship? "Get me a hookup with home base," I said. "And in the meantime, keep an eye on that cat. Don't let it catch wise, but try to follow it around. And don't stop it from roaming. These aliens may be touchy about the funniest things." I got in touch with home base in jig time. Commander Mahoney was the man I spoke to. "How's that ambassador, Martin?" "That's why I'm calling, sir. You see, the ambassador's pet is creeping all around the ship. It's sort of a cat, but I wonder whether maybe it's doing a very neat job of spying on us." "Have you taken any action yet?" "No, I wanted to check with home base." Mahoney thought for a moment. "I suppose it would be all right to speak to the ambassador about this and tactfully request that he keep the creature in his own quarters. But be tactful about it, Martin. Remember, we don't want to offend these aliens." It was the middle of the night aboard ship, so I didn't think it would be particularly tactful to call the ambassador just then. I waited till morning, by which time my men reported that the cat had completed its survey and had promptly returned to the ambassador's room. When the television came up, the ambassador and his pet were again reclining leisurely on their bunks. "Sorry if I'm disturbing you," I said hesitantly. "That's quite all right. What can I do for you?" "A matter of shipboard procedure I'd like to point out. It seems last night your pet left your cabin and explored the ship, or so some of my men reported. I'd appreciate it if you'd restrain the animal to quarters from now on. It upsets shipboard routine, and besides, my instructions request that I keep the operating sections of the ship under security wrap." There was silence for a moment. I held my breath, hoping I hadn't said something wrong, something that might foul up the delicate Earth-Aldebaran negotiations in progress. Finally came the reply. I understand fully. I'm sorry about the exploration trip. It was mere curiosity. It won't be repeated. But you're mistaken about one thing. What's that? I asked somewhat puzzledly. My pet remained in the cabin all night. I was the one who explored the ship. There was a sneer in his voice. You, but... My mouth clammed shut, and then I understood. I couldn't keep the flush of embarrassment from my face, and he saw it over the screen. It seemed to please him. Pretty damn clever, I thought. Smart psychology for the aliens to bring a human as a pet, putting our diplomats on the defensive right from the start. The ambassador must have known what I was thinking, for the sneer grew on his face. Then suddenly I grinned. It seemed to surprise him. This he hadn't expected. Captain, something strikes you as humorous? There was uncertainty in his tone, plus a little annoyance. My grin widened. Just a little private joke, Ambassador, I said. I was thinking that this joker was in for a shock. 2 planets could play at this game, and I would have plenty of time to tip off home base. After all, we have pets too. End of Ambassador's Pet by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Read by Paul Hampton.
Come Home from Earth by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Come Home from Earth by Edmund Hamilton. Read by Quartertone. They will be condemning Dr. Dixon's experiment by now. He'll be blamed for what happened to me. The newspapers will yelp, "Young scientist loses mind as result of rash experiment." They will be wrong. I didn't lose my mind. It would be much truer to say that my mind lost me. Let me go back. I was Fred Ellis, 30 years old, instructor in psychology at Midwestern University. At least that's who I thought I was. Dr. Francis Dixon, head of our department, was a dark, keen, brilliant man who was out of place in those poky classrooms. But he and John Burke, the assistant professor, carried on much private research. Dixon's work was usually way over my head. His ideas were brilliant, if unconventional. Burke, a blond young giant with a strong faculty of imagination, understood him better than I did. I was the plodding, patient type of scientist, I'm afraid. But I intensely admired Dixon and listened with deep interest to his theories and suggestions. One night, talking with Burke, he came out with the most daring suggestion of all. Burke had made the trite remark that the mind is just a function of the physical body after all. "How do we know it is?" Dixon demanded. "All good little modern psychologists repeat that, but how do we know? It may be that mind and body are wholly different individual entities." Burke gaped at him. "But that's going back to old-fashioned nonsense. How could mind and body be different entities?" "Ever go deep-sea fishing?" Dixon asked him unexpectedly. "Fishing?" repeated Burke. "Down off Florida, you catch big sharks and sea bass that have remoras or suckerfish, a foot long, solidly attached to their sides. The remora is part of the shark, yet they're different entities. Termites have flagellates in their body, who digest the wood the termites eat. Leguminous plants live in mutually profitable partnership with nitrogen-fixing bacteria, the plants fixing carbon and the bacteria nitrogen." "I'm not a sophomore," Burke said, a little resentfully. "You can mention symbiosis without defining it for me." Dixon laughed. "All right, I'm talking about symbiosis, the ability of 2 entirely different species of creatures to live in closest conjunction, one inside or attached to the body of the other." He lighted a cigarette and looked at us. "Suppose the mind and body are also 2 different species of living creatures. Two utterly different species, living together in symbiosis. Of course, the idea seemed a little crazy to me at first, and so it did to Burke. That's a wacky theory, Dixon. You can see and handle a remora, but whoever saw or handled an individual human mind? Whoever saw or handled a radar beam, retorted Dixon. But we know it's there. Maybe your mind falls into the same class, a living individual creature, not of ordinary matter, but of non-material photons. I became so interested, I ventured a question. If my mind and body are two different creatures, how come I don't know it? Don't you know it? He said. You do know it, Ellis. How many times has your reasoning mind urged you to do one thing while the instinct of your body led you to do another? Mind and body are always at strife in all of us. It's been so in all human history. He seemed to kindle to his own idea. Why is it that of all animals, only Homo sapiens had what we call a conscious mind? The explanation of the biologists are pretty hazy, for they don't really know the answer. Suppose the answer is that the human body is the only one in which the individual living mind can live in symbiosis. Burke was still unimpressed. That's just the old dualistic theory of Descartes at bottom. The old has a habit of becoming the very new in science, retorted Dixon. Dr. Alexis Carrel was a pretty modern and famous scientist, and Carrel, speculating in one of his books on the riddle of mind, suggested that a mind might be an immaterial being that somehow inserts itself from outside into the human brain and dwells there. I was deeply interested. Is there any way you could prove or disprove the theory, Doctor? I asked. Dixon shrugged. How are you going to prove it? Forcing the living mind temporarily out of its comfortable symbiotic partnership in the body might prove it, but how can you force out a thing of immaterial photons? Nothing but electric force could do it. That moment, as it turned out, was the beginning of the stunning events that followed. Until then, Dixon had been merely hypothesizing. But now his dark face changed, and he was silent in intense thought. I believe, he said finally, that it might be done by amplifying the electroshock treatment used on psychotic patients by Serletti and Binney in 1939. You remember their patients could remember nothing of the elapsed time while under shock. Their minds must have been out of their bodies for a moment. Suppose I increased the electroshock strength to force the mind out a little longer. The subject, when he came back to normal, might then remember his sensations as a disembodied mind. Burke slowly nodded. Sounds possible, but you'll never find out. You've no one to test the idea on, and never will have. I don't know why it was that I didn't hesitate a moment in speaking up. I had not the slightest doubt. You can use me as your subject, Doctor, I said. I believe now it was my vain desire to emulate Dixon, my consciousness of my own lack of brilliance, that made me seize a chance to distinguish myself in an epical experiment. You, Ellis? Burke looked shocked. But Dixon didn't. A little light leapt into his eyes as he looked at me. He liked me, I think, but that liking meant not a straw when compared to the intensity with which he pursued any research. You know, of course, that it would be dangerous, he warned. The object would be to force your mind free of your body for all of a few minutes, then let it return so you can describe your sensations. This mind-body partnership, if it really exists, must be about the closest symbiosis in existence. Tampering with the partnership might have disastrous results. Dixon didn't mean to do it, I'm sure, but just such solemn discouragement as that was exactly what would add to the eagerness of a young enthusiast like myself. That very night, I wrote out a letter volunteering myself as subject in the experiment and freely exonerating Dixon and Burke of any possible unpleasant consequences. 2 nights later, Dixon had his preparations made. I think he rushed things lest I lose my nerve, but I was more keen on the thing than ever. Even if things did go wrong, I saw my name in the books as a haloed martyr of science. He had set up a simple generator whose output could be graduated between 70 and 100 volts. I lay down on a table, and he and Burke attached 2 rubber pads faced with copper to my temples as the electrodes. Dixon repeated his final instructions. At the slightest crook of your finger will cut the current, Ellis. If you feel any dangerous sensations, don't hesitate. he called then. "All right, Burke, the switches." "I feel more like an executioner than a scientist," Burke growled. The generator was already humming. Dixon fed the current so weakly at first that I could feel only a tingle in my nerves. "It'll take more than that," I told him, grinning. He jumped his rheostats a little. The tingling in my nerves and brain became much stronger. I felt an odd, dizzy sensation. It got more pronounced as Dixon let me have the current in stronger and stronger jolts. The whole laboratory seemed to dim around me, even Dixon's dark, watchful face blurring to my eyes. For a moment, I felt panic. After all, there was something gruesome about trying temporarily to dissociate my mind from my body. Dixon's voice came through the blur. "All right, Ellis?" he asked. Pride made me conquer my panic. "Go ahead," I murmured. All consciousness of bodily sensations vanished in a whirling blur as the jolts of current came faster and faster. I had a ghastly sensation of freedom. Can freedom be terrible? Freedom from your own body can, at least at first. That was what I was feeling. I seemed to float in a whirling, throbbing haze. Then my strange sensations cleared a little. I was still in the laboratory, but now I was floating several feet above the table and the limp body of Fred Ellis. I couldn't see or hear or use any other ordinary bodily sense, yet I felt my surroundings as clearly as though I saw them by means of unguessable senses in my immaterial being. I was still I, but somehow now it was a different I. I felt connected to the limp form of Fred Ellis below me only by a tenuous thread. Dazed, bewildered by the change, as I hovered there, I sensed a sudden clear question from close by.
"Has your host died, comrade?"
I didn't hear that, and it wasn't in words, it was in thought or thought force that I automatically received. In the same way, I was conscious now of another immaterial being like myself, hovering close to me. He couldn't be seen any more than I could, but he was there. And he was completely free, not connected as I was to a lax human body.
"Has your host died?"
he asked again. Dazedly, without realizing what I said, I answered in thought.
"No, he is not dead. I am still linked to him." "Have you been here long, comrade?" came the question. "I am Clon, and I am newly come from Arl." Arl! That name was like a trigger in my hovering mind, unloosening a strange dim flood of memory. "I am Tashal, and I came from Arl ages ago,"
I exclaimed.
"Only now do I remember. There is horror here."
Crash! It all ended suddenly. I was Fred Ellis, dazedly opening my eyes on the table. The thunderous crash had been merely the click of a switch. "Ellis?" Dixon was sweating as he chafed my wrists. "Ellis, are you all right?" I stared at him in a frozen fashion. "You brought me back into my body?"
"And just in time, I'd say," exclaimed Burke. "You were in a ghastly coma. I insisted we cut it short."
Dixon had seized eagerly on my words.
"You mean you were really out of your body? Your mind was free for those moments?"
"Only partly free," I mumbled. I was still linked to it, but even so, I was just beginning to remember something. It was fading in my mind, even as I tried to tell about it. Frantically, I sought to grasp those vague, vanishing memories. Something about a place called Arl, and I thought my name was Tashal, and I can't remember now.
"Ellis, try to remember," Dixon urged. "Think hard, man."
The harder I tried, the more swiftly receded those fast-fading memories. It was all gone already from my brain. We talked it over for hours that night after I had recovered from my shakiness.
"We've stumbled onto experimental proof of the most revolutionary theory in scientific history," Dixon said. "Proof that the mind is a wholly different species, an entity from the human body, and is merely a symbiotic partner of that body. Good heavens! Think of all the things that it would explain. If you could only remember more, Ellis. Think again.
What was it about Arl? Arl. The name vibrated in my thoughts like something faint, far away, heartbreaking. Did you ever try to remember something and couldn't, yet the very thing you couldn't remember made you feel sad? It was that way with me. I knew that Arl meant something to me, something wonderful and terrifying, but I couldn't remember what it was.
There's a possible explanation of your quick forgetfulness, said Dixon finally. The mind entity, once it is inhabiting the human brain, is so far overcome by the human animal's rudimentary nervous currents that it is drugged, inhibited. That would explain why young children, whose human brains are not yet fully developed, continually have strange, fanciful memories of other things, of queer places that they call fairylands.
Burke nodded thoughtfully. You mean that in infancy, the mind partner of the symbiosis is not so inhibited and can still remember its own past? Maybe Wordsworth was right. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar.
Something like that,
Dixon affirmed, pondering.
And when the mind gets almost free of the body partner, as Ellis did, then it can remember.
I told him, if you had used a little stronger electroshock, I'd been free altogether. I know I could remember more. Burke looked doubtful. What good would it do you, since you'd forget it all again when you came back into your body? Dixon quickly figured an answer.
If the free mind is a group of photons, as we believe, it could interrupt a sufficiently sensitive photoelectric beam and actuate a relay to a telegraph sounder. Ellis could signal us that way by the Morse code. He could tell us right at the moment when he remembers, before he returns to his body and forgets.
If you'll fix up such a device, I'll try the thing again, I promised. It was crazy of me to make that offer, I felt. The dim unearthliness of my experience should have been enough for me. But I was haunted by that most maddening of feelings, by a vain desire to remember something forgotten. Somehow I felt that Arl, where I had been Tishal, was so vastly important as to overrule any danger to my life as Fred Ellis. I had a premonition of beauty and wonder and horror, all waiting to burst upon me, if I could only remember them. So the next night, when I again took my place on the table, it was with an increased eagerness. Dixon had showed me the beam of photoelectric force now crossing the room just above the table.
You said that as a mind you were aware of locations and could move, Ellis. Well, if you can move into this beam, it will actuate the telegraph sounder and signal us. Send us, if you're able, an exact description of just what you feel and remember. We'll take it down, and when you return to your body, it won't matter if you immediately do forget everything again.
He turned on the electroshock current, and I felt again that sharp tingle in body and brain. Again my senses blurred. The laboratory swam about me. I was whirling through dimness. The pressure of the jolting current mounted and mounted. I felt an intolerable sense of strain, and then a sharp, sudden release. I was completely free of Fred Ellis's limp body now. I, Tishal of the Arlen, who had inhabited Ellis's body for 30 Earth years. Comrade, is it you again? I recognized instantly the mental voice of Clon, who had said he was newly come from Arl. From Arl! Memory began to rush over me, memory that was heartbreakingly vivid. I remembered Arl. I remembered our world of supernatural beauty and splendor that lay far, far across the cosmos from this drab, heavy little world Earth. Arl! World not of solid matter, but of free electrons, floating like a glorious sphere of light in the glare of a great white sun. Arl, wondrous globe of ever-shifting color, light, and beauty. And I was an Arlen. I was one of the race that had evolved there as individual intelligent photon groups, immaterial photon beings living immortally in our radiant, ethereal world.
Comrade, I sense your trouble of spirit,
came the cry of Clon.
What is wrong? "You have just come from Arl, you say?" I cried. "You must go back there, back to Arl, before you are trapped on this world." "Are you mad, comrade?" he asked wonderingly. "Why should I leave when I have come to gather new experiences on this world?" To gather new experiences. Yes, that was the passion of all us immortal Arlans. For ages, beating our way out through the cosmos on streams of light, we had visited other worlds. We had entered the bodies of their material creatures and had lived there with them in peaceful symbiosis, garnering many rich new experiences. And that was why we had come to this planet Earth long ago. How well I remembered now that I had been one of that very band of Arlans who first had visited this planet. "This world Earth must yield fascinating experiences," Klon was saying, "for no Arlan who came here has ever yet returned." "You do not understand," I cried. "When we came here first, we picked a species of ape creature as the most suitable symbiotic partners and entered their brains in the usual way. We intended only our customary temporary stay. But we were disastrously entrapped. This ape species has no true intelligence, but they have instincts of surpassing nervous intensity, instincts of greed and lust and hatred. And that bestial nervous influence warped the symbiosis we intended, distorted our own intelligence, inhibited our thinking until we forgot all about Arl. Yes, we forgot Arl, forgot our own identities, and thought of ourselves only as the minds of these ape-like creatures. And each of us, when his symbiotic partner died, remained so dazed and drugged that he merely drifted on to another ape host, another partner." Klon's horrified thought came. "But then why is it that you are able to remember now, Tashal?" "Because the shock of force that released me from my ape host dissolved the inhibiting effect and made full memory return to me," I told him. "What are we to do?" cried Klon. "Always we have supposed that the symbiosis with these earth creatures must be richly rapturous, since no Arlan ever returned from here. Arlans have come here in millions for that reason, and more will come." "No more must come," I told him. "You and I will return at once to Arl to warn all our race of the horrible trap of Earth. At least we will be able to prevent any more of our race from coming here." I added, "And before we leave, I will make an effort to save all the millions of us who remain trapped here in the dazing symbiosis with the ape creatures. If I could make them all remember their true identity, they might be able to break free of this bondage." That is why I, Tashal of Arl, am utilizing the photoelectric signaling device to send back this last message before I leave Earth forever. You who are listening to my signals, Dixon and Burke, you others who will read this account when it is published to the world as I beg them to do, all of you, heed my plea. You are not Earthmen as you think. Your brute bodies belong to the earth, but that within you which is the real you has no connection with this planet. You are Arlans, members of the greatest and most glorious race in the cosmos, immortal individuals trapped by chance in the bodies of brute beasts here. Try to remember, you who read these words. Try to remember Arl, our glorious world of ethereal radiance from which you yourselves came long ago. Break free from this sordid symbiosis and come home. Come home from Earth. Come home across the cosmos to the undying beauty and wonder and peace of your own native world.
End of Come Home from Earth by Edmund Hamilton.
Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Flying at 1,600 miles per hour, you act with split-second timing after you sight the enemy. And you're allowed only one mistake. Your last. Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds. My radar picked him up when he was about 500 miles to my north-northeast and about 45 miles above me. I switched the velocity calculator on him as fast as I could reach it. The enemy ship was doing 16, possibly even 16 and a half. I took the chance that it was most likely an Ivar interceptor at that speed and punched out a temporary evasion pattern with my right hand, while with my left hand I snapped in an Ivar K-12 card into my calculator, along with his estimated speed, altitude, and distance. It wasn't much to go on as yet, but he couldn't have much more on me, if as much. Inwardly, I congratulated myself on the quick identification I'd managed. He was near enough now for my visor screen to pick him up. At least he was alone. That was something. My nearest squadron mate was a good minute and a half away. It might as well have been a century. Now, this is what is always hard to get over to a civilian. The time element. Understand, it will take me a while to tell this, but it took less than 60 seconds to happen. He had guessed my evasion pattern already. Either guessed it, or had some new calculator that was far and beyond anything our techs had turned out. I could tell he'd anticipated me by the bong sonic roll he slipped into. I quickly punched up a new pattern based on the little material I had in the calculator. At least I'd caught the roll. I punched that up, hurriedly, slipped it into the IBM, guessed that his next probability was a pass, took a chance on that, and punched it in. I was wrong there. He didn't take his opportunity for a front-on pass. He was either newly out of their academy or insultingly confident. My lips felt tight as I canceled the frontal pass card, punched up 2 more to take its place. The base supervisor cut in on the phone. "It looks like old Dimitri himself, Jerry, and he's flying one of the new K-12A models. Go get him, boy." I felt like snapping back. He knew better than to break in on me at a time like this. I opened my mouth, then shut it again. Did he say K-12A? I squinted at the visor screen. The tall tail, the canopy, the oddly shaped wing tanks. I'd gone off on the identification. I slapped another evasion pattern into the controls. A standard set. I had no time to punch up an improvisation. Then he was on me like a wasp. I rejected it, threw in another set. Reject. Another. Even as I worked, I kicked the release on my own calculator, dumping it all. Selected, like a flash, an Ivar 12A card, and what other estimations I could make while my mind was busy with the full-time job of evasion. My hands were still making the motions. My fingers were flicking here, there. My feet touched here, there. But my heart wasn't in it. He already had such an advantage that it was all I could do to keep him in my visor screen. He was to the left, to the right. I got him for a full quarter second in the wires, but the auto gunner was too far behind. Much too far. His own guns flicked red. I punched a half a dozen buttons, slapped levers, tried to scoot for home. To the left of my cubicle, 2 lights went yellowish, and at the same time, my visor screen went dead. I was blind. I sank back in my chair, helpless. The speed indicator wavered, went slowly, deliberately, to 0. The altimeter died, the fuel gauge. Finally, even the dozen or so trouble indicators here, there, everywhere about the craft. $15 million worth of warcraft was being shot into wreckage. I sat there for a long, long minute and took it. Then I got to my feet and wearily opened the door to my cubicle. Sergeant Walters and the rest of the maintenance crew were standing there. They could read in my face what had happened. The sergeant began. "Captain, I grunted at him. "Never mind, Sergeant. It had nothing to do with the ship's condition." I turned to head for the operations office. Bill Dixon strolled over from the direction of his own cubicle. "Somebody said you just had a scramble with old Dmitri himself." "I don't know," I said. "I don't know if it was him or not. Maybe some of you guys can tell a man's flying, but I can't." He grinned at me. "Shut you down, eh?" I didn't answer. He said, "What happened?" "I thought it was an Ivar K-12, and I put that card in my calculator. Turned out it was one of those new models, K-12A. That was enough, of course." Bill grinned at me. "That's 2 this week. That flak you got near at the bridge, and now you get—" "Shut up," I told him. He counted up on his fingers elaborately. "The way I figure it, you lose 1 more ship, and you're an enemy ace." He was irrepressible. "Damn it," I said. "Will you cut it out? I've got enough to worry about without your working me over. This means I'll have to spend another half an hour in operations going over the flight. And that means I'll be late for dinner again. And you know Molly." Bill sobered. "Gee," he said. "I'm sorry. War is hell, isn't it?" The end of Dogfight, 1973, by Mac Reynolds.
The Devil of East Lupton, Vermont, by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Devil of East Lupton, Vermont, by Murray Leinster. Read by Quartertone. To this day, nobody pretends to understand The Devil of East Lupton, Vermont. There are even differences of opinion about the end to which that devil came. Mr. Tedder is sure he was the fiend in question, and that he ceased to be fiendish when he rid himself of the pot over his head. Other authorities believe that heavy ordnance did the trick, and point to a 1/4-mile crater for proof. It takes close reasoning to decide. But if by the Devil of East Lupton you mean the whatever it was that came out of somewhere to here and caused all the catastrophes by his mere arrival, why, then the devil was the whatever it was in the leathery hide-like covering on the morning Mr. Tedder ran away from the constable. On that morning, Mr. Tedder ran like a deer, or as nearly like a deer as Mr. Tedder could hope to run. The resemblance was not close. Deer do not hesitate helplessly between possible avenues of escape. Deer do not plunge out of concealing thickets to scuttle through merely shoulder-high brush because a pathway shows. But Mr. Tedder did. The constable behind him shouted wrathfully. There was a 30-day jail sentence waiting for someone for vagrancy, which is to say for not having any money. Mr. Tedder was elected. He would not gain any money by staying in jail, but the constable who arrested him and the justice of the peace who sentenced him would receive fees for their activity. That was why this township was notoriously a bad place for tramps, bums, blanket stiffs, and itinerant workmen in need of a job.
I can't go much further,
Mr. Tedder thought. His heart thumped horribly. There was an agonizing stitch in his side. His breath was a hoarse, honking noise as it rushed in and out. Despair filled him as exhaustion neared. He pounded, sobbing for breath, up a little 10-foot rise. His eyes started to blur with tears. Then he lurched down the other side of the ridge and saw that he was in the neglected, broken-limbed orchard of an abandoned farm. The house was partly collapsed and wholly ruined. A remaining shed leaned crazily. Vines climbed over a rail fence, 3 parts rotten, and went on along a strand of barbed wire nailed to tree trunks. He could run no further. He looked, despairing, for a hiding place. His haggard, ineffectual face turned desperately. He saw something dark and large. To his blurred eyes, it looked like a cow. He ran toward it. It shrank back, stirring. There was a thin, high, screaming noise, like gas escaping through a punctured tire, but a tire inflated to a monstrous pressure. There was a vast, foggy vaporousness. The dark shape made convulsive movements, but Mr. Tedder was too lost in panic to take note. He ran blindly toward it.
Ugh!
Gasped Mr. Tedder. The scream descended in pitch. A pungent, ammoniacal smell filled the air. Mr. Tedder ran into a wisp of fog which tore at his lungs. He choked and fell, which was fortunate because the air was clearer near the ground. He lay kicking among the dead leaves and dry grass stems while a gray vapor spread and spread, and a very gentle breeze urged it sidewise among the unkempt trees of the orchard. The noise died away in a long, continued moan which included gurglings. It sounded like gas escaping from very high pressure. The gurglings were like spoutings of liquid within. But Mr. Tedder was in no mood to analyze. He had been breathless to begin with. He had been strangled on top of that. Now he writhed in the dry grass, ready to sob because the constable would presently lay hands on him and haul him to jail. He heard the constable shout again, furiously. Then Mr. Tedder heard him cough. The constable bellowed, "Fire!" and fled. He ran into a tendril of wispy, creeping vapor, which did look like a lot of smoke. He fell down, strangling. Again the air was clearer among the tangled stalks of frost-killed grasses. The constable coughed and wheezed. Presently he staggered away to report that a vagabond had set fire to the woods to hinder pursuit. But there was no fire. The chill vapor, which looked like smoke, very gradually dissipated. A cursory glance would send the firefighters home again. Mr. Tedder lay sobbing and gasping on the ground, expecting at any instant to be seized. He panted in despair, but the constable did not reappear. He never returned. Mr. Tedder was alone, his escape good. When he realized it, he sat up abruptly. His meek face expressed astonishment. He stared all about him. There was still a small space from which an ever thinner gray vapor seeped away. There was a reek as of ammonia in the air, a highly improbable smell around an abandoned farmhouse. Presently, Mr. Tedder got to his feet. He brushed off the leaves and grass stems which clung to his shabby garments. He was a few yards from a distinctly tumble-down woodshed and almost under a gnarled apple tree to which a few leaves still clung, and where he could observe a single dried-up apple clinging tenaciously to its parent bough. The sight of the apple gave him pause. He hunted busily. He found windfalls. Untended, the apples would be wormy and small and belated at best. But Mr. Tedder had learned not to be over-fastidious. he found a dozen or more scrubby objects which were partly eatable. He ate them. It was then that he heard a bubbling noise, like something boiling in a pot. The sounds came from the place where the grey mist rose. He went to the spot and wrinkled his nose. The smell of ammonia was stronger. It seemed to come from a collapsed object on the ground which was remotely like a deflated hide. A liquid came from a small rent in it and bubbled furiously to nothingness. A student of physics would have said that it had an extraordinarily low boiling point, like a liquefied gas. Mr. Tedder said nothing. He regarded the flaccid skin-like thing surprisedly. He had seen it a little while since, inflated and moving about. There must have been something inside it to move it. Mr. Tedder could see, of course, where it had a tiny tear. It had moved or been moved back against a single strand of barbed wire hidden among the vine stems. It had punctured, and there it was. But Mr. Tedder could never have imagined a creature which required an extremely cold gas like ammonia and hydrogen mixed at extremely high pressure in order to live. He could not have conceived of such a creature wearing a flexible garment to contain that high-pressure, low-temperature gas for it to breathe. Assuredly, he would never envision anything, beast or devil, which, at released pressure and the temperature of a Vermont autumn day, would melt to liquid and boil away to nothing.
"It don't make sense,"
he muttered, scratching his unkempt head. So Mr. Tedder, who could not think comprehendingly, did not think at all. He saw something on the ground. No, two things. They were metal, and they smoldered and smoked like the flat thing, because they were cold. They were unbelievably cold. One looked rather like an aluminum pot, but pots do not have chilly linked metal straps in the place of handles, nor hemispherical knobs a good inch and a half in diameter on one rim. The other object looked like a gun. Not a real gun, of course, but vaguely, approximately like a gun just the same. He picked up the pot. It was all of an inch and a half thick. It was very light for such a thickness. Mr. Tedder cheered suddenly. It was undoubtedly aluminum. There's a market for scrap aluminum. East Lupton was out of bounds, of course, but there might be a junk dealer in South Lupton. This ought to be worth 50 cents, and he might get a quarter for it.
2 bits is still 2 bits,
he thought. He touched the other thing gingerly. It was still bitterly cold, but the frost melted under the warmth of his finger. It would weigh 15 pounds or so. Another 25 cents. Mr. Tedder marched on happily. Then he came upon broken branches freshly crushed down from trees. He saw another grey mist before him. He approached it cautiously. He saw where something had crashed down through the trees and knocked off the top of a 6-inch maple. He pushed on inquisitively. The thing had ploughed into soft earth and almost buried itself. A foot-thick tree was splintered and had crashed to cover the object that had broken it. Mr. Tedder saw whiteness through the toppled branches. It seemed to be a sphere not much over 10 feet in diameter, and it was completely covered with frost. A chilly mist oozed away from it. Mr. Tedder stared at it with the metal pot in one hand and the gun, if it was a gun, in the other. There was silence save for the faintly sibilant whispering of the trees overhead. There was the lurid coloring of Vermont in the fall. A bird called somewhere, a long distance away. Then Mr. Tedder heard a motor running. It sounded very queer. Thud, 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 chunk, thud, 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 chunk. It was running in the frost-covered sphere under the fallen tree.
"I'll be darned,"
he said aloud. It occurred vaguely to Mr. Tedder that this and the deflated object back yonder were somehow connected. He picked his way cautiously around the smashed branches and shattered trees. Well away, he felt cheerful because he had escaped the law and picked up saleable junk. The two objects were pretty heavy, too. The pot would fit on his head, though, and would be easier to carry so. He put it over his battered soft hat and drew the chain-link strap under his chin. Then he examined the thing like a gun. There was a knob on one side, 1.5 inches in diameter. He tugged at it. There was a sharp buzzing sound. Something that looked like flame came out of the end. It spread out in a precisely shaped, mathematically perfect cone and blotted out brushwood, trees, everything. Mr. Tedder jerked the knob back, startled, on the first sounding of the noise. The flame-like appearance lasted less than half a second, but where the flame had played upon foliage and brush, there wasn't anything left. Nothing at all but a little fine ash sifting down toward earth, and the grass and topsoil were eaten away as if a virulent acid had been spilled over them. Mr. Tedder stood frozen for the 10th part of a heartbeat. Then, in one motion, he threw away the gun and fled. The pot flopped down over his eyes, blinding him. He hit his head, a terrific blow against a low-hanging limb. Instantly, it seemed to him, the chain-link strap tightened. He went almost mad with terror. But when he got the pot back so he could see, he fled with the heavy thing bobbing and bumping on his head. Presently, his own panting slowed him down. He remembered the knob on the rim of the pot. He stopped and fumbled with it. It came off his hand with a crystalline fracture to show where it had broken in his first collision. He couldn't get the pot off. He worked for a long time, sweating in something close to hysterical panic. He was terrified of the thing he had thrown away, and by transference of the pot on his head. He desired passionately to be rid of it. He felt a sort of poignant desperation, but he would have to get somebody to cut the strap in order to be freed. He came to the edge of the thicket beyond East Lupton. He looked out upon rolling country undulating to the mountain's foot. There was a cluster of houses in the distance. Still terrified, and with the pot bumping on his head, Mr. Tedder struck out for the village. He saw a tiny bundle of fur in his way. It was a dead rabbit. He passed on. He saw very far ahead a white dog running from a farmhouse to intercept him. But Mr. Tedder was not afraid of dogs. He was afraid of the pot on his head. Presently, he saw the dog no more than 10 feet away. It lay sprawled out, motionless. It looked dead. Then he saw the throb of a heartbeat. It was asleep, or unconscious. He hastened on. He came to the highway and ran toward a wagon for help, and there was a horse lying down between the shafts. The man in the wagon, too, had sagged limply. Both were alive, but both were unconscious.
"Something screwy here,"
he thought. Mr. Tedder had his own terror, but this was an emergency even more immediate than his own. He tried to help the man. He did get him down to the road and laid him solicitously on the dead grass bank by the side of the road. He loosened his clothing and went on toward the village at a run to summon help. Afterward, he would get the pot off his head. But the village was unconscious, too, when he got there. Male and female, man, woman, child, and beast, the inhabitants of South Lupton lay in crumpled heaps. He saw a small boy unconscious over a toy wagon. A woman had collapsed into a laundry basket beside a clothesline. A little farther on, a mule lay with its legs spraddled absurdly. Then he saw 2 men flung headlong as if they had been running when weakness overtook them. It began to look as if alarm had come to the village. People had thronged out of their houses to fall in heaps on the sidewalk, at doors, everywhere. He saw a car that had run into a gas pump, and just beyond, another car which had run off the road and stalled on a hillside. Dogs, cats, chickens, the very pigeons and crows lay motionless on the ground. Mr. Tedder felt a horrible panic, and the pot on his head bumped him, but he tried desperately to rise to the emergency the situation constituted. He tried to rouse the unconscious people lying in the street. He loosened clothing, he sprinkled water, he chafed hands, to no avail. His meek, normally apprehensive features went consciously stern and resolute. Presently he tried to summon help by telephone, but there was a local exchange, and the operator lay unconscious in her chair. In the end, and in desperation, Mr. Tedder commandeered a bicycle on which to seek aid. The essential rightness of his character was shown by the fact that he rifled no purses. He looted nothing. The Bank of South Lupton lay open to him, and it did not occur to him to fill his pockets. He got on a bicycle and rode off like mad, the absurd pot bobbing on his head as he pedaled. He came to a car that had smashed into a ditch and turned over. Flames licked at its gasoline tank. Mr. Tedder leapt off the bicycle and dragged out an unconscious man and a little girl. He hauled them to safety and tried to put out the fire. He failed. He pedaled on madly in quest of a doctor when attempts to rouse those two people failed, as had all the rest. He was in a new panic now somehow. He remembered, though vaguely, talk of a broadcast of years before concerning the landing of Martians upon the Earth. Mr. Tedder was not quite sure whether Martians had landed or not, but somehow it suddenly frightened him to remember the frost-covered globe which had smashed trees in landing.
You'd think I was Orson Welles or somebody,
he gulped. He reached the town of West Lupton. The names of towns in Vermont are not good evidence of Yankee ingenuity. The town itself was a tiny place of 500 people. As he pedaled into it, it looked like the scene of a massacre. Its inhabitants lay unconscious everywhere. There were not even flies in the air. Mr. Tedder did not give up for 2 full hours, during which he pedaled desperately in quest of some other conscious human being. By now, his fear had come to be for himself, and it grew until it made him almost unaware of the ill-fitting, bumping pot upon his head. But at long last his teeth chattered.
Maybe,
said Mr. Tedder quaveringly to himself.
I'm the only man left alive in these parts.
With the terror came an impulse to hide. It was then late afternoon. It would soon be dark. He did not want to be in a town filled with still, not dead forms after dark. He pedaled down a side road. It became a cart track and climbed. It dwindled to a footpath. He dived into the obscurity of woodland as the shadows grew deep. He came at last to an empty, rocky hilltop. Sunset was over. Only a lingering, dim red glow remained in the west. Presently, stars shone down. He looked up at them, sweating. If that frost-covered thing had come from the stars, something from it, a sort of devil, had stricken down the hundreds of unconscious people Mr. Tedder had seen. Maybe it was getting ready for more of its kind. He stared upward and imagined other spheres swinging down out of the darkness overhead to gouge long furrows in the ground. Maybe such things were falling all over the world. But he could look across country for miles. Presently he saw joyfully that there were electric lights. He saw motor car headlights on the highways. In particular, he saw that the very last town he had entered was now brightly lighted, and there was traffic moving in and out.
Well,
he thought with relief,
whatever it was, it ain't permanent.
Come morning, he would have somebody cut loose the pot from his head. He could not find fuel to make a fire, but he snatched some fitful sleep toward dawn. He was bitterly cold when he woke, though, and at earliest daylight he made his way back toward town. The dawn light was still gray and dreary when he reached it. The streets were empty, but there was a motor truck stopped by a store, its motor purring, and there was a man tumbled in a heap above a bunch of big city newspapers he had just put out of the truck for delivery. The man was alive, but unconscious. There was a cat in a motionless furry heap beside him, as if it had come out to rub against his legs and had collapsed without warning. Mr. Tedder, shivering, turned the man over. He was insensible. He could not be roused. Mr. Tedder felt hysteria stirring within him. The pot hurt his head now. The places where it rubbed most often were getting sore. Then he noticed the headlines.
Disaster in Vermont. Devil loose, say villagers. Unexplained mass unconsciousness strikes countryside.
In the gray twilight of dawn, with a softly purring truck behind him, and before him an unconscious man, Mr. Tedder read. South Lupton, struck by strange, creeping unconsciousness that moved like a wall or an invisible flood of oblivion. Entire village insensible for half an hour. Some inhabitants undisturbed where they fell, others hauled about and pawed, but unharmed. The same inexplicable insensibility moved along roads. Man driving with his little daughter lost consciousness and came to find his car overturned and burning, and himself and the little girl lying some distance away. Farmers found their horses struggling up from unconsciousness. Mr. Tedder's throat went dry. He looked around furtively. This town had borne the look of a shambles yesterday when he was here. From the hilltop he had seen it alive, but now it was dead again. Suddenly he remembered a white dog that had come running toward him across a wide pasture. When he got to the dog, it was unconscious.
I wonder if...
He could not face the thought. Mr. Tedder shivered. He almost whimpered. But after a little, he picked up the unconscious man before him. He dragged him into the back of the truck. He drove clumsily and unaccustomedly out of the town. There was a long, straight stretch of road. Mr. Tedder went well out upon it. He stopped and let the unconscious man carefully down to the side of the road. He got back into the driver's seat and drove away. He watched through the back view mirror. When he was a little more than half a mile away, the still figure stirred, rolled over, and got dazedly upright. Mr. Tedder swallowed noisily. He drove on a little way and found a place where he could turn. He headed back. The owner of the truck still stood, bewildered, in the road. Mr. Tedder drove toward him. When he was still half a mile away, the man crumpled up and lay in a heap on the road. He was a flaccid, limp, insensible figure when Mr. Tedder brought the truck to a stop and loaded him in again. He turned once more and rode on towards South Lupton. Mr. Tedder's face was a sickly gray color. The meekness of his normal expression was replaced by an odd, fixed horror. He had found two things which he believed came from the frosted 10-foot sphere. One was a weapon which destroyed everything when a knob on its side was touched. The other was this pot, with a strap which now held it fast upon his head. The pot was a weapon too. It did not affect the one who wore it. The tightening of the strap when it went on was to make sure, pure anguish sharpened Mr. Tedder's perceptions, that it could not fall off while it was operating. If it did, the person, or the devil, wearing it would fall a victim too. It did not fit a man because it was designed for the brain case of something else, something Mr. Tedder had seen vaguely as a dark, moving object backing into a rusty barbed wire strung between two trees. If the pot, or helmet, had been turned on then, Mr. Tedder would never have seen anything. He would have fallen unconscious a half-mile away. He made a little sobbing noise in his throat. He drove unskillfully to South Lupton. One general store was open. He went into it and filled his pockets with canned food, a loaf of bread, and matches. He took 2 blankets from a shelf. He stepped carefully over the 2 clerks and 4 customers in the store. They were on the floor, of course. He walked out of the store and away from the little town.
I got to get back there,
he said unsteadily.
I got to.
A long while later, he strode across rolling pasture land. A white dog ran to intercept him. He saw it as a distant white speck. When he came up to it, it was a still, senseless heap. He went on to the woods and into them. It took him 2 hours to find the gash blasted in the woods by the gun-like thing. Then it took him another half-hour to find the gun. He shivered when he picked it up and carried it gingerly, but he noted that the metal was deeply pitted now. On the side that was next to the damp earth, the metal was eaten away to a depth of 1/4 of an inch or more. He found the abandoned orchard and the half-collapsed and wholly ruined house. Then he sat down and stared dully at nothing, trying to think of a solution to his predicament. Night fell, but he sat in a sort of lethargy of despair for a long while. Ultimately, he rolled up in the blankets. The pot on his head was horribly uncomfortable. It had not been made for a human head, and it did not fit. Twice during the night also, he woke with a feeling of strangulation. He had stirred in his sleep, and the tight chin strap had choked him. The second time he found himself close to the metal gun. He had almost touched it. He made an inarticulate sound, such as a man might make who found himself about to step on a rattlesnake. He got up and found the well of the abandoned farm. He dropped a clod of earth in it. It splashed. He dropped in the gun-like thing. Bubbling sounds followed. They lasted a long time. He stayed at the abandoned farm for 3 days, living on the canned stuff he had taken. His cheeks grew sunken, and his eyes querulously pathetic. Also, a sore place started from the rubbing of the pot on his head. On the second day, he found the frosted globe again. The motor in it still ran. Thud, 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 chunk, thud, 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 chunk. There was no sign that anything had come out. Perhaps there had only been one whatever it was in it, and that had succumbed to a rip in its artificial hide by a bit of barbed wire. No trace of that thing remained now. It had evaporated.
Jellyfish. Like jellyfish,
he told himself. Mr. Tedder did not think in scientific terms, nor speculate from what planet or star the whatever it was had come. If he had been told that on the planet Jupiter there was an atmosphere of ammonia and hydrogen under enormous pressure, it would have meant nothing to him. The suggestion that the specific gravity of the giant planet meant that only light metals like sodium, potassium, and lithium, all interacting readily with water, could exist there, such a suggestion would have had exactly no meaning at all. His mind dwelt exclusively upon the fact that any human being who came within a half-mile of him must fall unconscious and remain so. To the human race he was a menace, a devil, and that if he should manage to get the thick and clumsy pot off his head, he too would fall unconscious and remain so. He was in the most horrible solitary confinement imaginable. He was invulnerable, to be sure. He could rob with impunity and do murder without fear of any penalty, but nobody could speak to him, ever. On the 4th day, he went into East Lupton for food. On the 5th day, airplanes flew overhead, back and forth. One suddenly went spinning, out of control, dipping down toward the treetops. It recovered a bare few hundred feet up and 3/4 of a mile away. The planes disappeared. On the 6th day, bombs fell. The first racking explosions terrified him incomparably. He fled through the underbrush. He came out of it and saw soldiers. They made a cordon about an area of woodland, probably 2 miles square. They toppled in unconscious heaps as Mr. Tedder drew near them, and as if that were a signal, there were distant boomings, and artillery shells fell close to where he peered out. Mr. Tedder ran away. He dodged shells and bombs until night fell. Then he ran, weeping bitterly to himself.
I ain't done nothing wrong.
The thought beat through his imprisoned head. Of course, the troops could not stop him. He pelted through their lines, unheeding. Presently he reached the village of East Lupton. No figures moved in it. Desperate, he entered it. There were many soldiers among the heaps of shallow-breathing, staring-eyed folk who lay slackly wherever unconsciousness had overtaken them. Mr. Tedder found food and wolfed it. The store in which he found it was a country village general store and sold everything. Mr. Tedder was half mad now. The thing he wore was an intolerable burden. One of the sore places on his head from its rubbing was excruciatingly painful. It was infected. Other sore places were developing. And he was a sort of devil, working havoc wherever he moved. He took weapons for which he had no need, and metal-cutting tools which he would not dare to use, and he saw newspapers.
Guns to blast devil of East Lupton.
He read the news account. The 1-mile circle of insensibility had been deduced. Its cause was not understood, but it was certain that some sensate thing was at its center. It moved. It had made definite travels and returned to its starting point. Troops now cordoned the place where it nested restlessly, and artillery was being amassed. A barrage that nothing could survive would presently be poured in. Mr. Tedder looked at a powerful, sleek car. He could take it and go anywhere, and all of humanity was powerless to stop him, or to help him. Anyone who came near him would fall senseless, even he, if he took off the thing on his head. A motor truck came rolling into the village, its driver stricken unconscious at the wheel. It seemed certain to roll on and on. Mr. Tedder screamed at it, but something deflected its wheels. It curved sedately from the highway and plowed across the sidewalk and crashed into the corner of a house. When the sun rose, Mr. Tedder was back at the abandoned farm which, for no reason at all, he considered his headquarters. His eyes were red with bitter weeping. His meek expression was utterly woebegone, but his determination was made. Great bombers roared high overhead, so high they were mere specks. Things dropped from them. Boomings began all around the horizon. Shells struck and blasted. The tumult, once begun, was unending. Mr. Tedder cringed. Shaken and battered, he filed at the chain-link strap which held the pot on his head. The metal was soft, but the links shifted under his fingers, which trembled uncontrollably. A shell burst 50 yards away. Mr. Tedder was moved to sheer hysteria. He could do no such fine work as filing. He took the snips he had appropriated the night before. Once the thing was off his head, he would know nothing. No terror, no pain, nothing at all. The pot which had ridden him like the old man of the sea would kill him, but he wanted to be rid of it. He did not want to be near it even in death.
"Just get it off me,"
he shouted. He was a little mad now. The earth shook under him. Blast waves beat at him. Half-deafened, sobbing, he crawled to the well. He pulled at the rotten boards. He hung his head over the noisome depth. He used the metal snips. He had trouble getting them under the chain-link strap, to chew at the soft metal. The earth trembled under concussions. Bits of loose earth and rotted wood tumbled into the well from its edges. The snips met triumphantly. The pot tumbled down into the well and floated for a moment, rocking. Then it tilted and filled and sank. Some light metals react readily with water. Potassium violently, sodium freely, lithium readily. The pot was an alloy which would be highly useful where it was permanently too cold for water ever to turn liquid. But on Earth... Mr. Tedder sat up. He felt giddy, lightheaded, incredibly relieved. But a shell fell 30 yards away, and a bomb exploded horribly just over the ridge, and something ripped through the half-collapsed house and exploded on beyond. There had been a devil in this woods, the devil of East Lupton, Vermont. The artillery searched for it, to exorcise it, but Mr. Tedder was not unconscious.
"It's gone,"
he cried joyfully,
"and I'm okay now."
It would never occur to him that designers of a weapon who planned for the tightening of a fastening strap when it was turned on, so that it could not possibly make its own wearer a victim, would also arrange for it to be turned off if the fastening strap should be broken or cut. It would be the most obvious of safety devices. But Mr. Tedder's intellectual processes would never grasp such a thing. He simply knew that he was not unconscious and that the bombardment went on. It was overwhelming. It was maddening. Mr. Tedder put his hands over his ears and wept, cringing to the earth and awaiting death. Then the earth seemed to buckle beneath him. It raised up and dealt him a violent blow. Over where the frosted sphere lay, self-buried in the ground, there was a sudden, incredible, impossible flare. A shell had hit the enigmatic globe in which an untended motor had run so long. The sphere exploded. The violence of the explosion suggested power much greater than anything human. The fuel store of the sphere must have detonated. It made a crater a quarter-mile across, and every least fragment of the sphere itself was atomized and destroyed. The explosion seemed to the military to mark the death of something spectacular. They stopped the barrage and explored. They found Mr. Tedder unconscious. He was sleeping as if drugged from reaction to the end of strain. Near him, there was a caved-in well, which, of course, was not worth digging out. It was assumed that Mr. Tedder had remained unconscious through all the career of the Devil of East Lupton, Vermont. He was hospitalized and kindly told what had happened, and ultimately turned loose with a new suit of clothes and a $5 bill. And Mr. Tedder disappeared into the vast obscurity of the world of tramps, bums, blanket stiffs, and itinerant workmen. And to this day, nobody pretends that they really understood anything about the Devil of East Lupton, Vermont. There are even marked differences of opinion concerning its ending. Mr. Tedder thinks he was the devil, and that he somehow ceased to be fiendish when he got the pot off his head. Other authorities think that the heavy ordnance destroyed the devil, and point to a quarter-mile crater as proof. But if by the Devil of East Lupton you mean the whatever it was that came out of the somewhere into the here and caused all the catastrophes by his mere arrival, why, in that case, and strictly speaking, the Devil of East Lupton, Vermont, was the whatever it was which was in a leathery, hide-like garment or pressure suit the morning Mr. Tedder ran away from the constable. And that devil was destroyed by a rusty barb on a forgotten, vine-grown strand of barbed wire which was strung between two trees on an abandoned farm, and it was killed long before so much as the existence of a devil in those parts was suspected. End of The Devil of East Lupton, Vermont, by Murray Leinster.
Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. Martin wasn't prepared for it when the alien tractor beam grabbed his little ship. He had been in the fourth quadrant of Fless territory, threading an uneasy course through the extraterrestrials' home grounds, but he hadn't expected to be caught so suddenly or so hard. The ship stopped in mid-flight abruptly, so abruptly that Martin's head was slammed back against the rear of the seat, and for a moment he was paralyzed by the shock of what had happened. But only for a moment. His toe reached out, snapped the pedal on the subspace radio, and an instant later the voice of Earth Central's operator said, "What is it, Martin?" "Tell them I've been caught," Martin said crisply. "Tell them the Flesso patrols got me, and—" The radio went dead as the Flesso dampers got to it. Martin pulled himself forward and ran his eyes over the instrument panel. Against the dark velvet of space, a dull gray Flesso warship was swelling up in the viewplate, preparing to scoop up its prey. Martin had been caught like a fly in molasses. The odds had been against his stunt anyway. Theoretically, such a small ship as the little scout he was piloting should have been able to get through the Flesso patrols easily. But in practice, the network of spy beams stretching through the entire quadrant were efficient and near-infallible defenses, as Martin was discovering now. But I had lousy luck too, he thought. I wandered right up to the biggest warship in the whole damn fleet. Must have come within a light week or less. There wasn't much point in trying to break away now. Martin was trapped, thoroughly and unarguably. The little scout ship didn't carry a tenth the power he would need to break from the grasp of the big battle cruiser. And as for the scout ship's armament, it wasn't enough even to tickle the screens of a battleship like this one. Scout ships depended on speed and indetectability, and neither attribute was of much value now. Within minutes, the heavy tractor beams pulled the smaller ship into the yawning airlock of the huge Flesso cruiser. Okay, Martin thought. He folded his arms, leaned back in his chair, and waited. There was nothing else he could do, until a Fless tried to enter the ship. Time passed. The little scout ship was drawn further and further into the monster Flesso ship. It was now entirely enclosed by darkness, imprisoned within the metal hull of the huge battleship of space. Sitting inside, Martin waited patiently. The Flesso had been wanting to capture an Earthman for a long time. Well, now they'd succeeded. They'd captured their first Earth ship. Suddenly, Martin's damped communicator screen came back to life. A scaly, toad-like face appeared, and Martin stared blandly at the 3 red-rimmed, fiery eyes that confronted him. "I see you are still alive, Earthman." "No thanks to you, ugly face," Martin returned. "I'm hungry, though. Am I going to stay for dinner, or can I leave now?" Earth and Flesh had long been in communication with each other. The war had lasted for nearly 5 years, ever since the first treacherous Flesso sneak attack on a Terran outpost. The beings from the planet Flesh were the coldest, most dangerous aliens Earth had yet encountered in its expansion to the stars. During the war, neither side had succeeded in capturing one of the other's men alive. The ravening energies of a billion-cycle space gun tore a ship completely apart, leaving no survivors. But now Martin had been captured, and he was determined to make the most of it. "Keep your tongue," the toad-faced Flesh snarled. "Do you know who I am?" "Santa Claus? Uncle Sam? The Wicked Witch of the North?" The alien's face radiated hatred. "I'm Guvekink Nathor." Martin whistled. Guvek, eh? He had really stumbled into a good one, then. Guvek was the leader of the Flesso legions. "Hello, Guvek. The pleasure is all mine. Do I have to keep looking at your face?" "You will surrender or die," Guvek said, ignoring the barb. Martin chuckled. "Okay, come and get me, ugly." He reached out and snapped off the communicator decisively. Without waiting to see what would happen next, he sprang from the control seat. The Flesso were going to expect to find him inside the little scout ship. Very well, Martin thought. That's the one place I won't be. Smiling grimly, he strapped on a pair of bulky Spaulding cutter pistols and headed for the escape hatch. The aliens he knew would be watching the main airlock. They wouldn't be expecting a second exit, and if they were, they wouldn't know exactly where it would be. Silently, Martin dropped through the hatch at the rear of the ship. "Come and get me," he thought. "I'm ready." He found himself in a large metal room that measured well over 100 feet in width and twice that in length. The ceiling, dimly seen, was far overhead beyond any quick estimation. Crouching in the shadow of his ship, Martin watched a platoon of the loathsome Flesso bring a heavy, semi-portable burner up to the airlock. The reptilian aliens were having quite a time with the weapon. There was much hissing and flicking of tails as they got it into position. Finally, they managed to train the muzzle on the door and then press the firing studs. A dazzling blue-white glare leaped toward the airlock door. Lovely, Martin thought, as the bright light cast fierce illumination in the giant room. An instant after the burner went into action, so did Martin. He drew his Spauldings and fired. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 quick, silent spurts of flame, and 4 of the aliens lay dead, charred through by the noiseless, almost invisible energy of the Spauldings. The unfortunate aliens had had no way of knowing where it had come from, that death that had hit 4 of their number in as many seconds. The burst of light from the semi-portable burner had blanketed every trace of the faint radiation from Martin's pistols. Huddling low, Martin ran for a nearby girder, taking advantage of the fact that the aliens' attentions were still directed toward the airlock of his ship. Naturally, they wouldn't notice a figure running from the rear. He took a position behind the girder and, aiming carefully, picked off 4 more of the aliens. He tried to put his shot just back of the oversized toad-like heads of the Flesso, though it didn't matter much where the beam landed. The result was the same. The survivors were conferring hissingly and evincing great confusion. Apparently, they still thought the fire was coming from somewhere within the ship, but they were unable to figure out where. There were 8 of them left. Martin picked off one of them with his 9th charge, then held fire. He had 1 charge left, and then there would be a 30-second delay while the Spauldings recharged themselves. He didn't want to leave himself defenseless even for 30 seconds. He counted off. 10, 15, 20. 1 gun was charged. He raised it, ready to fire, when he heard a sudden, telltale hiss from behind him. He whirled, but it was too late. A searing beam of energy cracked into him, hurling him backward. He clung to consciousness an instant, then blacked out as the beam shorted his neural circuits. When he awoke, Martin opened his eyes, blinked, closed them again. "Ugh," he said. He felt a savage poke in the stomach. "Open your eyes." "Do I have to?" "Open them." With visible reluctance, he opened his lids and stared into the bulging, lidless eyes of none other than Guvkenk himself. The Flesso leader was even uglier than usual. "Very clever, Earthman," he said coldly. "For that little trick, you'll die, slowly. After we have extracted all the information we need from you, that is." "Trick?" asked Martin blankly. "Yes, getting out of the ship and shooting down my men." "Dear me," Martin said innocently. "I thought that was the smart thing to do in view of your hostile attitude. I didn't realize you'd be so stuffy about it, but I'm sorry you're so stupid you—" "Silence!" A heavy, clawed hand smashed across his face, slamming his head to one side. The enraged alien leader turned to a henchman at his side. "Get the brain probe, Captain Ignor." "At once, Commander." The captain waddled over to an elaborate-looking machine near the wall and removed its translucent hood. Martin looked at it and almost gasped. The thing was so much like the Terran model of a brain probe that only a practiced eye could tell them apart. Obviously, this machine worked on the same principle as the Earth-type brain probe did, and that, Martin reflected, was not a pleasant thought. "You use that for picking your teeth, Guvek?" "You'll find out its use soon enough, Earthman." The Flesso scowled and signaled to the captain to wheel the brain probe over. No organic brain, Martin knew, could stand up against the mental energies of a brain probe. Within seconds, it could render any person a slave to the will of whoever operated the machine. Martin clenched his jaws grimly, ready to resist anything the Flesso could throw against him. There was always a chance that, "Your mouth will be less full of insults when we have finished with you, Earthman." "You're scaring me, Guvek." "We'll see. Clamp down the helmet." The cold metal descended and the captain anchored it tightly around Martin's skull. "What shall I ask first, most noble sire?" Captain Ignor asked. Guvkenk smiled harshly. "I'm interested in knowing how it was that he deflected the death-dealing beam that shot him down. It should have killed him, but it merely knocked him out. Ask the prisoner what protection he has." Ignor threw a switch, and a low, buzzing hum throbbed in the room as the brain probe's generators went to work. Martin felt a faint tingling in his skull. Then Ignor turned a dial, and the probe sank into his brain. He held his breath as the energy projectors of the brain probe wandered around in his skull, seeking to gain hold. They failed. The Flesso model wasn't attuned to Earth minds, apparently. "Why didn't the energy beam kill you?" Captain Ignor asked. "Because it missed me," said Martin calmly. A grin spread across Guvek's evil, toadish face. Good, he said exultantly. It missed him. But now we know that the Earthmen have no defense against our weapons. He rubbed his dry, scaly hands together. The next question, sire? Make him tell us about the defenses of Earth, Guvek said. I'll be damned if I will, you bloated monstrosity. Guvek's globular eyes blinked slowly in surprise. But you're supposed to be under the power of the machine. He turned his flat, batrachian head to glare at Captain Ignor. Turn up the power. Yes, sire. Ignor's thick claws wrenched up the dial, and a surge of power thundered through Martin's brain without leaving an impression. Feels nice, he said, like an extra special shampoo. But you wouldn't know what a shampoo is, would you? Up higher, Guvek snapped. That's as high as it goes, sire. Martin still sat there, sneering openly at the alien's attempts to read his brain. Guvek paced angrily around the seated Earthman without speaking. All right, he said finally. Shut the machine off. Obviously, the Earthman's brain just does not respond. There was anger and more than a touch of surprise in his voice. Take the brain probe away. Yes, sire. Guvek's eyes grew hard. There are, however, older and cruder ways. What do you say to torture, Earthman? I'm not much in favor of it, said Martin. I can't say I care for the idea at all. Good, Guvek said. Ignor, prepare the torture. No human being likes physical torture. The idea of having hot needles slid under one's fingernails, of having one's toenails removed by pincers, of being scourged with nerve whips, none of these were pleasant thoughts. Not pleasant, perhaps, but not unbearable so far as Martin was concerned. It hurt, of course it hurt, but not once during the terrible ordeal did Martin either pass out or give any sign that the torture was more than he could bear. What's the matter, Guvek? Slowing down? At each taunt, the alien overlord grew uglier and angrier. And as the horror went on, Guvek seemed to come more and more frantic. None of the most delicate, subtle torture devised, and the Flesso were experts at devising torture, seemed to have any effect on the Earthman. He simply sat there, grimly, stoically. You're boring me, Guvek, Martin remarked as an acid-tipped auger nibbled flesh from his chest. But I'm willing to be cooperative. You'll notice I'm just sitting here patiently while you play with me. Very well, Guvek stormed. If that's your attitude, we'll see what can be done. Perhaps you Earthmen have no pain nerves, but at the sight of your very bodies being destroyed, I think I've had just about enough of this, Martin said. Flexing his muscles, he yanked one hand free of the torture chair and ripped the auger from his chest. He hurled the acid-tipped drill far across the room where it smashed against the wall. Then he pulled his other arm free and, with one final straining effort, rose from the chair and stood unbound. What? Guvek's half-whispered question was almost impossible to hear. You're free? Captain Ignor opened his bulging eyes even wider and flattened himself against the wall while Guvek gasped in terror. I'm free, Martin said. I got tired of having you play with me. He smiled cheerfully and then sprang into life as one of the projectors that lined the wall, manned by guards outside, moved just a fraction of an inch. A burst of energy from one of those projectors could kill him, but it would kill anyone or anything else. He leaped on Guvek. He sensed the acrid, nauseating odor of the alien and wrapped his legs around the Flesso's body, pitching them both to the ground. The two of them rolled over against the far wall. A quick glance told Martin that the projectors in the wall were following, but they couldn't shoot for fear of hitting Guvak. The Flesso leader squirmed in Martin's grip as he tried to get his ray pistol out of its holster. "No, you don't," Martin said, and grabbed the alien's arm. Guvak grunted as Martin bent the arm upward and twisted until the ligaments creaked. "No!" Guvak moaned. "Drop the gun, then." The alien squirmed again. Martin twisted upward, and there was a sharp crack, followed by another, the sound of the gun hitting the floor. Then something slammed against Martin's head from behind. Jerking his head aside, he crashed his fist against Guvak's temple to knock him out and reduce the opposition. Again, something struck his head. This time, Martin turned and grabbed a slimy wrist. It was Captain Ignor, who had been trying to knock Martin out with the butt of his pistol. Martin twisted viciously at the captain's wrist, and the ray pistol clattered to the floor. Ignor screamed in agony as a burning pain raced up his arm and swung wildly at Martin with his good arm. The savage claws raked the air just above the Earthman's head, and he drove in with a solid punch that made Ignor gasp. Martin followed his advantage with a smash to the face, sent the alien reeling away in pain, and in the same motion reached down and grasped one of the fallen ray pistols. He stepped over to Guvak's limp body and jabbed the pistol into the alien leader's scaly side. "All right," he said coldly. "Anything more, and I'll let Guvak Kenk Nathor have a fast burn through his guts." There was a stunned silence for a moment. Then the pain-racked voice of Captain Ignor said, "Don't shoot at the Earthman! Get away from those projectors!" The projector crew held fire. Martin waited tensely as Guvak moaned and stirred. 10 feet away, standing amidst the torture implements, the captain clutched his broken arm and watched the Earthman with terror in his eyes and pain evident on his face. Guvak blinked his eyes open. He looked dazed for a moment, then focused his eyes on Martin. His right arm, the Earthman noticed, was twisted horribly. "Ignor?" "He's over there," Martin said. "His arm didn't bend either. And if you move, I'll find out how resistant your innards are to a quick burn." Guvak shook his head bewilderedly. "You've got us, Earthman. But how did it happen? How could one man take over a great battleship?" "It was easy," Martin said. Guvak moaned and looked at his mangled arm regretfully. "I don't understand," the defeated alien commander said. "Why did you let us torture you if you could get away so easily?" Martin smiled. "I wanted to teach you a lesson," he said. "Earth's been patient with your marauding for a long time, and we put up with your sneak attack on Regulus. But the time has come to tell you to stop, or we'll wipe your whole race out of the galaxy. We're tired of your tactics, Guvak, and if one man can do this to you, what can a whole army of us do?" There was a long silence before Guvak spoke, and when he spoke, it was the voice of a being whose pride had been completely crushed. "If we had known," he said weakly, swallowing. "Who knew the Earthmen were supermen? You're the first we could capture, and it was all a trick. You let us capture you to show us what you could do." "Very smart, Guvak. You learn quickly." The alien passed one hand over his face. We'll call off our offensive at once." "Good. Now I'll use your radio to call Earth and tell them you're on your way to arrange peace terms." At Earth Military Headquarters, General James Bedford snapped off the subspace radio and grinned at the man who faced him across the table, Colonel Parnell. "You hear that, Parnell? The trick worked. He got them so scared of Earthmen that they're ready to come to terms." Colonel Parnell smiled. Fine deal all around. It cost us $10 billion to build military advanced robot number 10, not counting what we spent on the first 9 failures. But it was worth it. We've saved untold numbers of lives. The general nodded. Well worth it. MAR-10 did the job perfectly. End of Prisoner of War by Randall Garrett. Read by Paul Hampton.
Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett. Eric Falcon stood utterly still, staring down at his leashed and helpless hands on the controls of the spaceship Falcon. The red lights on his indicator panel showed Hiltonist ships in a 3-dimensional half-moon, above, behind, and below him, pincer jaws closing fast. The animal instinct of escape prodded him, but he couldn't obey. He had fuel enough for one last burst of speed, but there was no way through that ring of ships. Tractor beams crisscrossing between them would net the Falcon like a fish. There was no way out ahead either. Mercury was there, harsh and bitter in the naked blaze of the sun. The ships of Gantry Hilton, president of the Federation of Worlds, inventor of the psycho-adjuster, and ruler of men's souls, were herding him down to a landing at the lonely Space Guard outpost, a landing he couldn't dodge. And then, for Paul Avery, a choice of death or happiness. For himself and Sheila Moore, there was no choice. It was death. The red lights blurred before Falcon's eyes. The throb of the plates under his feet faded into distance. He'd stood at the controls for 4 chronometer days, ever since the Hiltonists had chased him up from Los Angeles, back on Earth. He knew it was because he was exhausted that he couldn't think or stop the nightmare of the past days from tramping through his brain, hammering the incessant question at him. How? How had the Hiltonists traced him back from New York? Paul Avery, the unregenerate recruit he went to get, had passed a rigid psycho search, which, incidentally, revealed the finest brain ever to come to the unregenerate cause. He couldn't be a spy, and he'd spoken to no one but Falcon. Yet they were traced. Hiltonist black guards were busy now destroying the last avenues of escape from Earth, avenues that he, Falcon, had led them through. But how? He knew he hadn't given himself away. For 30 years he'd been spiriting unregenerates away from Gantry Hilton's strongholds of peace and happiness. He was too old a hand for blunders. Yet somehow, the black guards caught up with them at Los Angeles, where the Falcon lay hidden, and somehow they got away with a starving green-eyed girl named Kitty. "Not Kitty," Falcon muttered. "Kitty's happy. Hilton took Kitty 30 years ago on our wedding day." A starving waif named Sheila Moore, who begged him for help because he was Eric Falcon, and almost a god to the unregenerates. They got away in the Falcon, but the Hiltonist ships followed. Driven, hopeless flight, desperate effort to shake pursuit before he was too close to the sun. Time and again, using precious fuel and accelerations that tried even his tough body, Falcon thought he had escaped. But they found him again. It was uncanny the way they found him. Now he couldn't run anymore. At least he'd led the Hiltonists away from the pitiful, starving holes where his people hid, on the outer planets and barren asteroids and dark, derelict hulks floating far outside the traveled lanes. And he'd kill himself before the Hiltonist psycho-search could pick his brain of information about the unregenerates. Kill himself if he could wake up. He began to laugh, a drunken, ragged chuckle. He couldn't stop laughing. He clung to the panel edge and laughed until the tears ran down his scarred, dark face. "Stop it," said Sheila Moore. "Stop it, Falcon. Can't. It's funny. We live in hell for 30 years, we unregenerates, fighting Hiltonism. We're licked now. We were before we started. Now I'm gonna die so they can suffer hell a few weeks more. It's so damned funny. Sleep dragged at him, sleep urgent and powerful, so powerful that it seemed like an outside force gripping his mind. His hands relaxed on the panel edge. "Falcon," said Sheila Moore. "Eric Falcon." Some steely thing in her voice lashed him erect again. She crouched on the shelf bunk against the wall, her feral green eyes blazing, her thin body taut in its torn green silk. "You've got to get away, Falcon. You've got to escape." He had stopped laughing. "Why?" he asked dully. "We need you, Falcon. You're a legend, a hope we cling to. If you give up, what are we to go on?" She rose and paced the narrow deck. Paul Avery watched her from the bunk on the opposite wall, his amber eyes dull with the deep weariness that slackened his broad young body. Falcon watched her too. The terrible urge for sleep hammered at him, bowed his gray-shot, savage head, drew the strength from his lean muscles. But he watched Sheila Moore. That was why he had risked his life, and Avery's, and broken unregenerate law to save her, unknown and untested. She blazed somehow. She stabbed his brain with the same cold fire he had felt after Kitty was taken from him. "You've got to escape," she said. "We can't give up yet." Her voice was distant, her raw gold hair a detached haze of light. Darkness crept on Falcon's brain. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know. Falcon," she caught him with thin, painful fingers. "They're driving you down on Mercury. Why not trick them? Why not go beyond?" He stared at her. Even he would never have thought of that. Beyond the orbit of Mercury there was only death. Avery leaped to his feet. For a startled instant, Falcon's brain cleared, and he saw the trapped, wild terror in Avery's face. "We'd die," said Avery hoarsely. "The heat." Sheila faced him. "We'll die anyway unless you want psycho change. Why not try it, Eric? Their instruments won't work close to the sun. They may even be afraid to follow." The wiry, febrile force of her beat at them. "Try, Eric. We have nothing to lose." Paul Avery stared from one to the other of them, and then to the red lights that were the ships. Abruptly, he sank down on the edge of his bunk and dropped his broad, fair head in his hands. Falcon saw the chords like drawn harpstrings on the backs of them. "I can't," whispered Falcon. The command to sleep was once more a vast shout in his brain. "I can't think." "You must," said Sheila. "If you asleep, we'll be taken. You won't be able to kill yourself. They'll pick your brain empty, then they'll Hiltonize you with the psychoadjuster. They'll blink your brain with electric impulses and then transmit a whole new memory pattern, even shifting the thought circuits so that you won't think the same way. They'll change your metabolism, your glandular balance, your pigmentation, your face, and your fingerprints." He knew she was recounting these things deliberately to force him to fight. But still, the weak darkness shrouded him. "Even your name will be gone," she said. "You'll be placid and lifeless, lazing your life away, just one of Hilton's cattle." She took a deep breath and added, "Like Kitty." He caught her shoulders then, grinding the thin bone of them. "How'd you know?" "That night, when you saw me, you said her name. Perhaps I made you think of her. I know how it feels, Eric. They took the boy I loved away from me." He clung to her, the blue distant fire in his eyes taking life from the hot, green blaze of hers. There was iron in her. He could feel the spark and clash of it against his mind. "Talk to me," he whispered. "Keep me awake. I'll try." Waves of sleep clutched Falcon with physical hands. but he turned to the control panel. The bitter blaze of mercury stabbed his bloodshot eyes. Red lights hemmed him in. He couldn't think. And then Sheila Moore began to talk. Standing behind him, her thin, vital hands on his shoulders, telling him the story of Hiltonism. Gantry Hilton's psychoadjuster was a good thing at first. Through the mapping and artificial blanking of brainwaves and the use of electrohypnotism, the transmission of thought patterns directly to the brain, it cured non-lesional insanity, neuroses, and criminal tendencies. Then, at the end of the interplanetary war, red lights closing in. How could he get past the Space Guard battery? Sheila's voice fought back the darkness. Speed, that was what he needed, and more guts than he'd ever had to use in his life before. And luck. Keep talking, Sheila. Keep me awake. Hilton boomed his discovery. The people were worn out with 6 years of struggle. They wanted Hiltonism, peace and happiness. The passion for escape from life drove them like lunatics. He found the emergency lever and thrust it down. The last ounce of hoarded power slammed into the rocket tubes. The Falcon reared and staggered. Then she shot straight for Mercury, with the thin, high scream of tortured metal shivering along the cabin walls. Space shells burst. They shook the Falcon, but they were far behind. The ring of red lights was falling away. Acceleration tore at Falcon's body, but the web of sleep was loosening. Sheila's voice cried to him the story of man's slavery. The naked, hungry peaks of Mercury snarled at Falcon. And then the guns of the Space Guard post woke up. Talk, Sheila, he cried. Keep talking. So Gantry Hilton made himself a sort of god, regulating the thoughts and emotions of his people. There is no opposition now, except for the unregenerates, and we have no power. Humanity walks in a placid stupor. It cannot feel dissatisfaction, disloyalty, or the will to grow and change. It cannot fight, even morally. Gantry Hilton is a god. His son after him will be a god. And humanity is dying. There was a strange, almost audible snap in Falcon's brain. He felt a quick, terrible stab of hate that startled him because it seemed no part of himself. Then it was gone, and his mind was clear. He was tired to exhaustion, but he could think and fight. Livid, flaming stars leaped and died around him. Racked plates screamed in agony. Falcon's lean hands raced across the controls. He knew now what he was going to do. Down, down, straight into the black, belching mouths of the guns, gambling that his sudden burst of speed would confuse the gunners, that the tiny speck of his ship hurtling bow on would be hard to see against the star-flecked depths of space. Falcon's lips were white. Sheila's thin hands were a sharp, unnoticed pain on his shoulders. Down, down. The peaks of Mercury almost grazed his hull. A shell burst searingly. Dead ahead. Blinded, dazed, Falcon held his ship by sheer instinct. Thundering rockets fought the gravitational pull for a moment. Then he was through, and across. Across Mercury, in free space, a speeding mote lost against the titanic fires of the sun. Falcon turned. Paul Avery lay still in his bunk, but his golden eyes were wide, staring at Falcon. They dropped to Sheila Moore, who had slipped, exhausted, to the floor, and came back to Falcon, and stared with a queer, stark look that Falcon couldn't read. Falcon cut the rockets and locked the controls. Heat was already seeping through the hull. He looked through shaded ports at the vast and swollen sun. No man in the history of space travel had ventured so close before. He wondered how long they could stand the heat, and whether the hull could screen off the powerful radiations. His brain, with all its knowledge of the unregenerate camps, was safe for a time. Knowing the hopelessness of it, he smiled sardonically, wondering if sheer habit had taken the place of reason. Then Sheila's bright head made him think of Kitty, and he knew that his tired body had betrayed him. He could never give up. He went down beside Sheila. He took her hands and said, "Thank you, Sheila Moore." And then, quite peacefully, he was asleep with his head in her lap. The heat was a malignant vampire presence. Eric Falcon felt it even before he wakened. He was lying in Avery's bunk, and the sweat that ran from his body made a sticky pool under him. Sheila lay across from him, eyes closed, raw gold hair pushed back from her temples. The torn green silk of her dress clung damply. The starved thinness of her gave her a strange beauty, clear and brittle, like sculptured ice. She'd lived in alleys and cellars, hiding from the Hiltonists, because she wouldn't be happy. She was strong, that girl, like an unwanted cat that simply wouldn't die. Avery sat in the pilot's chair, watching through the shaded port. He swung around as Falcon got up. The exhaustion was gone from his square young face, but his eyes were still veiled and strange. Falcon couldn't read them, but he sensed fear. He asked, "How long have I slept?" Avery shrugged. "The chronometer stopped. A long time, though. 20 hours, perhaps?" Falcon went to the controls. "Better go back now. We'll swing wide of Mercury, and perhaps we can get through." He hoped their constant velocity hadn't carried them too far for their fuel. Relief surged over Avery's face. "The size of that sun," he said jerkily. "It's terrifying. I never felt—" He broke off sharply. Something about his tone brought Sheila's eyes wide open. Suddenly, the bell of the mass detector began to ring, a wild, insistent jangle. "Meteor!" cried Falcon, and leaped for the visor screen. Then he froze, staring. It was no meteor. Rushing at them, out of the vast blaze of the sun, it was a planet. A dark planet, black as the infinity behind it, barren and cool as starvation, touched in its jagged peaks with subtle, phosphorescent fires. Paul Avery whispered, "Good Lord, a planet here, but it's impossible." Sheila Moore sprang up. "No, remember the old legends about Vulcan, the planet between Mercury and the Sun? Nobody believed in it because they could never find it. But they could never explain Mercury's crazy orbit either, except by the gravitational interference of another body." Avery said, "Surely the Mercurian observations would have found it." A pulse began to beat in his strong, white throat. "It's there," snapped Falcon impatiently. "And we'll crash it in a minute if we're—" Sheila Moore." The dull glare from the ports caught the proud, bleak lines of his gypsy face, the sudden fire in his blue eyes. "This is a world, Sheila. It might be a world for us, a world where the unregenerates could live and wait." She gasped and stared at him, and Paul Avery said, "Look at it, Falcon. No one, nothing could live there." Falcon said softly, "Afraid to land and see." Yellow eyes burned into his, confused and wild. Then Avery turned jerkily away. "No, but you can't land, Falcon. Look at it." Falcon looked, using a powerful search beam, probing. Vulcan was smaller even than Mercury. There was no atmosphere. Peaks like splinters of black glass bristled upward, revolving slowly in the sun's tremendous blaze. The beam went down into the bottomless dark of the canyons. There was nothing there but the glassy rock and the dim glints of light through it. "All the same," said Falcon, "I'm gonna land." If there was even a tiny chance, he couldn't let it slip. Unregeneracy was almost dead in the inhabited worlds. Paul Avery was the only recruit in months. and it was dying in the miserable outer strongholds of independence. Starvation, plague, cold and darkness, insecurity and danger, and the awful lost terror of humans torn from earth and light. Unless they could find a place of safety, with warmth and light and dirt to grow food in, where babies could be born and live, Gantry Hilton would soon have the whole solar system for his toy. There were no more protests. Falcon set the ship down with infinite skill on a ledge on the night side. Then he turned, feeling the blood beat in his wrists and throat. "Vac suits," he said. "There are 2 and a spare." They got into them, shuffled through the airlock, and stood still, the first humans on an undiscovered world. Lead weights in their boots held them so that they could walk. Falcon thrust at the rock with a steel-shod alpenstock. "It's like glass," he said. "Some unfamiliar compound, probably, fused out of raw force in the solar disturbance that created the planets. That would explain its resistance to heat." Radio headphones carried Avery's voice back to him clearly, and Falcon realized that the stuff of the planet insulated against solar waves, which would normally have blanketed communication. "Whatever it is," said Avery, "it sucks up light. That's why it's never been seen. Only little glimmers seep through, too feeble for telescopes, even on Mercury, to pick up against the sun. Its mass is too tiny for its transits to be visible, and it doesn't reflect." "A sort of dark stranger hiding in space," said Sheila, and shivered. "Look, Eric, isn't that a cave mouth?" Falcon's heart gave a great leap of hope. There were caves on Pluto, perhaps in the hidden heart of this queer world. They went toward the opening. It was surprisingly warm. Falcon guessed that the black rock diffused the sun's heat instead of stopping it. Thin, ragged spires reared overhead, stabbing at the stars. Furtive glints of light came and went in ebon depths. The cave opened before them, and their torches showed glistening walls dropping sheer away into blackness. Falcon uncoiled a 1,000-foot length of synthetic fiber rope from his belt. It was no larger than a spider web, and strong enough to hold Falcon and Avery together. He tied it to each of their metal boots and let it down. It floated endlessly out, the lead weight dropping slowly in the light gravity. 800, 900 feet. When there were 5 feet of rope left in Falcon's hand, it stopped. "Well," he said, "there is a bottom." Paul Avery caught his arm. "You aren't going down." "Why not?" Falcon scowled at him, puzzled. "Stay here if you prefer. Sheila?" "I'm coming with you." "All right," whispered Avery. "I'll come." His amber eyes were momentarily those of a lion caught in a pit, afraid and dangerous. Dangerous? Falcon shook his head irritably. He drove his alpenstock into a crack and made the rope fast. "Hang on," he said. "We'll float like balloons, but be careful. I'll go first. If there's anything wrong down there, chuck off your other boot and climb up fast." They went down, floating endlessly on the weighted rope. Little glints of light fled through the night-dark walls. It grew hot. Then Falcon struck a jog in the cleft wall and felt himself sliding down a 45-degree offset. Abruptly, there was light. Falcon yelled in sharp, wild warning. The thing was almost on him, a colossus with burning eyes set on foot-long stalks, with fanged jaws agape and muscles straining. Falcon grabbed for his blaster. The quick motion overbalanced him. Sheila slid down on him and they fell slowly together, staring helplessly at destruction, charging at them through a rainbow swirl of light. The creature rushed by in utter silence. Paul Avery landed his blaster ready. Falcon and Sheila scrambled up, cold with the sweat of terror. "What was it?" gasped Sheila. Falcon said shakily, "God knows." He turned to look at their surroundings and swept the others back into the shadow of the cleft. Riders hunted the colossus, riders of a shape so mad that even in madness no human could have conceived them, riders on steeds like arrowing tails of comets, hallooing on behind a pack of nightmare hounds. Cold sweat drenched him. "How can they live without air?" he whispered. "And why didn't they see us?" There was no answer, but they were safe for the moment. The light, a shifting web of prismatic colors, showed nothing moving. They stood on a floor of the glassy black rock. Above and on both sides, walls curved away into the wild light. Sunlight, apparently, splintered by the shell of the planet. Ahead, there was a ebon plain, curving to match the curve of the vault. Falcon stared at it bitterly. There was no haven here. No life as he knew it could survive in this pit. Yet there was life, of some mad sort. Another time, they might not escape. "Better go back," he said wearily, and turned to catch the rope. The cleft was gone. Smooth and unbroken, the black wall mocked him. Yet he hadn't moved more than 2 paces. He smothered a swift stab of fear. "Look for it," he snapped. "It must be here." But it wasn't. They searched and came again together, to stare at each other with eyes already a little mad. Paul Avery laughed sharply. "There's something here," he said. "Something alive." Falcon snarled. "Of course, you fool. Those creatures. No, something else. Something laughing at us." "Shut up, Avery," said Sheila. "We can't go to pieces now." "And we can't just stand here glaring." Falcon looked out through the rainbow dazzle. "We may as well explore. Perhaps there's another way out." Avery chuckled without mirth. "And perhaps there isn't. Perhaps there was never a way in. What happened to it, Falcon?" "Control yourself," said Falcon silkily, "or I'll rip off your oxygen valve." "All right, let's go." They went a long way across the plain in the airless, unechoing silence, slipping on glassy rock, dazzled by the wheeling colors. Then Falcon saw the castle. It loomed quite suddenly, a bulk of squat wings with queer, twisted turrets and straggling windows. Falcon scowled. He was sure he hadn't seen it before. Perhaps the light. They hesitated. Icy moth wings flittered over Falcon's skin. He would have gone around, but black walls seemed to stretch endlessly on either side of the castle. "We'll go in," he said, and shuddered at the thought of meeting folk like those who hunted the flaming-eyed colossus. Blasters ready, they went up flat Titanic steps. A hall without doors stretched before them. They went down it. Falcon had a dizzy sense of change. The walls quivered as though with a wash of water over them, and then there were doors opening out of a round hall. He opened one. There was a round hall beyond, with further doors. He turned back. The hall down which they had come had vanished. There were only doors. Hundreds of them, of odd shapes and sizes, like things imperfectly remembered. Paul Avery began to laugh. Falcon struck him hard over the helmet. He stopped, and Sheila caught Falcon's arm, pointing. Shadows came, rushing and wheeling like monstrous birds. Cold dread cut Falcon's heart. Shadows, hunting them. He choked down the mad laughter rising in his own throat. He opened another door. Halls with doors. The shadows swept after them. Falcon hurled the doors open, faster and faster, but there was never anything beyond but another hall, with doors. His heart was gorged and painful. His clothing was cold on his sweating body. He plunged on and on through the black halls and drifting shards of light, with the shadows dancing all around, and doors, doors, doors. Paul Avery made a little empty chuckle. "It's laughing," he mumbled, and went down on the black floor. The shadows leaped. Sheila's eyes were a staring fire in her starved white face. Her terror shocked against Falcon's brain and steadied it. "Take his feet," he said harshly. "Take his feet." They staggered on with their burden, and presently there were no more doors, and no roof overhead, only the light and the glassy walls and the dancing shadows. The walls were thin in places. Through them, Falcon saw the dark colossus with its flaming eyes, straining through the spangled light. After it came the hounds and hunters, not gaining nor falling back, riding in blind absorption. The walls faded, and the shadows. They were alone in the center of the black plain. Falcon looked back at the castle. There was nothing but the flat and naked rock. He laid Avery down. He saw Sheila Moore fall beside him. He laughed, one small, mad chuckle. Then he crouched beside the others, his scarred gypsy face a mask of living stone. Whether it was then, or hours later, that he heard the voice, Falcon never knew. But it spoke loudly in his mind, that voice. It brought him up, his futile blaster raised. "You are humans," said the voice. "How wonderful." Falcon looked upward, sensing a change in the light. Something floated overhead, a 10-foot area of curdled glory, a core of blinding brilliance set in a lacy froth of fire. The beauty of it caught Falcon's throat. It shimmered with a sparkling opalescence, infinitely lovely, a living, tender flame floating in the rainbow light. It caught his heart, too, with a deep sadness that drifted in dim, faded colors beneath the brilliant veil. It said, clearly as a spoken voice in his mind, "Yes, I live, and I speak to you." Sheila and Avery had risen. They stared, wide-eyed, and Sheila whispered, "What are you?" The floating fire dipped and swirled. Preening peacock tints rippled through it, to be drowned in fierce, proud scarlet. It said, "I am a child of the sun." It watched them gape in stunned amazement, and laughed with mocking golden notes. "I will tell you, humans. It will amuse me to have an audience not of my own creating. Watch." A slab of the glassy rock took form before them. Deep in it, a spot of brilliance grew. It was a sun, in the first blaze of its virile youth. It strode the path of its galactic orbit alone. Then, from the wheeling depths of the space, a second sun approached. It was huge, burning with a blue-white radiance. There was a mating, and the 9 worlds were born in a rush of supernal fire. And then there was life. Not on the 9 burning planets, but in free space. Little globs of fire, bits of the sun itself, shocked somehow to intelligence in the vast explosion of energy. The picture blurred. The colors of the floating light were dulled and dreamy. "There were many of us," it sighed. "We were like tiny suns, living on the conversion of our own atoms. We played in open space." Dim pictures washed the screen, glories beyond human comprehension, a faded vision of splendor, of alien worlds and the great wheeling suns of outer space. The voice murmured, "Like suns, we radiated our energy. We could draw strength from our parent, but not enough. We died, but I was stronger than the rest, and more intelligent. I built myself a shell." "Built it," whispered Avery. "But how?" "All matter is built of raw energy, electron and proton existing in a free state. With a part of my own mass, I built this world around myself to hold the energy of the sun and check the radiation of my own vitality. I have lived where my race died. I have watched the planets cool and live and die. I am not immortal. My mass grows less as it drains away through my shell, but it will be a long, long time. I shall watch the sun die, too. The voice was silent. The colors were ashes of light. Falcon was stricken with a great, poignant grief. Then, presently, the little malicious flames frothed to life again, and the voice said, "My greatest problem is amusement. Here, in this black shell, I am forced to devise pleasures from my own imagination." Falcon gasped. "The hunt is the cleft that vanished in that hellish castle." He was suddenly cold and hot at once. "Clever, eh? I created my hunt some eons ago. According to my plan, the beast can neither escape nor the hunters catch him. But owing to the uncertainty factor, there is one chance in some hundreds of billions that one or the other event may occur. It affords me endless amusement." "And the castle," said Falcon sulkily, "that amused you too." "Oh yes, your emotional reactions. Most interesting." Falcon raised his blaster and fired at the core of light. Living fire coiled and writhed. The Sun-Child laughed. "Raw energy only feeds me. What? Are there no questions?" Falcon's voice was almost gentle. "Do you think of nothing but amusement?" Savage colors ripped against the dim, sad mobs. "What else is there to fill the time?" Time. Time since little frozen Pluto was incandescent gas. "You closed the openings we came through," said Avery abruptly. "Of course." "But you'll open it again. You'll let us go." The tone of his voice betrayed him, Falcon knew, and Sheila. "No," said Sheila throatily. "It won't let us go. It will keep us here to play with until we die." Ugly dark reds watched the Sun-Child. "Death," it whispered. "My creatures exist until I bid them vanish. But death, true death, that would be a supreme amusement." A desperate rage gripped Falcon. The vast, empty vault mocked him with his dead hopes. It jeered at him with solid walls that were built and shifted like smoke by the power of this lovely, soulless flame. Built and shifted. Sudden fire struck his brain. He stood rigid, stricken dumb by the sheer magnificence of his idea. He began to tremble, and the wild hope swelled in him until his veins were gorged and aching. He said, with infinite care, "You can't create real living creatures, can you?" "No," said the Sun-Child. "I can build the chemicals of their bodies, but the vital spark eludes me. My creatures are simply toys, activated by the electrical interplay of atoms. They think in limited ways, and they feel crude emotions, but they do not live in the true sense." "But you can build other things. Rocks, soil, water, air." "Of course. It would take a great deal of my strength, and it would weaken my shell, since I should have to break down part of the rock to its primary particles and rebuild. But even that I could do, without serious loss." There was silence. The blue, distant fires flared in Falcon's eyes. He saw the others staring at him. He saw the chances of failure bulk over him like black thunderheads crowned with madness and death. But his soul shivered in ecstasy at the thing that was in it. The Sun-Child said silkily, "Why should I do all this?" "For amusement," whispered Falcon. "The most colossal game you have ever had." Brilliant colors flared. "Tell me, human." "I must make a bargain first." Why should I bargain? You are mine, to do with as I will. Quite, but we couldn't last very long. Why waste your imagination on 3 of us when you might have thousands? Avery's amber eyes opened wide. A shocked incredulity slackened Sheila's rigid muscles. The voice cried, "Thousands of humans to play with." The eager greed sickened Falcon, like a child wanting a bright toy, only the toys were human souls. "Not until the bargain is made," he said. "Well, what is the bargain? Quick!" "Let us go, in return for the game which I shall tell you." "I might lose you, and then have nothing." "You can trust us," Falcon insisted. He was shaking, and his nerves ached. "Listen, there are thousands of my people living like hunted beasts in the deserts of the solar system. They need a world to survive at all. If you'll build them one in the heart of this planet, I'll bring them here. You wouldn't kill them. You'd let them live to admire and praise you for saving them. It would amuse you just to watch them for some time. Then you could take one once in a while for some special game. I don't want to do this, but it's better that they should live that way than be destroyed." "And better for you, too, eh?" The Sunchild swirled reflectively. "Breed men like cattle, always have a supply. It's a wonderful idea." "Then you'll do it." Sweat dampened Falcon's brow. "Perhaps. Yes, tell me, quickly, what you want." Falcon swung to his stunned and unbelieving companions. He gripped an arm of each, painfully hard. Trust me for God's sake," he whispered, then aloud, "help me to tell it what we need." There was a little laughing ripple of golden notes in the Sunchild's light, but Falcon was watching Sheila's eyes. A flash of understanding crossed them, a glint of savage hope. "Oxygen," she said, "nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon dioxide." "And soil," said Falcon. "Lime, iron, aluminum, silicone." They came to on a slope of raw, red earth, still wet from the rain. A range of low hills lifted in the distance against a strange black sky. Small, tattered clouds drifted close above in the rainbow's light. Falcon got to his feet. As far as he could see, there were rolling stretches of naked earth flecked with brassy pools and little ruddy streams. He opened his helmet and breathed the warm, wet air. He let the rich soil trickle through his fingers and thought of the unregenerates in their frozen burrows. He smiled, because there were tears in his hard blue eyes. Sheila gave a little sobbing laugh and cried, "Eric, it's done." Paul Avery lifted dark golden eyes to the hills and was silent. There was a laughing tremble of color in the air where the Sunchild floated. Small wicked flames drowned the sad, soft mauves. The Sunchild said, "Look, Eric Falcon, there, behind you." Falcon turned and looked into his own face. It stood there, his own lean body in the worn vac suit, his own gypsy face in the tangle of frosted curls. Only the eyes were different. The chill, distant blue was right, but there were spiteful flecks of gold, a malicious sparkle that was like, "Yes," purred the Sunchild, "myself, a tiny particle to activate the shell. A perfect likeness, no?" A slow, creeping chill touched Falcon's heart. "Why?" he asked. "Long ago, I learned the art of lying from men. I lied about reading minds. Your plan to trick me into building this world and then destroy me was plain on the instant of conception. Laughing wicked colors coiled and spun. Oh, but I'm enjoying this. Not since I built my shell have I had such a game. Can you guess why I made your double? Falcon's lips were tight with pain, his eyes savage with remorse at his own stupidity. He will go in my ship to bring my people here. He knew the Sunchild had picked his unwitting brain as cleanly as any Hiltonist psychosearch. In sudden desperation, he drew his blaster and shot at the mocking likeness. Before he tripped the trigger stud, a wall of ebon glass was raised between them. The blast ray slid away in harmless fire and died, burned out. The other Falcon turned and strode away across the new land. Falcon watched him out of sight, not moving nor speaking, because there was nothing to do, nothing to say. The lovely wicked fire of the Sunchild faded suddenly. I am tired, it said. I shall suckle the sun and rest. It floated away. For all his agony, Falcon felt the heart stab of its sad, dim colors. It faded like a wisp of lonely smoke into the splintered light. Presently, there was a blinding flash and a sharp surge of air as a fissure was opened. Falcon saw the creature, far away, pressed to the roof of the vault, impulsing as it drank the raw blaze of the sun. Oh God, whispered Falcon. Oh God, what have I done? Falcon laughed. One harsh, wild cry. Then he stood quite still, his hands at his sides, his face a mask cut deep in dark stone. Eric, whispered Sheila, please, I can't be brave for you all the time. He was ashamed of himself then. He shook the black despair away with cynical fatalism. All right, Sheila. We'll be heroes to the bitter end. You, Avery, get your great brain working. How can we save our people and, incidentally, our own skins? Avery flinched, as though some swift fear had stabbed him. Don't ask me, Falcon. Don't. Why not? What the devil's the matter? Falcon broke off sharply. Something cold and fierce and terrifying came into his face. Just a minute, Avery, he said gently. Does that mean you think you know a way? For God's sake, just let me alone. You do know a way, said Falcon inexorably. Why shouldn't I ask you, Paul Avery? Why shouldn't you try to save your people? Golden eyes met his, desperate, defiant, bewildered, and pitiful all at once. They're not my people, whispered Avery. They were caught then, in a strange silence. Soundless, wheeling rainbows brushed the new earth, glimmered in the brassy pools. Far up on the black crystal of the vault, the Sunchild pulsed and breathed, and there was stillness, like the morning of creation. Eric Falcon took one slow, taut step and said, Who are you? The answer whispered across the raw red earth. Minor Hilton, the son of Gentry. Falcon raised the blaster, forgotten in his hand. Minor Hilton, who had been Paul Avery, looked at it and then at Falcon's face, a shield of dark iron over cold, terrible flame. He shivered, but he didn't move nor speak. You know a way to fight that thing, said Falcon, very softly in his throat. I want to kill you, but you know a way. I don't know. I can't. Golden tortured eyes went to Sheila Moore and stayed there, with a dreadful, lost intensity. Falcon's white teeth showed. You want to tell Minor Hilton? You want to help us, don't you? Because of Sheila. Young Hilton's face flamed red, and then went white. Sheila cried sharply. Eric, don't. Can't you see he's suffering? But Falcon remembered Kitty, and the babies who were born and died on freezing rock, without sun or shelter. He said, "She'd never have you, Hilton. And I'll tell you this. Perhaps I can't force out of you what you know. But if I can't, I swear to God I'll kill you with my own hands." He threw back his head and laughed suddenly. "Gantra Hilton's son, in love with an unregenerate." "Wait, Eric." Sheila Moore put a hand on his arm to stop him and went forward. She took Minor Hilton by the shoulders and looked up at him and said, "It isn't so impossible, Minor Hilton, not if what I think is true." Falcon stared at her in stunned amazement, beyond speech or movement. Then his heart was torn with sudden pain, and he knew with the clarity of utter truth that he loved Sheila Moore. She said to Minor Hilton, "Why did you do this, and how?" Young Hilton's voice was flat and strained. He made a move as though to take her hands from his shoulders, but he didn't. He stared across her red-gold head at Falcon. "Something had to be done to stamp out the unregenerates. They're a barrier to complete peace, a constant trouble. Eric Falcon is their god, as Sheila said. If we could trap him, the rest would be easy. We could cure his people. My father couldn't do it himself. He's old and too well known. He sent me because mine is the only other brain that could stand what I had to do. My father has trained me well. To get me by the psycho-search, my father gave me a temporary brain pattern. After I was accepted as a refugee, I established mental contact with him." "Mental contact," breathed Falcon. "That was it. That's why you were always so tired. Why I couldn't shake pursuit." "Go on," said Sheila, with a queer gentleness. Hilton stared into space without seeing. "I almost had you in Los Angeles, Falcon, but you were too quick for the guards. Then, when we were trapped at Mercury, I tried to make you sleep. I was leading those ships too. But I was tired and you fought too well, you and Sheila. After that, we were too close to the sun. My thought waves wouldn't carry back to the ships." He looked at Falcon and then down at Sheila's thin face. "I didn't know there were people like you," he whispered. "I didn't know men could feel things and fight for them like that. In my world, no one wants anything. No one fights or tries, and I have no strength, I'm afraid." Sheila's green eyes caught his, compelled them. "Leave that world," she said. "You see it's wrong. Help us make it right again." In that second, Falcon saw what she was doing. He was filled with admiration and joy that she didn't really care for Hilton, and then doubt that perhaps she did. Minor Hilton closed his eyes. He struck her hand suddenly away and stepped back, and his blaster came ready into his hand. "I can't," he whispered. His lips were white. "My father has taught me. He trusts me, and I believe in him. I must." Hilton looked where the glow of the sun-child pulsed against ebon rock. "The unregenerates won't trouble us any more." He raised the muzzle of his blaster to his head. It was then that Falcon remembered his was empty. He dropped it and sprang. He shocked hard against Hilton's middle, struck him down, clawing for his gun arm. But Hilton was heavy and strong. He rolled away and brought his barrel lashing down across Falcon's temple. Falcon crouched, dazed and bleeding, in the mud. He laughed and said, "Why don't you kill me, Hilton?" Hilton looked from Falcon's uncowed, snarling face to Sheila. The blaster slipped suddenly from his fingers. He covered his face with his hands and was silent, shivering. Falcon said, with curious gentleness, "That proves it. You gotta have faith in a thing to kill or die for it." Hilton whispered, "Sheila." She smiled and kissed him, and Falcon looked steadfastly away, wiping the blood out of his eyes. Hilton grasped suddenly at the helmet of his vac suit. He talked rapidly as he worked. The Sun Child creates with the force of its mind. It understands telekinesis, the control of the basic electrical forces of the universe by thought, just as the wise men of our earth understood it, the men who walked on the water and moved mountains and healed the sick. We can only attack it through its mind. We'll try to weaken its thought force, destroy anything it sends against us. His fingers flashed between the helmet radio and the repair kit, which is part of every vac suit, using wires, spare parts, tools. There, said Hilton, after a long time. Now yours. Falcon gave him his helmet. Won't the Sun Child know what we're doing? He asked, rather harshly. Hilton shook his fair head. It's weak now. It won't think about us until it has fed, perhaps 2 hours or more. Can you read its thoughts? Demanded Falcon sourly. Very little, said Hilton, and Sheila laughed quietly. Hilton worked feverishly. Falcon watched his deft fingers weaving a bewildering web of wires between the 3 helmets. Watched him shift and change, tune and adjust. He watched the Sun Child throb and sparkle as the strength of the sun sank into it. He watched Sheila Moore staring at Hilton with eyes of brilliant green. He never knew how much time passed, only that the Sun Child gave a little rippling sigh of light and floated down. The fissure closed above it. Sheila caught her breath, sharp between her teeth. Hilton rose. He said rapidly, I've done the best I can. It's crude, but the batteries are strong. The helmets will pick up and amplify the energy impulses of our brains, will broadcast a signal negative impulse opposed to every desire the something has. Stay close together, because if the wires are broken between the helmets, we lose power, and it's going to take all the strength we have to beat that creature. Falcon put on his helmet. Little copper discs cut from the sheet in the repair kit and soldered to wires with Hilton's blaster fitted to his temples. Through the vision ports, he could see the web of wires that ran from the 3 helmets through a maze of spare grids and condenser, and then into the slender shaft of a crude directional antenna. Hilton said, Concentrate on the signal negative now. Falcon looked at that lovely shimmering cloud coming toward them. It won't be easy, he said grimly, to concentrate. Sheila's eyes were savage and feral, watching that foam of living flame. Hilton's face was hidden. He said, Switch on your radios. Power hummed from the batteries. Falcon felt a queer tingle in his brain. The Sun Child hovered over them. Its mind voice was silent, and Falcon knew that the electrical current in his helmet was blanking his own thoughts. They linked arms. Falcon set his brain to beating out an impulse, like a radio signal, opposing the negative of his mind to the positive of the Sun Child's. Falcon stood with the others on spongy, yielding soil. Dim plant shapes rose on all sides as far as he could see, forming an impenetrable tangle of queer geometric shapes that made him reel with a sense of spatial distortion. Overhead, in a sea-green sky, 3 tiny suns wheeled in mad orbits about a common center. There was a smell in the air, a rotting stench that was neither animal or vegetable. Falcon stood still, pouring all his strength into that single, mental command to stop. The tangled geometric trees wavered momentarily. Dizzily, through the wheeling triple suns, the Sun Child showed, stabbed through with puzzled, angry scarlet. The landscape steadied again, and the ground began to move. It crawled in small, hungry wavelets about Falcon's feet. The musky, rotten smell was heavy as oil. Sheila and Hilton seemed distant and unreal, their faces hidden in the helmets. Falcon gripped them together and drove his brain to its task. He knew what this was, the reproduction of another world, remembered from the Sun Child's youth. If they could only stand still and not think about it. He felt the earth lurch upward and guessed that the Sun Child had raised its creation off the floor of the cavern. The earth began to coil away from under his feet. For a giddy instant, Falcon saw the true world far below, and the Sun Child floating in rainbow light. It was angry. He could tell that from its color. Then, suddenly, the anger was drowned in a swirl of golden motes. It was laughing. The sun-child was laughing. Falcon fought down a sharp despair. A terrible fear of falling oppressed him. He heard Sheila scream. The world closed in again. Sheila Moore looked at him from between two writhing trees. He hadn't felt her go, but she was there. Hairy branches coiled around her, tore her vac suit. She shrieked. Falcon cried out and went forward. Something held him. He fought it off, driven by the agony in Sheila's cry. Something snapped thinly. There was a flaring shock inside his helmet. He fell and staggered up and on, and the hungry branches whipped away from the girl. She stood there, her thin white body showing through the torn vac suit, and laughed at him. He saw Minor Hilton crawling dazed on the living ground toward the thing that looked like Sheila, and laughing with mocking golden motes in its eyes. A vast darkness settled on Falcon's soul. He turned. Sheila Moore crouched where he had thrown her from him, in his struggle to help the lying shell among the trees. He went and picked her up. He said to Minor Hilton, "Can we fix those broken wires?" Hilton shook his head. The shock of the breaking seemed to have steadied him a little. "No," he said. "Too much burned out." "Then we're beaten." Falcon turned a bitter, snarling face to the green sky, raised one futile fist and shook it. Then he was silent, looking at the others. Sheila Moore said softly, "This is the end, isn't it?" Falcon nodded, and Minor Hilton said, "I'm not afraid now." He looked at the trees that hung over them, waiting, and shook his head. "I don't understand. Now that I know I'm going to die, I'm not afraid." Sheila's green eyes were soft and misty. She kissed Hilton, slowly and tenderly, on the lips. Falcon turned his back and stared at the twisted, ugly trees. He didn't see them, and he wasn't thinking of the unregenerates and the world he'd won and then lost. Sheila's hand touched him. She whispered, "Eric." Her eyes were deep, glorious green. Her pale, starved face had the brittle beauty of wind-carved snow. She held up her arms and smiled. Falcon took her and buried his gypsy face in the raw gold of her hair. "How did you know?" he whispered. "How did you know I loved you?" "I just knew." "And Hilton?" "He doesn't love me, Eric. He loves what I stand for. And anyway, I can say this now because we're going to die. I've loved you since I first saw you. I love you more than Tom, and I'd have died for him." Hungry tree branches reached for them, barely too short. Buds were shooting up underfoot, but Falcon forgot them, the alien life and the wheeling suns that were only a monstrous dream, and the sun-child who dreamed them. For that single instant he was happy, as he had not been since Kitty was lost. Presently he turned and smiled at Hilton, and the wolf look was gone from his face. Hilton said quietly, "Maybe she's right about me. I don't know. There's so much I don't know. I'm sorry I'm not going to live and find out." "We're all sorry," said Falcon, "about not living." A sudden sharp flare lighted his eye. "Wait a minute," he whispered. "There may be a chance." He was taut and quivering with terrible urgency, and the buds grew and yearned upward around their feet. "You said we could only attack it through its mind, but there may be another way. It's memories. It's pride." He raised his scarred gypsy face to the green sky and shouted, "You, child of the sun, listen to me. You have beaten us. Go ahead and kill us, but remember this. You're a child of the sun, and we're only puny humans, little ground crawlers, shackled with weakness and fear. But we are greater than you, always and forever greater than you." The writhing trees paused. The buds faltered in their hungry growth. Faintly, very faintly, the landscape flickered. Falcon's voice rose to a ringing shout. You were a child of the sun. You had the galaxy for a toy, all the vast depths of space to play in, and what did you do? You sealed yourself like a craven into a black tomb and lost all your greatness in the whimsies of a wicked child. You were afraid of your destiny. You were too weak for your own strength. We fought you, we little humans, and our strength was so great that you had to beat us by a lying trick. You can read our minds, son-child. Read them. See whether we fear you, and see whether we respect you, you who boast of your parentage and dream dreams of lost glory, and hide in a dark hole like a frightened rat. For one terrible moment, the alien world was suffused with a glare of scarlet, anger so great that it was almost tangible. Then it grayed and faded, and Falcon could see Sheila's face calming and smiling, and Hilton's fingers locked in hers. The ground dropped suddenly. Blurred trees writhed against a fading sky, and the suns went out in ebon shadow. Falcon felt clean earth under him. The rotting stench was gone. He looked up. The sun-child floated overhead, under the rocky vault. They were back in the cavern world. The sun-child's voice spoke in his brain, and its fires were a smoldering, dusky crimson. What was that you said, human? Look into my mind and read it. You've thrown away your greatness. We had little compared to you, but we kept it. You've won, but your very winning is a shame to you, that a child of the sun should stoop to fight with, little man. The smoldering crimson burned and grew into glorious, wicked fire that was sheer fury made visible. Falcon felt death coiling to strike him out of that fire, but he faced it with bitter, mocking eyes, and he was surprised, even then, that he wasn't afraid. And the raging crimson fire faded and grayed, was quenched to a trembling mist of sad, dim mobs. You are right, whispered the sun-child, and I am shamed. The ashes of burned-out flame stirred briefly. I think I began to realize that when you fought me so well, you, Falcon, who let your love betray you, and then shook your fist at me. I could kill you, but I couldn't break you. You made me remember. Deep in the core of the sun-child, there was a flash of the old proud scarlet. I am child of the sun, with the galaxy to play with. I have so nearly forgotten. I have tried to forget, because I knew that what I did was weak and shameful and craven. But you haven't let me forget, Falcon. You've forced me to see and know. You have made me remember. Remember, I am very old. I shall die soon in open space. But I wish to see the sun unveiled and play again among the stars. The hunger has torn me for eons, but I was afraid of death. Take this world in payment for the pain I caused you. My creature will return here in Falcon's ship and vanish on the instant of landing. And now, the scarlet fire burned and writhed. Shafts of joyous gold pierced through it. The sun-child trembled, and its little foaming flames were sheer glory, the hearts of sun-born opals. It rose in the rainbow air, higher and higher, rushing in a cloud of living light toward the black crystal of the vault. Once more there was a blinding flash and a quick, sharp rush of air. Faintly, in Falcon's mind, a voice said, "Thank you, human. Thank you for waking me from a dying sleep." A last wild shout of color on the air, and then it was gone, into open space, and the naked fire of the sun, and the rocky roof was whole. 3 silent people, stood on the raw red of a new world. End of Child of the Sun by Lee Brackett, read by Nora Trapp.
Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Here is a brace of vignettes by the old vignette master, short and sharp, like a hypodermic. Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. Experiment. The first time machine, gentlemen, Professor Johnson informed his two colleagues. True, it is a small-scale experimental model. It will operate only on objects weighing less than 3 pounds, 5 ounces, and for distances into the past and future of 12 minutes or less. But it works. The small-scale model looked like a small scale, a postage scale, except for 2 dials in the part under the platform. Professor Johnson held up a small metal cube. Our experimental object, he said, is a brass cube weighing 1 pound, 2.3 ounces. First, I shall send it 5 minutes into the future. He leaned forward and set one of the dials on the time machine. Look at your watches, he said. They looked at their watches. Professor Johnson placed the cube gently on the machine's platform. It vanished. 5 minutes later, to the second, it reappeared. Professor Johnson picked it up. Now 5 minutes into the past. He set the other dial. Holding the cube in his hand, he looked at his watch. It is 6 minutes before 3 o'clock. I shall now activate the mechanism by placing the cube on the platform at exactly 3 o'clock. Therefore, the cube should, at 5 minutes before 3, vanish from my hand and appear on the platform, 5 minutes before I place it there. How can you place it there, then? Asked one of his colleagues. It will, as my hand approaches, vanish from the platform and appear in my hand, to be placed there. 3 o'clock. Notice, please. The cube vanished from his hand. It appeared on the platform of the machine. See, 5 minutes before I shall place it there, it is there. His other colleague frowned at the cube. But, he said, what if, now that it's already appeared 5 minutes before you place it there, you should change your mind about doing so, and not place it there at 3 o'clock? Wouldn't there be a paradox of some sort involved? An interesting idea, Professor Johnson said. I had not thought of it, and it will be interesting to try. Very well, I shall not. There was no paradox at all. The cube remained. But the entire rest of the universe, professors and all, vanished. Sentry. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and he was 50,000 light years from home. A strange blue sun gave light and gravity twice what he was used to, made every movement difficult. But in tens of thousands of years, this part of war hadn't changed. The flyboys were fine with their sleek spaceships and their fancy weapons. When the chips were down, though, it was still the foot soldier, the infantry, that had to take the ground and hold it, foot by bloody foot. Like this damn planet, of a star he'd never heard of until they landed him here. And now it was sacred ground because the aliens were there too. The aliens, the only other intelligent race in the galaxy, cruel, hideous, and repulsive monsters. Contact had been made with them near the center of the galaxy after a slow, difficult colonization of 12,000 planets, and it had been war at sight. They'd shot without even trying to negotiate or to make peace. Now, planet by bitter planet, it was being fought out. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and the day was raw with high wind that hurt his eyes. But the aliens were trying to infiltrate, and every sentry post was vital. He stayed alert, gun ready, 50,000 light years from home, fighting on a strange world, and wondering if he'd ever live to see home again. And then he saw one of them crawling toward him. He drew a bead and fired. The alien made that strange, horrible sound they all make, then lay still. He shuddered at the sound, and the sight of the alien lying there. One ought to be able to get used to them after a while, but he'd never been able to. Such repulsive creatures they were, with only 2 arms and 2 legs, ghastly white skin, and no scales. The end of Two-Timer by Frederick Brown.
The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair. Read by Quartertone. The peculiar quality of deep space is hard to put into words. On Earth, however isolated we are, whatever happens to us, we are yet on our home planet. The man afloat on the life raft in the Pacific, delirious with exposure and loneliness, floats nonetheless on an element whose very saltiness relates it to the Red Sea water in his veins. The flyer forced down in the desert curses the rising sun, but the same sun that sucks water out of his drying tissues is the glorious temporal lord on whose radiation all terrestrial life processes depend. On Earth, our extremest terrors, our ultimate catastrophes, are yet like the blows of a familiar hand. It is very different in deep space. "Are there any more of them?" Alice asked McPheen when he came back from Twohold.
Yes.
Alice's mouth opened in a soundless O. Her hand went to her breast. After a moment, she picked up the comb and began pulling it again through her brittle hair. "How many more?" she asked.
I didn't count them. Hyra are hard to count. Quite a lot.
The comb caught on a tangle. Alice put it down unsteadily. "I wish we'd never brought them," she said abruptly. "I wish we'd never started on this trip. I hate those things. They're uncanny. They give me the creeps. What do you suppose is making them increase like that?"
I don't know.
McPheen's lean, ill-humored face was more than usually morose.
Listen, Alice.
"Well?"
That isn't the worst of it. I found a hole in the mesh of their cage.
"You're trying to frighten me," Alice said pitiably after a second. "There couldn't be a hole in beryllium mesh."
There was, though. I had to patch it up the best way I could. And, Alice, there was an eroded spot on the side of the hull.
"You mean there was a spot eaten into the side of our ship?"
Yes. I plated it over with the auto-weld. It was near their cage.
The comb snapped in Alice's hand. She stared at McPheen. "I told you," she said finally. Her voice had risen several notes. "I told you it was dangerous. You wouldn't listen to me. You knew everything. When I said maybe there was a reason why the Biologic Survey wouldn't release any Hyra to fight the blight on Varro, you said the survey was nothing but a bunch of fat cat office holders who had to make a lot of fool regulations to look like they were earning their salaries. You talked big about how it was your duty to help the poor Bosula ranchers on Varro fight the blight. You tried to pretend money wasn't the reason you were smuggling the Hira out to them. You knew all the answers, everything would be all right. Oh, you were Mr. Know-It-All. Now we're in deep space with an eroded hull. In deep space! I told you something would happen. McPheen slapped her hard across the mouth. Keep that grubby mouth of yours shut, he said threateningly. He hung over her menacingly for a moment, and then relenting, after all he and Alice had been through a lot together. Stow it, he said. No matter whose fault it is, complaining isn't going to help us now. We've got to figure a way out of this. Alice put up one hand and fingered her swelling lip. She nodded. Yes, she whispered. I guess we have. McPheen began to walk up and down the little cabin. The way I figure it, he said, frowning, is this is the first time anybody's had any Hira in deep space. They were all right as long as we were in the system. It wasn't until we hit deep that they began to increase. The deeper in we go, the faster their rate of increase is. Hira come from Pluto, and when the Biologics Survey tried them out on germs of the blight from Varro and found they controlled it, the tests were made on Terra. Still inside the system, I mean. And under system conditions, Hira increase so slowly that for one to butt off was a real rarity. The way I figure it, conditions are different out here in deep. Maybe it's because inside the system there's always some gravity, even off the planets, I mean. We don't notice it, but it stands to reason it must be there. When there's no gravity at all, the Hira start to breed. And when they breed, they give off a kind of gas or something that attacks beryllium. But we've got gravity on the ship, Alice said through her swollen lip. We don't go floating around. This isn't really gravity, Alice. It's just from the centrifuge. Oh, well, if it isn't, what is real gravity? I don't know exactly, McPheen confessed. I never was good at theoretical stuff. Some kind of electromagnetic force, I guess. Alice nodded uncomprehendingly. Couldn't we get rid of the Hira, she asked timidly. On impulse, she put out her hand and touched his sleeve. We could think up some way of killing them if we tried, I guess. You're awfully smart. And then we could start back home. I'm so scared, honey. Those Hira scare me so. McPheen turned on her fiercely. You blasted fool, he said. Don't you know how it is with us? Is something the matter with your head? I've been blacklisted. There isn't a place in the system I could get a job. There isn't a man in the system I could borrow money from. If this trip fails, I'm sunk, done for, finished. Get rid of the Hira, you brainless, blathering idiot. Do you want to starve? Alice shrank into herself. But, Mac... If we can get through to Varro with the Hira we've got, the big Bosula groups will make us rich. We can have everything we've ever wanted. Now shut up. He went to a locker and began getting equipment out of it. Alice watched him, running her tongue over her swollen lip. What are you going to do, Mac? She asked at last. Rig up an electromagnet around the Hira, he said without turning. It might help. It's got to help. It didn't work. Whether or not McPheen's theory was at fault, the apparatus he rigged up around the cage of Hira did no good. He tried chemical solutions, sprays, hard and soft radiations. Nothing helped. He took to spending most of his time in two-hold, trying desperately, with the help of the auto-weld, to keep the eroded patches on the hull under control. Without telling Alice, he made experiments designed to get rid of at least some of the Hira. These, too, failed. The siliceous, gelatinous bodies of the Hira were extremely hard to destroy. Short of methods which would have endangered the whole ship, there was nothing he could do. McPheen's natural moroseness was changing rapidly into an inflammable desperation when, quite abruptly, the increase of the Hira stopped. At first he was incredulous. He tried over and over to count those in the cage and gave up in disgust. More convincing was the evidence of the hull. No more eroded patches were appearing. For some 24 hours he held on to his incredulity. Then he allowed himself to be conquered by relief. He went to Alice with the news and found her as incredulous as he had been. He had to take her into two-hold and show her the hull's gleaming, intact sides piece by piece before she would be convinced. Then she began to giggle in hysterical relief. "Poor old Hira," she said. "Poor old things. I guess I was pretty mean about them, Mac. I'm sorry. Poor old things." She looked toward the crowded Hira cage and then, rather hastily, away again. "But everything's going to be all right now, isn't it, Mac? Now they've stopped increasing, everything's going to be all right?"
"You bet it is," McPhee said expansively. "Nothing more to worry about. Say, listen, Alice."
"Yes?" She was still looking obliquely toward the Hira cage.
"What do you say we go back to the cabin and have a little drink to celebrate?"
"That's a swell idea," Alice answered warmly. "I always said you were smart, Mac. Let's go celebrate." She glanced once more toward the Hira and then followed him out of the hold. Back in the cabin, McPhee broke out a bottle of Soma concentrate. He and Alice drank it slowly, with much inconclusive speculation as to the reason why the Hira had ceased to breed. When the Soma was gone, McPhee brought out a bottle of Flomis. Usually, he and Alice began to quarrel bitterly when they reached the second bottle in their drinking bouts, but this time they were both feeling too good for it to happen. They went on from bottle to bottle, drink after drink, in a thickening haze of moist, maudlin goodfellowship. Finally, they both passed out. Meantime, the ship slid on and on into the deep. McPhee awoke some 10 hours later with his sinuses thundering. Liquor always did that to him. He had a dim, uncomfortable feeling that at some point in their drinking, he had insisted on telling Alice what he had really done with the 1,500 IUs she thought had been stolen. Even more faintly, he seemed to remember her responding with a full and equally indiscreet account of how she had spent the 3 months he had been on Uranus. Oh well, it didn't really matter. Neither he nor Alice was the kind of drinker who remembers details. He sat on the edge of his bunk for a moment, gathering strength, and then groped his way over to the aid chest. He got out 2 Sobrier pills and swallowed them. As his head began to clear, he looked around for Alice. She was lying on her back in her bunk, snoring heavily, with a long strand of her bleached blonde hair lying across her face. She'd be out for a while yet, he guessed. Meanwhile, he'd better go see how the cage of Hira was. It was always possible that they'd begun to breed again. Or was he feeling too queasy not to look at them now? Any tendency to queasiness was bound to be increased by looking at Hira. No, he'd better not put it off. Still walking rather unsteadily, he left the cabin and went into two-hold. His first impression was that the Hira cage had grown. Surely it was much larger than it had been. Then he realized that the size of the cage was unchanged. It seemed larger because it was emptier. There were fewer Hira in it than there had been before. There were no visible holes in the mesh. It was impossible. McPhee, cold sober now, knelt down beside the cage and inspected the mesh centimeter by centimeter. Everywhere it was whole and unbroken. He didn't think a flea could have got out through it. He turned on the floodlights and gave the hold an equally thorough scrutiny. No Hira. Not a Hira anywhere. Leaving aside the question of how they had got out through the mesh, where had they gone to? Number 2 hold, like the others, was hermetically sealed, and he knew no Hira had gone past him when he had broken the seal on entering. The whole thing was impossible. He must be imagining it. After all, he hadn't counted them. McPhee leaned against the bulkhead and pressed his fingers to his head. The pain in his frontal sinus was jumping again. Maybe he was still a little bit buzzed. He didn't think he was, but it was possible. That would account for a lot. He looked at the cage once more. Wait, now he had it. The reason it looked so much emptier was that the Hira, how he loathed them. He'd never let Alice see how much. Were all jammed together at one end, heaped up on one another, like a pile of oozing, pupil-less eyes. Naturally, the cage looked bigger when the Hyra were piled up like that. McPheen almost laughed in his relief. He sealed the hole up carefully and went back to the cabin, his footfalls ringing unevenly. Alice was sitting up in her bunk. She had washed her face and pushed her hair out of her eyes. She nodded shortly at him when he came in. After a while, she got up and began opening some soup. They both felt better when they had eaten. Alice revived sufficiently to comb her hair and spray some makeup on. The pain began to die away in McPheen's head. He'd been a fool to get so excited over nothing. All the same, he was going into the hold and have another look at the Hyra. He pushed back his chair. "Where are you going, Mac?" Alice asked. She was gathering up the remains of their meal and putting them in the disposer.
"To hold."
"They aren't increasing again, are they?" she asked in quick alarm.
"No, nothing like that."
This time there was no possible doubt. The heap of Hyra was less than half the size it had been. In the time since he had left the hold, certainly not more than 3/4 of an hour, it had gone way, way down. He could count the Hyra without any difficulty now. There were either 16 or 17. McPheen's heart began pounding wildly. His chest felt so constricted he could hardly breathe. For a moment he tried to fight his panic, to reason with himself. Then he turned and ran for Alice. She came rather unwillingly, understanding from his hoarse incoherence only that the Hyra were not increasing any more. Even when she saw the almost empty cage, she was not alarmed. "Why, honey, there must be a hole where you haven't found," she said reasonably. "A hole or some—" She fell silent suddenly. "Mac," she said in a quite different voice.
"Huh?"
McPheen had been trying to count the Hyra. It seemed to him that there was one less in the cage than there had been when he went to the cabin just now for Alice. "Mac, where's that shadow coming from?" The fear in her voice infected McPheen with instant irritability.
"What shadow?" he demanded. "What are you talking about? Haven't we got trouble enough? Be quiet. What are you starting in on shadows for?"
"Mac." Alice had to swallow and lick her lip before she could go on. "Look at it. There, in the corner of the cage." She pointed with one hand. McPheen's eyes followed the gesture. For an unbeatable moment, he looked squarely at the thing in the corner of the cage. His heart gave a horrible lurch, like a horse trying to unseat the rider on its back.
"It's nothing," he said desperately. "Nothing, nothing. Just a shadow. The bulkhead's casting it."
"Was the shadow here when you were in the hold before?"
"I don't know. Yes, of course it was. It must have been."
Alice stood quite motionless for an instant. Her elbows were pressed to her sides, her hands against her chest, in the feminine posture of resistance and defense. "Turn the floodlights on, Mac," she said. The lights snapped on. The hold was illuminated from all sides. It was an illumination as shadowless as that of an operating theater, as bright as the noon of a terrestrial day. The shadow in the corner of the Hyra cage was quite unaffected by it. Alice drew a long, quavering sigh. She put both her hands on McPheen's forearm. He could feel her trembling. "Mac, honey," she said very softly, "you know such a lot. You're so smart. Won't you tell me where the shadow's coming from? Won't you please tell me what's making it?" McPheen looked at her. His eyes were wild.
"I don't know,"
he said in a high, breaking voice.
"I tell you, I don't know. Stop asking me questions. Stop badgering me. I'm getting out of here."
He pulled against her for a moment. Then he tore loose and ran. "Mac, honey," Alice said when they were back in the cabin once more with the hold sealed behind them. "I think I know what that thing in the cage is." She spoke with surprising calmness. Though she was trembling a good deal, she had, all things considered, come out of the hold in better condition than McPheen had.
"There's nothing in the cage,"
McPheen answered, shuddering. He uncapped a Flomis bottle and drank from it. Drops of the liquor were running down his chin.
"There's nothing in the cage."
"Oh, yes. Mac, I think it's a Vanderlark. He put the bottle down. The drink had helped him.
A Vanderlark? What's that supposed to be?
I guess there's only one of it, Alice corrected herself. She rubbed her lips for a moment with a handkerchief. I wish my mouth wouldn't shake, she said petulantly. It makes it hard to talk. The Vanderlark's a thing that lives in deep space. It's made out of black. One of my boyfriends who was a pilot in deep told me about it once when he'd been drinking. He was awfully afraid of it. I guess it's everywhere, really. Bill said it was everywhere, always, in all spaces and all times. I don't understand that very well. Do you, Mac?
Go on,
McPheen said. He turned the Flomis bottle around, studying it with haggard concentration. Anyway, deep is where the Vanderlark is more. Most of the time it doesn't bother anybody, but if you call it, it comes.
Call it? What do you mean? We never called that thing.
We didn't mean to call it, Alice said. But maybe, or maybe it was the Hira called it. I mean, when we hit deep space and they began to increase, maybe when they increased, they made a quiver in space that attracted it. They're not alive in the way other things are. They're different. Or maybe a part of them has always been where the Vanderlark is. McPheen rubbed his hands over his face. He got another bottle of Flomis from the locker, uncapped it, and then put it aside without tasting it.
What are we going to do, Alice?
He asked humbly. Alice stood up, smoothing the folds of her wrinkled dress. In this moment, she had an odd dignity. I'm awfully scared, Mac, she said, as if in explanation. The best thing I can think of is to put the Hira cage in the life raft, and then jet the raft off away from the ship. Maybe the Vanderlark will follow it. When the Hira are gone, maybe the shadow will leave us alone. There were only 3 Hira left in the cage. The shadow had filled all except the cage's extreme end. McPheen looked at it and then averted his gaze. His face was so white that the brownness of his skin looked like grease paint laid on a mask. Alice was standing behind him. He muttered something. He laid hold of the cage and tried to lift it up. There was an instant's resistance. Then the shadow walled up enormously in a horrible puffing out of black. McPheen was left holding the top edge of the cage. All the rest was gone. He looked stupidly at the metal for a moment and then dropped it on the deck. He began to back away. He was screaming on a single high note. He hadn't stopped screaming when, without any perceptible motion, the blackness, the limitless blackness, closed over him. Alice turned and ran. The life raft was aft of Two-Hold. She couldn't have got through to the raft even if she had thought of it. She ran from the hold to the cabin, from the cabin into the control room. The Vanderlark found her there, pressed flat against the metal of the prow, mumbling, "No, no, no," over and over, and trying to push her way out through the ship with her hands. Quietly and easily, it extended itself and made her a part of it. Then there was silence. After a while, the Vanderlark flowed over the whole ship. And then there was nothing there at all but the Vanderlark. End of The Vanderlark by Margaret St. Clair.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Halliday. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. With no more room left on Earth, and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the Red Planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine, they called it at first. Then it got shortened to daptine. let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. They told us just after we landed on Mars. You are home, children, the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening he told us the whole story, and the whys and wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. Children, he said, you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you'll spend 10 years until you are adults in this dome. Although toward the end of that time, you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outdoors. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry, and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It's time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is part. Then he told us. Man, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of plant life and a few varieties of non-flying insects. And he had found it by terrestrial standards uninhabitable. Man could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day, in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him. The air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he could not eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome, which had been built for us, there was only one other outpost. Another glassite dome much smaller and less than a mile away. It had looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth, for of all of them, Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use even trying to colonize the others. And then, in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on the animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of these guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below 0 Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of its parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with many litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, the head teacher told us, you children were born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment, and from birth you have been brought under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been very gradually thinned and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, which is why your chests are so much larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you are fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand the increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you were 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years, at maturity, You will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food. Its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperature is pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space under gradually decreasing gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet, to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of those things already. The last year was the best. By then, the air inside the dome, except for the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants lived, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It is good to be in the open. The last few months they relaxed segregation of the sexes so we could begin choosing mates. Although they told us there was to be no marriage until after the final day, after our full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I'd felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is the day of our freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians. The Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now, but wiser counsel prevailed and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other Earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly, misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak, sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all, their white, pasty, hairless skins. We shall kill them, and then we shall go and smash the other domes so all the Earthmen there will die too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills where they will never find us. And if they try to build more domes here, we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off. End of Keep Out by Frederick Brown.
Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife. No matter what the future, one factor must always be reckoned with: the ingenuity of the human animal. The two men attacked the thick tree trunk with a weary savagery. In the bright sunlight, glistening spatters of sweat flew from them as the old axes bit alternately into the wood. Blackie stood nearby on the gravel shoulder of the highway, rubbing his short beard as he considered the depth of the white notch. Turning his broad tanned face to glance along the patched and cracked concrete to where squat Vito kept watch, he caught the latter's eye and beckoned. "Okay, Sid, Mike, we'll take it a while." The rhythm of the axe strokes ceased. Red Mike swept the back of a forearm across the semi-shaven stubble that set him as something of a dandy. Wordlessly, Big Sid ambled up the road to replace Vito. "Pretty soon now," boasted Mike, eyeing the cut with satisfaction. "Think it'll bring them?" "Sure," replied Blackie, spitting on his hands and lifting one of the worn tools. "That's what they're for." "Funny," mused Mike. "How some keep going and others bust. These must have been working since I was a little kid. Since before the last blitz." "Oh, they don't have to do much, except in the winter when they come out to clear the snow. All they do is put in a patch now and then." Mike stared moodily at the weathered surface of the highway and edged back to avoid the reflected heat. "It beats me how they know a spot has cracked. I guess there's machines to run the machines," sighed Blackie. "I don't know. I was too young. Okay, Vito?" The relieving pair fell to. Mike stepped out of the range of the flying chips to sit at the edge of the soft grass, which was attempting another invasion of the gravel shoulder. Propelled by the strength of Vito's powerful torso, a single chip spun through the air to his feet. He picked it up and held it to his nose. It had a good, clean smell. When at length the tree crashed down across the road, Blackie led them to the ambush he had chosen that morning. It was 50 yards up the road toward the ruined city, off to the side, where a clump of trees and bushes provided shade and concealment. "Wish we brought something to eat," Vito said. "Didn't know it would take so long to creep up on 'em this morning," said Blackie. "The women'll have something when we get back." "They better," said Mike. He measured a slender branch with his eye. After a moment, he pulled out a hunting knife, worn thin by years of sharpening, and cut off a straight section of the branch. He began whittling. "You damn fool," Sid objected. "You want the busted spot on the tree to show?" "Aw, they ain't got the brains to notice." "The hell they ain't. It stands out like one of them old street signs. Do you think they can tell, Blackie?" "I don't know. Maybe." Blackie rose cautiously to peer over a bed of blackberry bushes. "Guess I'll skin up a tree and see if anything's in sight." He hitched up his pants, looking for an easy place to climb. His blue jeans had been stoutly made, but weakened by many rips and patches, and he did not want to rip them on a snag. It was becoming difficult to find good, unrotted clothing in the old ruins. Choosing a branch slightly over his head, he sprang for it, pulled, kicked against the trunk, and flowed up into the foliage with no apparent effort. The others waited below. Sid glanced up occasionally. Vito idly kicked at one of the clubs made from an old 2x4. The other lay beneath the piled jackets, but enough of the end protruded to show that they had been chopped from the same timber, gray-painted on one side, stained and gouged on the other where boards had once been nailed. A coil of rope lay beside the axis. High in the upper branches, Blackie braced himself with negligent confidence and stared along the concrete ribbon. From here, he thought, you'd almost think the place was still alive, instead of crumbling around our ears. The windows of the distant houses were dark, unglassed holes, but the sunlight made the masonry clean and shining. To Blackie, the ragged tops of most of the buildings were as natural as the tattered look of the few people he knew. Beyond, toward the center of the city, was real evidence of his race's bygone might, a vast jumble of shattered stone and fused metal. Queer weeds and mosses infected the area, but it would be centuries before they could mask the desolation. Better covered were the heaps along the road, seemingly shoved just beyond the gravel shoulders, moldering mounds which legend said were once machines to ride in along the pavement. Something glinted at the bend of the highway. Blackie peered closer. He swarmed down the tree from branch to branch, so lithely that the trio below hardly had the warning of the vibrating leaves before he dropped cat-footed among them. "They're coming!" He shrugged quickly into his stained jacket, emulated in silent haste by the others. Vito rubbed his hands down the hairy chest, left revealed by his open jacket, and hefted one of the clubs. In his broad paws it seemed light. They were quiet, watching Sid peer out through the narrowly parted brush of the undergrowth. Blackie fidgeted behind him. Finally, he reached out as if to pull the other aside, but at that moment, Sid released the bushes and crouched. The others, catching his warning glance, fell prone, peering through the shrubbery and around tree trunks with savage eyes. The distant squawk of a jay became suddenly very clear, as did the sighing of a faint breeze through the leaves overhead. Then a new clanking, humming sound intruded. A procession of 3 vehicles rolled along the highway at an unvarying pace which took no account of patches or worn spots. They jounced in turn across a patch laid over a previous unsuccessful patch and halted before the felled tree. 2 were bulldozers, the third was a light truck with compartments for tools. No human figures were visible. A moment later, the working force appeared, a column of 8 robots. These deployed as they reached the obstacle and explored like colossal ants along its length. "What are they after?" asked Mike, whispering, although he lay 50 yards away. "They're looking over the job for whatever sends them out," Blackie whispered back. "See those little lights sticking out the tops of their heads? I heard tell once that's how they run." Some of the robots took saws from the truck and began to cut through the tree trunk. Others produced cables and huge hooks to attach the obstacle to the bulldozers. "Look at 'em go!" sighed Sid, hunching his stiff shoulders jealously. "Took us hours and they're half done already." They watched as the robots precisely severed the part of the tree that blocked the highway, going not 1 inch beyond the gravel shoulder, and helped the bulldozers to tug it aside. On the opposite side of the concrete, the shoulder tapered off into a 6-foot drop. The log was jockeyed around parallel to this ditch and rolled into it, amid a thrashing of branches and a spurting of small pebbles. "Glad we're on the high side," whispered Mike. "That thing'd squash a guy's guts right out." "Keep listening to me," Blackie said, "and you'll keep on being in the right place at the right time." Mike raised his eyebrows at Vito, who thrust out his lower lip and nodded sagely. Sid grinned, but no one contradicted the boast. "They're lining up," Blackie warned tensely. "You guys ready? Where's that rope?" Someone thrust it into his hands. Still squinting at the scene on the highway, he fumbled for the ends and held one out to Mike. The others gripped their clubs. "Now remember," ordered Blackie. "Me and Mike will trip up the last one in the line. You two get in there quick and wallop him over the head, but good." "Don't go away while we're doing it," said Big Sid. "They won't chase ya, but they look out for themselves. I don't want to get tossed 20 feet again." The eyes of the others flicked toward the jagged white scar running down behind Sid's right ear and under the collar of his jacket. Then they swung back to the road. "Good," breathed Blackie. "The rollin' stuff's going first." The truck and bulldozers set out towards the city, with the column of robots marching a fair distance behind. The latter approached the ambush, drew abreast, began to pass. Blackie raised himself to a crouch with just the tips of his fingers steadying him. As the last robot plodded by, he surged out of the brush, joined to Red Mike by their grips on the 20 feet of rope. They ran up behind the marching machine, trailed by the others. In his right hand, Blackie twirled the part of the rope hanging between him and Mike. On the second swing, he got it over the head of the robot. He saw Mike brace himself. The robot staggered. It pivoted clumsily to its left, groping vaguely for the hindrance. Mike and Blackie tugged again, and the machine wound up facing them in its efforts to maintain balance. Its companions marched steadily along the road. "Switch ends!" barked Blackie. Alert, Mike tossed him the other end of the rope and caught Blackie's. They ran past the robot, on either side, looping it in. Blackie kept going until he was above the ditch. He wound a turn of rope around his forearm and plunged down the bank. A shower of gravel spattered after him as Mike jammed his heels into the shoulder of the highway to anchor the other end. Then he heard the booming sound of the robot's fall. Blackie clawed his way up the bank. Vito and Sid were smashing furiously at the floundering machine. Mike danced about the melee with bared teeth, charging in once as if to leap upon the quarry with both feet, frustrated by the peril of the whirling 2x4s. He swept up handfuls of gravel to hurl. Blackie turned to run for one of the axes. Just then, Sid struck home to the head of the robot. Sparks spat out amid a tinkle of glass. The machine ceased all motion. "All right," panted Blackie. "All right, that's enough." They stepped back, snarls fading. A handful of gravel trickled through Mike's fingers and pattered loudly on the concrete. Gradually, the men began to straighten up, seeing the robot as an inert heap of metal rather than as a weird beast in its death throes. "We better load up and get," said Blackie. "We want to be over on the trail if they send something up the road to look for us." Vito dragged the robot off the highway by the head, and they began the task of lashing it to the 2x4s. It was about 2 hours later when they plodded around a street corner among the ruins and stopped before a fairly intact building. By that time they had picked up an escort of dirty, half-clad children who ran ahead to spread the news. 2 other men and a handful of women gathered around with eager exclamations. The hunters dropped their catch. "Better get to work on him," said Blackie, glancing at the sky. "Be dark soon." The men who had remained as guards ran inside the entrance of the polished granite and brought out tools, hammers, crowbars, hatchets. Behind them hurried women with basins and large cans. The original 4, wary from the weight of the robot despite frequent pauses on the trail, stepped back. "Where first, Blackie?" asked one of the men, waiting for the women to untangle the rope and timbers. "Try all the joints. After that, we'll crack 'em open down the middle for the main supply tank." He watched the metal give way under the blows. As the robot was dismembered, the fluid that had lubricated the complex mechanism flowed from its wounds and was poured by the women into a 5-gallon can. "Bring a cupful, Judy," Blackie told his woman, a wiry blonde girl. "I want to see if it's as good as the last." He lit a stick at the fire as they crossed the littered, once ornate lobby, and she followed him down a dim hall. He pulled aside the skins that covered their doorway, then stumbled his way to the table. The window was still uncovered against the night chill, but it looked out on a courtyard shadowed by towering walls. To eyes adjusted to the sunny street, the room was dark. Judy poured the oil into the makeshift lamp, waited for the rag wick to soak, and held it out to Blackie. He lit the wick from his stick. "It burns real good, Blackie," the girl said, wrinkling her nose against the first oily smoke. "Gee, you're smart to catch one the first day out." "Tell them other dames to watch how they use it," he warned. "This ought to last a month or more when we get 'em all emptied." He blew out the dying flame on the stick and dropped the charred wood thoughtfully to the floor. "Nah, I ain't so smart," he admitted. "Or I'd figure a way to make one of 'em work the garden for us. Maybe someday. But this kind won't do nothing but fix that goddamn road. And what good's that to anybody?" His woman moved the burning lamp carefully to the center of the table. "Anyway, it's gonna be better'n last winter," she said. "We'll have lights now." End of Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife.
The Long Way Back by John Barrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Long Way Back by John Barrett. Read by Quartertone. Brainerd died on the 3rd day after they set out from the wreck. Carl Reese and the girl, Taylor Brill, scraped a grave in the sand with flat pieces of rock and laid him in it on the litter they had used to carry him. They covered it with rocks to keep the sandwolves out and set off again across the desert. That day they did not go far. The sun came down through the cloudless Martian sky like a hammer. Every hour or so they had to creep into the shadow of the rocks and rest. It was about mid-afternoon when the girl collapsed. Carl carried her to one of the shallow caves in the cliffs that were growing more numerous and gave her the water flask to sip. Her blonde hair was grayed with powdery sand, and Carl saw there were hollows now under her reddened eyes, but even with the strain of fatigue, her clean-featured face was beautiful. He watched her slender throat as she sipped the water. He thought, "She can't stand much more of this. She's not built for it." The flask was still heavy when she handed it back. "You'll need more than that to keep you going till sundown," he said. She shook her head. "You better go on alone. It's getting so I can't see very well." Carl Reese looked out at the crumbling rock and sand. It was not the heat that got you. The middle of this desert was no warmer than a cool day back on Earth, but the sun, pounding down through the thin air, dehydrated you and did funny things to your brain. And if you stood up under that, the glittering sand drove you blind. "We might as well stay here for the night," he said. "It's as good a place as any." "How much water is there left?" she asked. "There's a quart in the other flask," he said. He knew there was hardly a pint, but if he had said so, she wouldn't take any more. She leaned back against the rock and squinted at the shimmering wasteland. "Do you think Brainerd really saw a ship?" she asked. "Of course he did. Brainerd wouldn't lie about a thing like that." "How could he see a ship on the ground when we were falling at 600 miles an hour?" "He could see the sun flash on the metal," Carl said. She pushed the grayed curls back from her cheek. "But if there was a ship, we should have found it by now." "Not necessarily," Carl said. "We haven't been traveling very fast." The girl looked at her hand that was covered with gray dust from her hair. "I'm a mess," she said. "You ought to try and sleep a little," Carl said. "You were taking care of Brainerd all last night." "No, I'm not sleepy." Carl sat there, watching her. In a few minutes, he saw her eyes close and her head droop forward on her knees. She did not wake up when he laid her down at the back of the cave and shoved his jacket under her head. When the sun sank and the chill began to make him shiver, Carl went outside to look for fuel. As usual, there were no plants, not even a blade of dried grass, but in the face of a nearby cliff he found again a ledge of coal. At least, he thought, the desert furnishes us one thing, and it keeps us from turning to ice in the night. He carried back an armful and followed the procedure of the night before, breaking the lumps into little pieces and grinding a few of them into a black powder that would burst into flame with a second shot from the heat gun. When the fire was going, he gathered enough coal to last through the night and sat down to doze away the hours. Nights were the worst. In the daytime, there was always the next patch of shade to be reached, or you had the compass to check. Even the job of putting one foot ahead of the other was something to concentrate on. At night, with only the flames of the fire and the moan of the wind in the rocks, your mind wandered, and once more you were streaking through space in an interplanetary patrol ship with home port on Earth only 20 hours away. You were in the pilot's seat pointing out interesting landmarks on the planet Mars to the pretty blonde girl from Cabin 3 who was standing beside you. And you were wishing that her smile and good humor meant something personal, knowing all the time that it was only because she and you and the 5 men in the main cabin had uncovered information that was going to stop a threatened invasion of Earth by the little men of Jupiter. And then the dream suddenly turned horrible as the ship was caught in an invisible net that jammed the controls under your hands and hurled you down upon the face of the red planet. Carl woke up sweating, his fists clenched, his arms aching from the fight with a phantom rudder lever. The flames had dwindled to red coals. He saw the girl was shivering in her sleep. He built up the fire and lifted her closer. She opened her eyes. "I was dreaming I was still working in the consular office," she said vaguely, "and the director told me to put a note on the bulletin board informing the employees that we were about to enter the 143rd Ice Age." "The sun will be up in an hour," he said. They sat watching the rocks and the cliffs take shape in the half-light of dawn. "Sometimes I wish you weren't such a good pilot," she said wearily. "What do you mean?" "I mean the way you pulled the ship out of that dive so that only 4 people were killed instead of 7. Carl stared into the fire. If we don't find something today, he thought, she'll crack up. He handed the water flask to her. She shook her head. "Take some," he said sternly. "You've only had a couple of swallows since yesterday noon." "How much have you had?" she asked. "I've had my share," he said. "I feel pretty good." "You're a liar," she said evenly. "You haven't had any." Carl swore to himself. What could you do? You couldn't hit her over the head and force it down her throat when she was unconscious. Outside, the rocks changed from deep rose to light pink and then to glaring yellow. Already, the sand was beginning to sparkle. "If we do find that ship, what good will it do?" she asked. "It'll be a wreck like ours was, only worse." "Brainerd said he thought it wasn't wrecked." She covered her eyes from the glare of the sand. "To me, that doesn't make sense," she said. "Those fiends from Jupiter aren't stupid. They'd know that if they let anyone get through their electronic beam net from either side, the cat would be out of the bag." "But the last news report we received before we hit the net had an item in it announcing Dekmar had just landed on Mars with his new experimental ship." "Dekmar has a reputation as a crackpot. Maybe he was transmitting from space somewhere near Earth. With him, it might have been some sort of a publicity stunt." "I think you got the wrong idea about Dekmar," Carl said. "He's a crackpot in some ways. Lots of bright people are, but he's sincere. If he said he was broadcasting from the Lucerian desert on Mars, that's where he was." "Then why didn't he say something about the net?" "They said his broadcast was cut off right after it started." "If he was smart enough to get a ship through the net, why couldn't he get a visaphone signal through it?" Carl felt the anger swell up in his throat. He stood up.
All right, then. Have it your way. It was all a hoax, and Brainerd didn't see a ship, and maybe we're going to fry out here in this desert. What of it? Is it a crime to be an optimist? Just because...
He stopped. She was sobbing.
I'm sorry,
he said gently. He thought, it's beginning to get to me too. She stood up slowly and brushed the sand from her clothes. No, you're right, she said. I don't know why I talk like that. I guess I just want you to argue against me. When you tell me I'm wrong, it makes me feel better. Carl rubbed his prickly chin. She was sure a hard one to figure out.
We better get moving, he said, before it gets too bright.
He started to give her the water flask, and then saw she was going to balk again. He took 2 swallows himself and handed it to her. She took 2 swallows also. They made good time for the first 2 hours. After that, the sun was torture. By mid-morning, they were forced into the shade again. Carl felt his leg muscles begin to quiver as he eased himself back against the rocks. He looked at the girl and saw that her face was white.
You lie down for a while, he said. I'm going to climb this rock pile and look around.
He got up. I'll go with you, she said. Just let me rest a few minutes.
You're too tired,
Carl said. I'll be all right in a few minutes. They rested for a half hour, and then the girl followed him up through the jagged boulders. He kept looking back, waiting for her to say she had had enough. She followed him silently. Her fingertips were bleeding, and there was a long red scrape on her calf. It took 20 minutes to reach the flat top. Carl stood up shakily and looked around. The desert stretched for miles, a waste of rock and sand, shimmering under the wavering air. He looked west and saw that their way would soon be blocked by deep, sheer canyons. He faced the southwest, and something bright made him blink. He opened his eyes wide. On a low mesa-like outcropping near the edge of one of the canyons lay a rocket ship. The metal was smooth and unscarred. It rested there as if it had been landed gently.
I can see it, he told the girl. It's about 3 miles away.
He leaned down and helped her up beside him.
Fire your gun at a rock, the girl said. If there's anyone aboard, he'll hear the explosion.
Carl took out his heat pistol and aimed at a large flat rock near the base of the pile. A long blue flame speared out. Carl kept his finger on the trigger, and the rock suddenly exploded with an ear-shattering crack. They looked toward the ship. There was no sign of a response. The walk across the last stretch of sand seemed endless. There was no chance to stop or rest. The sun drove them on. Carl thought, if there's no water aboard her, we're finished. 50 feet from the big hull, he stopped.
Dekmar,
he called out. The metal rang to his voice. In the canyon beyond, he heard a tiny rock slide rattle into nothingness. Maybe it's not Dekmar's ship, the girl said. Maybe it's been here for years.
It's Dekmar's ship, all right, Carl said. I can tell by those ridges running down the side of the hull. I happened to be at the factory one day last spring when he was having them put on.
They walked around behind the tailpipes and found the hatch in the other side. It was partly open. Carl started toward it, but the girl grabbed his arm. What's that? She was pointing to a wide, trailing furrow in the sand by the hatch. Carl felt a prickling sensation along his spine.
I don't know, he said. It looks like the track of some animal.
He swung open the door.
Whatever it is, we've got to get in out of this sun.
He stepped over the high threshold. The inside of the ship, protected by the heavy insulation in the hull, was cold. Carl blinked into the darkness and yelled out, Dekmar! There was no answer. He began rolling back some of the shutters covering the ports. The girl came up beside him. There's a light in one of the forward cabins. Carl looked down the alleyway and saw a small light burning over a desk. They walked cautiously toward it and came out into the control room near the nose of the ship. The light threw long shadows over a big panel of levers and dials. In one corner of the panel, 3 meters were glowing red.
His visophone set is still on, Carl said.
He must have been interrupted while he was broadcasting. He stepped toward the panel and almost fell over a chair lying on the floor. He picked it up and saw the back of it was splintered. He glanced quickly around the cabin. On a table by the control panel was a small metal box. The lever on the side of it was almost twisted off. Then he saw the door hanging crazily by one hinge. "It looks like there's been a fight," he said. He found a switch and turned on the lights and heat all over the ship. Walking back along the alleyway, he saw that the bulkheads had long scratches in them and 2 flush lights overhead had been smashed. He reached the hatch and stepped down to follow the trail in the sand. It led to the cliff edge. He was bending down, trying to make sense of the furrow, when he heard the girl scream. Looking up, he saw her standing in the hatchway. She was staring wildly behind him. He did not wait to look around. He ran to the ship, jumped inside, and yanked the door to. At the same instant, something hissed through the air and whammed down across the hull. Carl bolted the hatch. "What is it?" "A snake." The girl's voice was faint. Carl looked out the port, and his stomach seemed to turn over. The snake had a body as thick as a big tree and a wide, plow-shaped head. It thrashed at the hull. Carl winced as its teeth scraped across the metal surface. "Well, we know what happened to Dekmar," he said. "He must have left the hatch open while he was using the visaphone, and the thing got him." The girl was swaying on her feet. Carl caught her as her knees buckled. He found a cabin with a couch and then hunted for the ship's stores. There was water, gallons of it, and he found some biscuits. For the next half hour they sat in the cabin sipping water and gnawing at the biscuits. The girl kept looking out of the port. "How could anything as big as that live out here?" she asked. "There's so little food, so little water." "I've heard reports of these snakes in the Lucerian desert," Carl said. "The biologists say they are a hangover from an old type of animal. They don't have a carbon system metabolism. Their chemical system is based on silicon, and they can grind up pebbles and small boulders and get nourishment out of them. They have teeth like rock crushers." "Rock crushers?" The girl shuddered. Carl stood up. "Get your mind off it," he said. "See if you can find us something a little more substantial to eat. I'm going to look over the ship and see if I can figure out how to operate it." He was still checking instruments when the girl came to the door of the control room 20 minutes later. "Well?" "I think I can run it," Carl said. "Everything seems to be standard except for one thing." He pointed to the square box on the table by the panel. "There's a mess of tubes and coils in there that don't make any sense. They must be important. They're connected by wires to the cables that run down the ridges in the hull." "If that doesn't have anything to do with the controls, why can't you just forget about it?" the girl said. Carl frowned at the box. Above the twisted lever was the word reduction. There was an arrow showing which direction the lever should be moved. "I found something to eat," the girl said. They walked back to the cabin that had evidently been made for a small dining room. The girl sat down opposite him, and Carl suddenly stiffened in his chair. She was transformed. Her hair was soft and shiny again. The gray dust was gone from her skin. She had found some silky green cloth and made an impromptu skirt and a crosshatch halter above. He looked down at his torn clothes, felt the gritty powder on his arms and legs. She laughed. "It's at the end of the hall," she said. The shower was warm, and there was soap that smelled like spices. As Carl rubbed himself dry on the big yellow towel, he looked around at the soft green and black tiles and thought, if this is the life of a crackpot, I'm all for it. The meal and the sight of the girl opposite did something to him. When he walked back to the control cabin, he was whistling. The girl came and stood in the doorway. "Are you going to try and get through the net?" she asked in a nervous voice. "Now don't get worried," he said. "If Dekmar got through, the ship must have some protection around the hull." He started up the rockets and boosted the ship gently off the sand. After 2 wide circles over the desert to get the feel of the controls, he pointed her up and turned on the power. The girl moved over into the acceleration seat. Out of the corner of his eye, Carl saw her strap herself in. She gripped the arms tightly. Her face was pale. The net was 1,000 miles up. When the altimeter showed 800 miles, Carl slowed down and felt his way along. At 900, the controls began to drag. He shut off the power and the ship dropped back. The controls were freed. He tried it again, nosing up slowly. This time the levers almost jammed before he could shut off the power. The ship fell, whirling and looping crazily. It dropped 500 miles before he could pull it out. Carl was sweating when he brought it down gently on the desert. "Let's not try that again," the girl said. Carl stared out at the sky. "I see how they're doing it," he said. "They have a power plant sustained on an anti-gravity ray somewhere above the Rapathian Mountains, and it shoots out a beam shaped like an umbrella clear across the solar system." He swung around to the control panel. "Still, Dekmar got through." He reached across and fingered the dial of the little box on the table. "Do you think we ought to fool with that?" the girl asked. "We can't stay out on this desert forever, can we? Besides, if we don't get that information back to the home government offices pretty soon, it'll be too late." He found a switch at the back of the box and pressed it. A strange throbbing ran through the ship. Carl moved the twisted lever gingerly in the direction of the arrow. Sparks shot out of the loose contact points and the throbbing speeded up. The girl cried out, "Look! The rocks are changing!" Carl spun around in the chair. For a second, he thought his eyes had gone bad. The rocks outside the port were swelling up out of the desert like balloons. He realized what it was. "Reduction! Of course! It's not the rocks, it's us! We're getting smaller!" Outside the port, little pebbles were expanding into gigantic rough-hewn boulders. "But I don't feel any different," the girl said. "Of course not!" Carl had to raise his voice above the throb of the reducer. "Everything inside the ship gets smaller proportionately. The ridges on the outside of the hull must create a field." He turned back to the panel. "And I've got a hunch this is going to get us through the net." He leaned over to the table and moved the lever down another notch. The girl came over beside him. "Look," Carl said, "the net acts on big things. If we were reduced to the size of bacteria, there wouldn't be enough power concentrated in one spot to affect the controls. We would slip through." The rocket rolled suddenly as a flat sand surface under it became an uneven plain of craggy rock. Carl turned on the keel jets and lifted the ship clear. He looked out at the faces of sand grains that had expanded to glassy mirror-like sheets. The ship's about 2 inches long, he thought. His stomach felt as if it had a lead ball in it. He tried the controls. The ship responded perfectly. "But we can't keep getting smaller," the girl said. "You just can't keep concentrating a thing." "Now, take it easy," Carl said. "Evidently, there's some sort of a mass dissipator connected with this. I don't know how it works, but Dekmar must have known what he was doing." With a jerk, he started the tail jets and the ship roared forward and upward. The air was no longer clear. It was filled with hundreds of little particles that bumped gently against the hull. The girl started back when one touched the port. "Dust particles," Carl said. "At our size, they look big." He turned on full power. The ship spurted upward through a gray storm. The dust, Carl saw, was not impeding their progress. The particles touched the hull and bounced away. He set a course for Earth and turned on the interplanetary drive. At this size, they would need speed to get anywhere. With his hands still on the controls, he turned to the girl. "Move it back to 0, he said, jerking his head toward the box on the table. "But don't shut off the switch. I don't want to take any chances of the ship going back to its original size." The girl shoved back the lever slowly. The throbbing noise sank to a low, surging sound. "The lever's loose," she said. "Just be careful with it." She came back to the port. "The air's clear now." "I think that means we're in the beam," Carl said. "Ionized air would dispel the particles." He felt the ship buck slightly. Through the port, he could see flashes of blue light crackling along the hull. He jiggled the controls. They were a little tight, but they weren't jammed. Suddenly, he felt them come free. At the same moment, something bumped the hull. "It's a dust particle," the girl said. She pressed her face against the port, staring forward. "It's as big as a house." Carl laughed. "We're through." He checked the course to make sure it was set for Earth, locked the controls, and stepped over to push off the reducer switch. Afterwards, he thought that his elbow must have hit the lever as he reached for the switch. It happened too fast to be sure. He was aware only of the blinding blue flash and the jerking contraction of his muscles. When he came to, the girl was kneeling over him, wiping his face with something wet and cold. His ears were aching with the throbbing scream coming from the reducer. The lever to it was lying on the floor. "How long have I been out?" He had to yell to make himself heard. "About 15 minutes." He started to get up, and pain like a knife stab shot through his skull. He eased back and felt his head. "You hit a ledge on the bulkhead," she shouted. "I bandaged it. I tried artificial respiration, ammonia, everything. I thought you'd never come to." He shook his head and stared at the table. Suddenly he began to laugh. "Automatic control," he yelled, pointing to the letters that were flashing on and off. "It says automatic control. What a joke, there isn't any control." He saw the girl watching him, saw the fear in her eyes, the tight line of her lips. It sobered him instantly. He struggled to his feet. "Let's get out of this racket," he yelled. They crossed the alleyway to a little cabin, and Carl closed the airtight door. The reducer was still screaming, but it sounded far away. Carl leaned against the door, listening. It was like a siren out of control, climbing, climbing. "I've got to stop that thing somehow," he said. "You can't get near it," the girl said. "I tried once myself when you were lying on the floor. I touched the table and the shock almost jerked my arm off." "But can't you see? I've got to stop it. If we don't, we'll shrink. We'll shrink to the size of a molecule, an atom, an electron, and then, well, there isn't anything smaller. We'll disintegrate into a quantum of energy or something." "Wait!" Carl took his hand off the door latch and turned around. "All right then," she said quietly. "Let it happen that way. I'd rather have it like that than seeing you on the floor again, blue and not breathing." Carl looked at her eyes that were calm now and steady. He thought, and I was scared to death she was going to crack up. He said, "I'm going to try and cut the wires to the thing anyway. If we can shut off the current supply, it'll stop." He stepped out into the screeching din of the alleyway. They found a small torch in the ship's stores, and Carl tried cutting the metal bulkhead on the outside of the control cabin where he calculated the current supply would run. The metal was hard, and the torch cut slowly. After 10 minutes, he pushed up his mask and took a breather. The bulkhead was hardly marked. Carl tapped it. "Must be another of Dekmar's inventions," he yelled at the girl. He put down the mask and tried again. Finally, he gave up and shut the torch off. He walked to the doorway of the control room. He took out his heat gun and aimed it at the box. The blue sphere of flame did not reach it. It stopped short about a foot away and splattered as if it were ricocheting against something hard. Carl tried it from another angle, another. The gun began to heat up under his hand, but an invisible shell of energy blocked off its beam from the box. He walked back into the cabin across the alleyway. The girl came in behind him and fastened the door. Carl laid the hot gun on the table. "Well, I guess that's that," he said. He sat down on a bench by the port and contemplated the deck. The girl came over and sat beside him. For a long time she gazed out through the glass, saying nothing, and then in a weak voice she asked, "Do you suppose those are molecules?" Carl looked up. Outside was a tremendously enlarged section of a dust particle. It was almost transparent and made up of little dots that jerked to and fro. "I suppose so," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Molecules, he thought. Molecules, then atoms, then electrons, and then... He closed his eyes and tried to banish the dancing dots from his mind. He could feel his heart thumping heavily in his chest. When he opened his eyes again, the dots had expanded. Each dot, he saw, was made of colored spheres arranged in a pattern, 4 blue, 1 red, and 2 orange. The patterns twisted slowly, passing through one another like squads of soldiers in a complicated drill, yet all the time holding their arrangement. Far out from the port, he saw another group of 3 green and 2 yellow spheres. The scream of the reducer went up another notch. The lights in the ship dimmed and went out. "It's drawing off all the current," Carl said. Splashes of red and blue light were playing over the girl's body. She moved closer to him, wide eyes fixed on the port. Carl felt her fingers searching for his hand. A red sphere floated up to the port. It bulged and faded to a blurred pink, and the pink was darting lights that spread out, enclosing the ship. "This is an atom," Carl thought. "We're inside an atom." The tightness around his chest grew into a constricting pain. Then far out in the distance, the core of the red sphere swung into view, a mass of glittering diamonds. It drifted toward them, holding its shape till Carl was certain it was going to crash the ship. Then it separated, and 1 diamond hung before the port. Carl, gripping the girl's hand, waited for a ripping explosion that would send them into nothingness. The explosion did not come. The trembling light floated toward them and slowly dissolved into silvery powder that spread itself across a backdrop of blackness. Staggering up to the port, Carl dragged the girl with him. Distant points of light hurtled past them. The ship was plunging into an abyss. No, it was plunging toward one of the tiny white points of light that was expanding, brightening into a ball, a sphere, a gigantic solid sphere with a scarred surface with... Carl was aware that his ears were ringing. The reducer had shut off, its scream replaced by the deep, familiar roar of tail jets. The girl was shaking his arm and pointing. "Don't you recognize it?" she asked. "Don't you recognize it?" And of course, he did recognize it, even though every ounce of logic in his makeup rebelled when he finally said, "Yes, it's the Earth. The landmass right in front of us is North America." He went into the control cabin and shut off the interplanetary drive. It was quite a few minutes later, when they were skimming over the peaks of the Rockies with everything ready for a landing, before the pieces began to fit together in his mind. "You know," he said slowly, "I guess it does make sense. We say space is curved. We say a beam of light, if it went far enough, would end up at its starting point. In fact, some astronomers say that nebulae in one part of the sky might be the same nebulae we see in another part of the sky, and we're actually seeing them twice because the light has traveled clear around the universe. Well, then, if the universe is curved and self-contained in one way, it must be curved and self-contained in every way. It's like the old symbol of the serpent swallowing its own tail." Carl looked over his shoulder. "Are you listening?" She was frowning at the shiny plates in the after bulkhead. "Yes, I'm listening." Carl turned back. He studied the topography unreeling itself on the visiplate and eased back the accelerator lever a trifle. "The way I see it, if light comes back to its starting point, there is no infinitely distant place. In the same way, there would be no infinitely small size. There's no end or beginning to anything, and if you travel far enough in any one direction, you always come back to where you started from. Do you follow me?" "Well," she kept staring at the after bulkhead. "Did you ever study Kant?" "Kant?" "Yes, he's a very ancient German philosopher, lived way back when they didn't have a world government or anything. It was all in a required philosophy course I took at the university." "I always steered clear of philosophy," she said. She did not take her eyes off the afterplates. "Well, this fellow Kant claimed that time and space were just creations of our own minds, and he tried to prove it by extending the logical implications of them into the structure of the universe till they contradicted themselves and became meaningless. Let's see, how did he put it?" Carl leaned back in the pilot's chair and scratched his head. "First of all, he said the universe must be finite, because it's made up of the sum of its parts, and as its parts are units, you could never add up finite units and get infinity. Then he took the other side of the argument and pointed out that if it was finite, it must have limits, and if it has limits in relation to something beyond it. And the universe is everything that is, so there couldn't be anything beyond except more universe, and if it keeps on going like that, it isn't finite. But it's not infinite either, so what is it? The girl started to say something, but Carl held up his hand. Wait a minute, I'm not through. Kant's conclusion was that space and time were handy man-made illusions, but maybe it's the idea of infinity that's the man-made illusion. It's the idea of infinity and beginnings and endings that cross you up when you try to reason how small things can become or how large the universe can be. We admit the universe is curved and self-contained in one way when we say light returns to a starting point. It must be curved and self-contained every other way too. And just as there's no infinite distance, there's no infinite size, large or small. Whichever way you look at it, it's part of a circle, and if you travel far enough in any one direction, you always come back to the place you started from. Maybe exploding atoms and expanding galaxies are the same things from different points of view. He took a breath. Now, what were you going to say? Are we going to land at Francisco City? It took him a few seconds to get his mind down to the question. Those were the orders that came through 15 minutes ago. What's worrying you? There'll be Visigraph reporters and cameramen, won't there? Carl twisted around in his seat to see what it was she kept looking at. It dawned suddenly. The shiny after bulkhead plates made a perfect mirror. All that time, then, he had been talking to himself. She probably hadn't even been trying to listen. Don't tell me you're nervous. No, but... She spread out the fold of her silky shirt. Do you think this looks funny? It's just a piece of an old parachute. Carl hung on to the controls till the dizziness cleared from his head. She dragged herself across the Martian desert. She fell through a hole in the universe, and you were scared to death all the time for fear she'd go to pieces, and she comes out of it worrying about the cut of her dress. You look fine, Carl said. You look wonderful. And as he circled the field and brought the ship down on the runway, it dawned on him that she really did look wonderful, and in 2 minutes she would be stepping out of the ship and maybe out of his life for keeps. He got up from the pilot's chair and caught her before she reached the hatch. Bela, he said, there's a crowd of people out there. I'll be taken to the director's office right away to answer questions about the ship, and the government officials will be quizzing you all night about everything we found out and... Yes? She moved away from him, eyes narrowing. After it's over, let's get together. To discuss some technical aspects of space curvature, perhaps? He started to pull her to him, but she twisted away. She was looking at the ports, jammed now with peering faces. I'm listed in the consular directory like all the other employees, she said. She smiled and opened the hatch. 2 government officials helped her down into the crowd. He watched her walk away and kept thinking about the smile. It was like the reducer. You thought things were over with, and then you suddenly realized they were just beginning. End of The Long Way Back by John Barrett.
To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Seth Wayne. Everything went perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago Lion Inn Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, and spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuge to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world, toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all the space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the Happy Garden of Life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was the portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that, and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced naught. The number was 2BR02B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Canary, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To Be or Not to Be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. A do-it-yourselfer, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. And the orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to come now?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some pictures," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan," she waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" she said. "Skip it," he said. "That sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. "Duncan, Duncan, Duncan," he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, the sheave carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh," she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upset you?" he said. "Good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honor." You admire him, huh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb, that strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honored to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets," she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. Do the parents have 3 volunteers? Said Leora Duncan. Last I heard, said Dr. Hitz, they had one and were trying to scrape another 2 up. I don't think they made it, she said. Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today. Unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name? Welling, said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be. He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. Present, he said. Oh, Mr. Welling, said Dr. Hitz, I didn't see you. The invisible man, said Welling. They just phoned me that your triplets have been born, said Dr. Hitz. They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now. Hooray, said Welling emptily. You don't sound very happy, said Dr. Hitz. What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy, said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt. Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him. You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling, he said. I think it's perfectly keen, said Welling tautly. Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the Earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling? Said Hitz. Nope, said Welling sulkily. A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry, said Dr. Hitz. Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like drupelets on a blackberry. Think of it. Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around, and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still, people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever. I want those kids, said Welling quietly. I want all 3 of them. Of course you do, said Dr. Hitz. That's only human. I don't want my grandfather to die either, said Welling. Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box, said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. I wish people wouldn't call it that, said Leora Duncan. What? Said Dr. Hitz. I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that, she said. It gives people the wrong impression. You're absolutely right, said Dr. Hitz. Forgive me. He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios, he said. That sounds so much better, said Leora Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Welling, said Dr. Hitz, he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one, he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. It's only death, he said to her as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life demanding to be born and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply, and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloths below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, 2BR 02B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. End of To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut.
The Natives by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nora Trapp. The Natives by Catherine MacLean. The old one said, "Stick close by me, child." "What'll it be like, Grandpa?" The youngster was frightened. "Dark, very dark and big. It moves fast, but we'll keep up with it." The tone was consciously reassuring. "Dark, Grandpa?" "Yes, it sucks heat and absorbs light. You'll find out when you're old and strong enough to swim down to the bottom and see what's there. Now stay with me when we follow it, and don't get lost in the crowd, and don't get ahead of me or get too close to it. You might take in too much and get overcharged." "What's overcharged, Grandpa? Can you really get too much?" The youngster jigged up and down a little with excitement and anticipation. For a moment, the oldster turned his attention from watching for the thing that was coming and considered him fondly. "Poor youngling, I forget. You've had no chance to learn what it means to get enough. You're too young to ride the storms and tap the lightnings. Listen now. When a grown-up has to let out a flash of blue light, that means that he's overcharged and spinning off balance inside, and so he has to save himself by letting out his energy to let down the pressure. So be careful. Take enough, but don't be greedy and take in too much too suddenly. Now let's just float here with the others and be ready." It was a beautiful bright day. The sun poured down its flood of light here and there, energizing a molecule of the blue air into little sparkles of ionization, and below, a mist of bright clouds half veiled the darkness that was the bottom. "What's it mean when someone blinks blue light in lots of flashes and then glows red and starts sinking, huh, Grandpa?" "I'll tell you when you're older. Just be careful and don't get too close." He was abruptly excited. "Here it comes." Out of the blue translucence far below, a black dot appeared and grew rapidly, rushing closer until it was a huge fish-shaped object with widespread fins rushing towards them. It would pass slightly to the left of them, and already the waiting crowd was moving to intercept it. It flashed by, and the youngster thought they were going to lose it. It was going so much faster than they. But as the thought crossed his mind and he saw the two turning, glowing openings in its rear, a burning blast of energy struck him. A multitude of glowing, charged particles crackled around him, streamed against him. His field shifted to reach out and capture them. The spin of stored energy within spun faster, absorbing the new energy into its drive, its life pulse rising to a deep hum, and he felt strong, stronger than he had ever felt before in his life. They were flying faster now, accelerating faster than he had ever flown, and it was easy. They drew up closer to the dark thing, matching it speed for speed, laving in the glowing cloud of energy particles that roared backward from its jets. The youngster was astounded and exhilarated at the tremendous, effortless speed with which they were driving forward. This was the first time he had ever had so much power. It was 10 times more than any aurora borealis with its pale wash of energy waves. Drunken in his newfound strength, he pulled ahead closer to the roaring jets. At the peak of the arc of climb of the New York-Istanbul stratoliner, high in the ionosphere where the Earth was merely a giant globe far below, the pilot of the stratoliner boldly cut the jets for the fuel-saving glide that turned their nose toward Earth again. The radar was clanging its usual senseless warning of imminent collision with some solid objects, which had approached closer than the automatic relays considered safe. It had been clanging for several minutes. The pilot glanced in annoyance at the radar screen where several hundred globes, from 2 to 7 feet in diameter, showed vividly, trailing the ship in a fan-shaped cluster. "Someday I'm going to take a hammer to that thing." The co-pilot, looking back from the control blister's rear window, saw nothing, as usual, except a few of the shining globes which showed themselves transiently in a brief flash of blue light as they carelessly overloaded and discharged, and one, smaller than the rest, who blinked on and off rapidly in brilliant flashes of blue. As he watched, it ran suddenly down the color scale to red and began to lag behind, a glowing red globe, sinking. "I wonder what the hell they think they're doing," he grumbled. End of The Natives by Catherine MacLean.
From Beyond the Stars by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Beyond the Stars by Murray Leinster. Tommy Driscoll lay on his stomach in the grass outside his father's laboratory and read his comic books. He was 10 years old and wholly innocent of any idea that fate or chance or destiny might make use of him to make the comic books come true. He was clad in grubby shorts with sandals and no socks or blouse. Ants crawled on his legs as he lay on the ground, and he absently scratched them off. To the adult eye, he was merely the son of that Professor Driscoll who taught advanced physics at Harwell College, and in summer vacation putted around with research. As such, Tommy was inconsiderable from any standpoint except that of fate, or chance, or destiny. They had use for him. He was, however, wholly and triumphantly a normal small boy. As he scratched thoughtfully and absorbed the pictures in his comic book, he was Space Captain McGee of the rocket cruiser Omadoom, gloriously defeating, for the 15th time since he had acquired the book, the dastardly scheme of the dictator of Pluto to enslave the human race to the green-skinned, stalk-eyed denizens of that dark planet. A little while since, he had been the Star Rover, crimson-cloaked and crimson-masked, and mysteriously endowed with the power to survive, unharmed, the frigidity and airlessness of interstellar space. As the Star Rover, he had triumphantly smashed the attempt of some very unpleasant Mercurians to wipe out the human race so that they could emigrate to Earth. As both splendid figures, at satisfyingly frequent intervals, Tommy had swung mighty blows at the jaws or midriffs of Mercurians, green-skinned Plutonians, renegade Earthmen, and others. But he had just finished reading both comics 3 times in succession. He heaved a sigh of comfortable mental repletion and rolled over, imagining further splendid, if formless, adventures with spaceships and ray guns. Locusts whirred monotonously in the maple trees of Harwell College campus. His father's laboratory was a small stone structure off the physics building, and Tommy waited for his father and Professor Wardle to come out. When they did, he would walk home with them and, possibly, acquire an ice cream cone on the way. With luck, he might wangle another comic. He heard his father's voice, talking to Professor Wardle, who was spending the weekend with them. "There's the setup," said his father inside the laboratory. "Absurd, perhaps, but this Jansky radiation bothers me. I've found out one rather startling thing about it." "My dear fellow," Professor Wardle said dryly, "if you publish anything about the Jansky radiation, the newspapers will accuse you of communicating with Mars." Tommy knew by his father's tone that he was grinning. "I've not thought of anything so conservative. Everybody knows that the Jansky radiation comes from the direction of the Milky Way and from beyond the solar system. It makes a hissing noise in a sensitive shortwave receiver. No modulation has ever been detected, but no explanation's been offered either." Professor Wardle moved inside the laboratory. "What's the startling fact you've discovered?" he asked. "It's got a point source," Tommy Driscoll's father said, and Tommy could tell he was still grinning. "It comes from one spot. There's a second-order effect in our atmosphere which has masked it up to now. I can prove it." Tommy chewed on a grass stem. As the son of a professor of physics, he was disillusioned about scientists. They were not like the scientists of the comic books, who were mostly mad geniuses with plans to make themselves emperors of Earth and had to be foiled by Captain McGee or the Star Rover. Tommy knew pessimistically that scientists just talk long words, like his father now. But Professor Wardle seemed startled. "A point source? But, confound it, man, that would mean it's artificial, not natural, that it was a signal from beyond the stars. What else could it mean?" "I'd like to know myself," said Tommy's father ruefully. "I've checked for interruptions like dots and dashes, and for modulations like our radio. I've made sure it isn't frequency modulated. The only thing left is television." "Therefore the television screen," said Professor Wardle. "I see. You're trying to analyze it with a scanning system. Possible. But if it is a signal from another solar system..." Tommy Driscoll sat up straight, his eyes wide and astonished. His mouth formed itself into a particularly round O. This, of course, was the natural occurrence if fate or chance or destiny was to use him to make the comic books come true. He had been listening with only a fraction of his ears. To a 10-year-old boy, adults do not often seem intelligent. Few of them have any interest in Space Captain McGee or the Star Rover. But Tommy's father was talking about interplanetary communication, of signals from the planets of another sun, from creatures who might be super-intelligent vegetables like the Wangos the Star Rover had to fight, or immaterial entities like those misty things that almost defeated Captain McGee on the Ghost Planet, because when he swung his mighty fist, there wasn't anything solid for him to hit. Tommy's father was talking about things like that. He got up and gazed in the open door of the small laboratory. He regarded the rather messy assemblage of equipment on the workbench with bright-eyed, respectful awe. His father nodded. "Hello, Captain," he said to his son. "No hot wires around. Come in. What's on your mind?" Tommy's eyes shone. You were talking about signals from another planet?" "I see," said his father. "Right up your alley, eh? I hadn't realized the popular appeal, but if you'd like to listen." Tommy fairly quivered with eagerness. His father threw a switch. There was a tiny hum from a loudspeaker, then silence. Then, presently, there was a tiny hissing noise. Just a hissing noise, nothing else. "That's it, Captain," his father told Tommy. "That's the noise the Jansky radiation makes. When we turn this dial, we tune it out this way," he demonstrated. "And also when we turn the dial that way. Then we tune it back in." He proved it. "Nobody has ever explained it, but it comes from outer space. I think it comes from just one spot." Professor Wardle, smoking a pipe and sprawled in a chair, nodded amiably at Tommy. "Yes, sir," Tommy said, thrilled. His throat went dry from excitement. His father threw a second switch. A television screen glowed faintly. "Now it's transferred to the screen," he told Tommy. "But it's still all scrambled. Nothing happens. It's quite a job to unscramble a television signal, even when you know all about the transmitter. If there's a transmitter sending this, I don't know any of its constants." Over Tommy's head, he said to Professor Wardle, "The possible combination runs 10 to the 9th. Professor Wardle nodded. "Lines per inch, size of screen, images per second, possible colors," he grunted. "Then the scanning pattern and possible 3 dimensions and so on. You've got several billion possible variations, all right." "Unscramble it, Dad," said Tommy eagerly. "Please, I want to see what the people look like who's sending it. Do you think we can lick 'em if they get tough?"
"I'm telling you," his father explained, "that I can try several billion ways to unscramble this supposed signal. Even if it can be done, only one of them will be right. It's going to take time."
"But, Dad, please try."
Tommy was filled with infinite excitement, which, of course, was not only necessary if the comic books were to be made to come true, but was wholly normal small boy. Here was an interstellar signal. He had heard it.
tune the set right, and he would see maybe something like the giraffe men who almost killed Captain McGee on the planet of sand. Or the frogmen the Star Rover had to fight when a crippled space liner was forced to descend on the watery planet Alith. "I've got to figure out a way to unscramble it, Tommy," his father said. "I've got to calculate the settings that are most likely to show some change on the screen. It's rather like breaking a code. It will take a couple of weeks to compute a series of settings to try one after the other." Tommy was unconvinced. He argued. Space Captain McGee's friend, Doc Blandy, would simply have whipped out his trusty slide rule and made the computations in seconds. He would push the slide back and forth, set the television controls according to his computations, and say, "On the beam, McGee." And Space Captain McGee would gaze into the television screen and see the worm monsters of Blathock about to chloroform Jenny, Captain McGee's girlfriend, to transfer the brain of a worm monster into her skull. Her body would thereafter house an inveterate enemy to the human race with specific plans for annihilating it. Tommy argued, impassionedly. In the end, his father had to resort to authority to stop his arguing, and then Tommy was tempted to revert to his former disillusionment about scientists. But continued belief offered high reward in excitement, so he believed. Still, it was a rebellious small boy who accompanied his father and Professor Wardle home. Even the expected ice cream cone did not console him. He consumed it in an avid gloom. His father tried to comfort him. "After all, we're not sure," he told Tommy. "It might not be a signal at all, or it might be a signal of a type that would seem simple enough to the creature who sent it, but hopelessly complicated to us. They might be so much farther advanced in science. In any case, it's not a thing to be solved offhand." "But you're going to try, aren't you, Dad?" asked Tommy desperately. "You said it wouldn't do any harm. You said we could lick them. They couldn't harm Earth." "I'll try," his father assured him. "It's simply useless to go it blind. That's all. I'll have my calculations done in a couple of weeks, and you can watch while I try the whole business. All right?" Tommy gulped. He was unable to speak for disappointment. When one is 10 years old, odds of billions to 1 are negligible, but 2 weeks of waiting is eternity. It is exactly the same as never. And this, too, was not only in the necessary pattern of things if the comic books were to come true, but it was perfectly natural, small boy. That night, Tommy went rebelliously to bed the 3rd time he was told. He had hung around his father and Professor Wardle, listening hungrily to every incomprehensible word they said. He was keyed up to enormous excitement. He slept only fitfully. The comics had been a make-believe world in which he believed only with a book in his hand. Now they promised to become real, and he was filled with monstrous hunger for the adventure they promised. He woke at dawn, and his lurid, fitful dreams had made him ripe for desperate and daring deeds. He slipped into his shorts and sandals and went downstairs. He gulped a huge glass of milk and stuffed down an ample slice of cake. Then he came to a grand and desperate resolution. He slipped out the back door and trudged across the dew-wet campus to his father's laboratory. He wormed unseen into the small building. His heart beat fast. He was scared. But he was Space Captain McGee and the Star Rover all rolled into one, in his own mind. And definitely he was 10-year-old Tommy Driscoll. He remembered, of course, how his father had turned on the shortwave set and the television screen. No small boy could forget those items. He sat down before the controls and threw the 2 switches with a grandly negligent gesture that Captain McGee himself could not have bettered. And then he started, blindly, but with infinite confidence, to unscramble the Jansky radiation. He was 1/2 making believe, and 1/2 deadly earnest, and all absolute faith. Naturally. The odds against any one setting of the controls being the right one to unscramble the Jansky radiation were several billion to 1. But the heroes of comic books always win against odds like that. So did Tommy Driscoll. The comic books were fated to come true. The faintly glowing television screen quite impossibly flickered as he turned the controls. His heart pounded. He worked on, his eyes shining and his head far above the clouds, out in interstellar space with Captain McGee and the Star Rover. Presently, quite impossibly, the screen became a steadily pulsating rectangle, which, at its brightest, was very bright indeed. He found a maximum brightness on which he could not improve. He worked other controls at random. One made odd streaks appear on the screen. At the peak of streakiness, Tommy's heart was thumping in his throat. He, Tommy Driscoll, was about to make contact with the people of another planet, circling another distant sun. Another knob suddenly gathered together the streakings and the pulsations. They made the vaguest of patterns, and then the fuzziest of images. His hand shaking uncontrollably, Tommy Driscoll continued to turn that knob with the slowest possible movements. He had a flash of clearness, and his heart leaped. Then everything was fuzzy again. He turned the knob back, his breath coming in excited pantings. And then, in total defiance of the laws of chance, but in strict obedience to fate and destiny, there was abruptly a perfectly clear picture on the screen. It was not a picture of any place on earth, but of somewhere else, a place so alien in every respect that Tommy would never be able to describe it. And there was a thing looking out of the screen at Tommy Driscoll. His heart did multiple flip-flops, and he shook all over. But it shocked him much less than it would have shocked an adult, because he was wholly familiar with such apparitions from the comic books. This thing looked rather like the people on the planet Zmig, who had tried to wall up Captain McGee in a glassy pyramid so he would roast to death when their purple sun rose above the horizon. But also it looked rather like Mr. Schneider, who mowed the lawns on Faculty Row. And it grinned at Tommy. "Hello," he said in a clear treble, which shook uncontrollably with his excitement. "I'm Tommy Driscoll of Earth. We're friendly if you're friendly. We're tough if you're tough. How about it?" This was an exact quotation from the comic book in which Captain McGee had made contact with the people of the system of the 20 Suns, and, later, had to fight against swarms of spaceships which wanted to capture his star maps so they could find Earth and attack it treacherously without warning. The thing answered Tommy. It didn't use words, of course, but in the comic books, mind-to-mind communication of alien peoples is common enough. Captain McGee had done it more than once, and the Star Rover frequently, wandering more widely than McGee as he did. Tommy knew what the thing was saying, and his piping small boy voice answered in his father's laboratory, and he knew that the thing understood him too. The comic books were, specifically, coming true. The thing spoke respectfully and cordially, though, of course, it did not really speak at all. Its people wanted to be friends with Earth, of course. They had been watching Earth with radar for centuries, so it told Tommy jovially. They knew that, sooner or later, Earthmen would roam the stars and benevolently rule all the planets of all the suns of the galaxy in which Earth is placed. Because, of course, Earth has uranium and other heavy metals supplying atomic energy, while other planets are not so fortunate. Tommy's eyes glowed, but he was extraordinarily composed, in the heroic calm of children in exciting make-believe. "Oh, sure," said Tommy, largely to the thing of outer space. "We're going to have a space patrol that will make all the people on all the planets behave. I'm going to be a captain in it. Maybe we'll come and visit you first of all. How far away are you?" The thing could not tell Tommy in mind-to-mind converse. The thought it had could not be translated into words by Tommy Driscoll's brain, but the distance was very great, and it explained quickly that they were able to talk over so vast a chasm as if face-to-face because of... Again, Tommy's brain was not able to translate the mental impressions he received. He could recognize the meanings the thing wanted to convey if the meanings were stored away in his memory, but, naturally, complex technical concepts were simply not in his vocabulary. The thing seemed satisfied to fail. "Have you got spaceships and ray guns and gravity nullifiers and mysterious rays?" asked Tommy eagerly. "Our scientists haven't even made ray guns yet." The thing said that, of course, its race had such things. It added encouragingly that men would have them soon, of course. With heavy elements, even copper and iron, it would be easy. Then, an overtone came into the thoughts that crowded into Tommy's brain from somewhere beyond the stars. Tommy did not notice the overtone at first. It was a feeling of eagerness and triumph and of a sneering superiority. Tommy got just a momentary impression of its thought of a space patrol subjugating all the galaxy to Earth, and the barest instantaneous flash of hatred because of that thought. But he was too much excited to notice. He was absorbed in his question about ray guns. It said that they were simple. In fact, it would tell him how to make one. And it began, simply, to explain. A bit of copper wire, twisted just so, and a bit of carbon, and a morsel of iron. It urged Tommy to make one immediately. It would guide his hands. The adjustment of the iron and carbon was delicate. Tommy was a small boy, and he sturdily controlled his own hands. In the end, the thing simply told him what to do. He made the contrivance it suggested, putting the wire and iron and carbon together on a bit of board, having salvaged them from his father's supplies. The result did not look too impressive, to be sure. It did not even look like a ray pistol, and that may account for what ultimately happened. Because when it was finished, and Tommy regarded it with a faint and illogical disappointment because it didn't look like Captain McGee's ray pistol, he suddenly felt the eager triumph in the thing which had instructed him. He glanced at the screen, and the thing was looking out of it, with a ravening, unguarded hatred in its expression. To Tommy, it abruptly looked like the leader of those Mercurians who had wanted to wipe out the human race so they could emigrate to Earth. And suddenly, he realized that it hated him and all of humanity with a terrible burning fury. "Say," said Tommy Driscoll, his small boy's hands clenching and his brows contracting in the best possible imitation of Space Captain McGee. "This don't look so good." His voice wobbled suddenly, and he swallowed. "I'm going to ask my father about this." The thing argued. Plausibly, flatteringly, but Tommy felt corrosive hatred behind the ingratiating thoughts. Somehow, it reminded him of the dictator of Pluto in one of the comic books he had read only the day before. It asked almost sneeringly if he was afraid. "Scared? No," said Tommy, in his clear treble, but with the portentous grimness of McGee. "I'm just cagey. I'll have my father look this over to see if it's what you say it is." Then the thing raged. Into Tommy's brain there came such menaces, such threats, that his mind reeled. There was authority there, too, and at 10 years one is accustomed to obey authority. But there was a sudden deep suspicion in Tommy's mind, too, and he was fortified by all his knowledge of how the Star Rover and Captain McGee behaved when defying worm monsters and giraffe men and immaterial entities and other non-human races. As the thing raged at him, trying to overwhelm his will with iterated and reiterated commands and threats and sneers and mockery and derision and everything else which should have made Tommy try out his gadget. As the thing raged at him, Tommy fought sturdily, but under a strain which manifested itself as terror, and then panic, and then as hysterical defiance. Which, of course, was essential if the comic books were ordained by fate and destiny to come true. Tommy was white and shaking and terrified when he got home. His family was at breakfast. He went into the dining room on leaden feet, and with a whipped, scared look on his chalky white face. It was 9 o'clock. Tommy had slipped away at sunrise. Now he returned, carrying a seemingly crude and seemingly purposeless object in his hand. It was made of copper wire with a bit of carbon and a morsel of iron. "Where have you been?" demanded his father sternly. He didn't call Tommy Captain, which meant that Tommy was in disgrace. Tommy looked at his father numbly. He shook all over. "I said, where have you been?" his father repeated. "Your mother and I have been worried." Tommy swallowed. Then, suddenly, he went all to pieces. He burst into raging tears and flung the contrivance the thing had described into the midst of the breakfast table dishes. "That old thing!" he sobbed in hysterical fury. "It was in the television screen, and it told me how to make this ray gun, and it told me to turn it on, and I was going to, when I remembered that octopus scientist from Centauri who left a note for Captain McGee to make something and signed it Doc Blandy, and if he had made it, it would have blown up the whole Earth." His father and mother stared. To have one's small son arrive at the breakfast table in a state of frenzy is upsetting. It is worse when he flings odd objects on the table and shatters a flower vase while sobbing of impossibilities. What's this?" asked his father, at once startled and uneasy. "What are you talking about, son?" Tommy beat on the table with his fists. He blubbered, but he babbled with the starkly precise articulation of hysteria. His face was utterly white. He was beside himself. "I tuned in the set in the laboratory," he cried, in little sobbing bursts of speech. "I unscrambled it, and the thing looked at me. It was a thing that hated humans. It told me how to make this, and... Tommy's father went pale himself. He got up quickly, and his chair fell over backward. He tried to touch Tommy comfortingly, but Tommy thrust him away. "Too many comic books," said Tommy's father, frightened. "I'll get him to the doctor." "I guessed what it wanted," panted Tommy, sobbing. "And it knew what I was thinking, and it got mad. I knew it got mad. It laughed at me and asked me if I was a coward and scared to try the thing I'd made. And I said, 'You old Mercurian, you old Plutonian, you want to blow up Earth.' And I went bang. I smashed that television screen, and I smashed..." Then Tommy buried his head in his mother's lap and howled. And his father and mother looked at each other, white-faced, because they thought his mind had cracked. Even temporarily, it was awful to think about. But then Professor Wardle, breakfasting with them, said very softly, "Great heavens!" He was looking at the contrivance Tommy had made under the thing's instruction. It wasn't quite like anything that anybody on Earth had ever made before, but a scientist looking at it would see more than Tommy could have imagined. Professor Wardle saw aspects that made sense. Then he saw things that he could understand but could not possibly have devised. And then he saw the implications. "Look," said Professor Wardle, dry-throated. "It's true. Look what he made. What this thing would do." With shaking hands, he disconnected a wire so it could not possibly be turned on by accident. Then he trembled. Tommy wept himself back to something like composure in his mother's arms. The antics of his father and Professor Wardle helped, of course. They babbled at each other over his contrivance. They looked incredulously at each other. Then they drew diagrams at each other, talking feverishly. Then Tommy's father remembered him. "Captain," said Tommy's father, and there was sweat on his face. You did a good day's work, all right, but please don't do it again without warning me. This contrivance of yours isn't a ray pistol. It's a thing that will start a chain reaction in carbon and iron. If you had turned it on, all the carbon and iron within its range would have started to act like an atomic pile, and it would have spread, and we couldn't have stopped it. There wouldn't have been any more Earth. Tommy blinked at him, catching his breath from time to time as a small boy will do after desperate weeping. Then his eyes began to shine. "Gee," said Tommy, that thing was trying to destroy Earth, wasn't he? And I stopped him." "He was," said Tommy's father in a very queer voice indeed. "And you did. If a grown-up had been in your place, the trick would have been different, and it probably would have worked." Tommy ceased to catch his breath. He glowed. "I was like Captain McGee," he said breathlessly. Tommy's father swallowed. He needed to hold tightly to his self-control. He, like Professor Wardle, had all the sensations now of a man who had just realized that his life, and that of his family, and that of every other human being on Earth, had hung by a hair for seconds. But he saw, too, that the deadly small contrivance which had not annihilated humanity made use of, and so revealed, exactly the new principles Earth scientists needed most urgently to know. It would mean atomic engines, and power, and spaceships, and ray guns. They would mean a space patrol to protect Earth against just such creatures as had been foiled by Tommy Driscoll. And that meant... "Yes," said Tommy's father gently. "Just like Captain McGee, Tommy. It appears that the comic books are coming true." End of From Beyond the Stars by Murray Leinster. Recording by Pneumatic, also known as Vincent V. Marshburn.